Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Zoe. I dash between my bedroom and bathroom, my heels clicking against the hardwood floors as I double-check every detail for tonight's charity gala. The list on my phone keeps growing instead of shrinking. Centerpieces confirmed. Catering team briefed. Lighting design approved. My apartment, though small, reflects the organized chaos of my mind. Modern furnishings in bold colors, offset by strategic pops of metallics. The teal velvet couch I splurged on last year anchors the living room, while rose gold accents catch the afternoon light streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. A designer dress bag hangs on my closet door, waiting for its moment. The black silk within worth every penny of my last bonus. Where did I put that guest list? I rifle through the stack of papers on my white lacquered desk, pushing aside vendor contracts and seating charts. This gala needs to be perfect. Half of New Orleans' elite will be there, and one mishap could tank my reputation as an event coordinator faster than a souffle in an earthquake. The Preservation Society doesn't give second chances, especially not to up-and-coming planners like me. My phone buzzes. Mom's face lights up the screen, her perfectly coiffed hair and expectant smile making my stomach do a little flip. Of course she'd call now, when I'm drowning in last-minute details. Hi, Mom. I wedge the phone between my ear and shoulder while sorting through RSVPs, praying she won't launch into another lecture about settling down and finding a nice doctor to marry. Zoe, darling, just checking you're still attending tonight's event. The Beaumonts mentioned they'll be there with their son Charles. You remember Charles from the country club, don't you? Such a successful young surgeon. I roll my eyes so hard they might get stuck that way. Yes, Mom. I organized it, remember? The entire event is literally my responsibility. Well, it's a perfect opportunity to network. And Charles is such a nice young man. Harvard educated, comes from an excellent family. Mom, I'm not looking to date right now. I'm focused on my career. The words come out automatically. A well-rehearsed line I've delivered at least 100 times this year alone. Sweetheart, you're 27. Your sister was married at 25, and she's already expecting her second. And I'm running my own successful business. I check my watch, anxiety spiking at the time. 4 hours until showtime, and my to-do list is still a mile long. Which reminds me, I need to head to the venue. The florist is delivering any minute. Just promise me you'll make an effort tonight. Wear that blue dress I bought you. It really highlights your figure, and maybe do something special with your hair. Got to go, Mom. Love you. I end the call before she can launch into another comparison with my perfect sister. The silence feels heavy. I grab my emergency kit, safety pins, double-sided tape, mini sewing kit, and stuff it into my work bag. Tonight isn't about finding a husband. It's about proving I can turn the historic Garland Hotel's ballroom into an enchanted garden that'll have everyone talking for months. Amidst all the chaos, I take a moment to sit down and compose myself. My heart's beating so wildly I think it's about to burst out of my chest. Sitting down, I smooth out my dress over my knees and sigh. My phone falls beside me. my lock screen showing me standing in front of one of many hotels in New Orleans. My hand runs through my hair. 2 years. That's how long it's been since Oliver, my last real relationship, walked out of my life with barely a backward glance. I just need space to focus on my residency, he'd said, as if 3 years together meant nothing. As if the apartment we'd been planning to share, the future we'd mapped out over late-night Thai food and Sunday brunches, could be erased with a single conversation. The worst part? Mom had loved him, the perfect medical student from a good family, everything she wanted for me. I traced the pattern on one of my throw pillows, remembering how I'd thrown myself into work after he left, booking event after event until exhaustion was my only companion at night. Dating since then has been, well, a series of disasters. There was David, the investment banker, who couldn't understand why I wouldn't drop everything to attend his company functions. Then came James, who seemed perfect until I discovered his idea of exclusive meant he was exclusively dating 3 other women. My fingers drift to the delicate gold chain around my neck, a gift I bought myself after Oliver, a reminder that I don't need anyone else to make me whole. But sometimes, late at night when the city quiets down and I'm alone in this apartment, I wonder if Mom's right. If I'm letting my career become an excuse to avoid putting my heart on the line again. The thing is, watching someone walk away with pieces of your future tucked in their pocket changes you. Makes you build walls, check exit routes, keep one foot out the door. These days, I'm more comfortable orchestrating other people's perfect moments than risking my own. A notification pops up on my phone. The florist is 15 minutes out. I straighten my shoulders, push those memories back where they belong. Tonight isn't about my messy love life or Mom's marriage agenda. It's about creating magic for my clients, the kind that makes people believe in perfect moments again, even if I don't anymore. Without hesitation, I stand up from my couch, gather my things, and hurry down to my car. The drive to the hotel is almost automatic. My body works, but my mind is elsewhere. Hell, my mind is in the stars, thinking of all the ways this event can go wrong if I don't have my A game tonight. I burst through the Garland Hotel's service entrance, my tablet already in hand, heart racing with that familiar pre-event adrenaline rush. The historic ballroom stretches before me, its crystal chandeliers casting prismatic light across marble floors, each facet telling a story of celebrations past. My heels echo through the space as I direct the setup crew. The sharp clicks a steady rhythm to our rush symphony of preparation. Those tables need to be exactly 36 inches apart. The gold chargers go on the left side of the centerpiece markers. I tap my screen, checking off items, my finger moving with practiced precision down the endless list. Where are my ice sculptures? They should have been here 10 minutes ago. Just arrived, Miss Mitchell. Carlos, my go-to setup manager, points toward the loading dock, already anticipating my next 3 requests, like the professional he is. Perfect. Position them by the grand staircase, but wait for my signal before unwrapping. We need the timing just right to prevent melting. I scan the room again, mentally calculating the temperature and humidity levels. One wrong move with those sculptures and hours of planning goes down the drain, literally. The room transforms with each passing minute. Champagne-colored linens cascade over round tables, while delicate orchid arrangements create intimate spaces within the grandeur. Every detail matters. The angle of each chair, the precise fold of each napkin, the strategic placement of candles to create the perfect ambiance. I lose myself in the rhythm of it all, the familiar dance of coordination that makes everything else fade away. No mother's expectations, no failed relationships, just the pure satisfaction of watching my vision come to life. The lighting crew needs your approval on the garden effect, my assistant calls out. I glance at my watch, right on schedule. This event has to be flawless. It's my stepping stone to the Valentine's Gala at the DuPont, the crown jewel of New Orleans' social season. Landing that contract wasn't easy. But if I nail these lead-up events, especially tonight's, I'll prove I can handle high-profile clients. The DuPont Gala could put my name on every society matron's speed dial. "Let's see those lights," I call out, moving toward the control panel, one event at a time. That's how empires are built. Still, as much as I throw myself in my work, my mother's words echo in my head as I adjust the height of a floral arrangement. "You're 27, Zoe," as if my age is some kind of expiration date stamped across my forehead. "These roses need to be 2 inches higher." I demonstrate the adjustment to the florist, trying to focus on the task at hand, rather than the nagging voice in my mind. The truth is, I've seen what happens when you rush into relationships just to meet someone else's timeline. My college roommate married the first guy who proposed. Now she's paying alimony and living back with her parents. My cousin settled for good enough and spends her days posting passive-aggressive quotes about marriage on social media. "Miss Mitchell, can you tell me one more time, where do you want the ice sculpture?" Carlos interrupts my thoughts. I point to the designated spot, but my mind drifts again. What if Mom's right, though? What if I'm using work as a shield? It's easier to obsess over centerpiece heights and lighting cues than admit I'm terrified of ending up alone. The votives need to be precisely 6 inches from the edge. I demonstrate the placement, my hands steady even as my thoughts scatter. And make sure they're all facing the same direction. The problem isn't finding dates. New Orleans is full of eligible men. The problem is finding someone who understands that my phone might ring at 2 a.m. because a bride is having a crisis with the venue. Someone who won't resent that I spend weekends orchestrating other people's perfect moments instead of creating my own. I adjust my earpiece. Fielding questions from 3 different vendors while checking the time, every minute counts now. But between directing staff and coordinating deliveries, Mom's words keep sneaking in like uninvited guests. "Make an effort tonight." As if effort is the issue. As if I haven't tried. As if I haven't put myself out there, only to discover that most men see my career as a cute hobby I'll give up once I find the one. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. The room is coming together beautifully, even if my love life isn't.
Chapter 2. Jack. I adjust my cufflinks, stepping into the grand ballroom of the Garland Hotel. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow across marble floors, their light dancing off golden accents adorning the walls. White roses and orchids spill from towering centerpieces, their perfume mingling with the notes of classical music drifting through the air. Jack Harrison. Just the man I wanted to see. Robert Chen, one of my longtime investors, waves me over to his circle near the bar, his signature Rolex catching the light as he gestures. "Robert!" I clasp his hand in a firm handshake, noting the familiar faces of other power players surrounding him. That development in Westbrook exceeded projections last quarter. We're looking at a 30% higher return than anticipated. You always deliver. That's why we keep backing your ventures. Robert turns to the others, practically glowing with pride, like he'd discovered me himself. This guy turned a condemned warehouse district into the hottest mixed-use space in the city. The waiting list for those lofts is a mile long. I grab a scotch from a passing waiter, catching the rich amber notes as I bring it to my lips. The vision was there. Just needed the right execution and a few million in capital, but that goes without saying in this crowd. These guys know exactly how the game is played. "And deep pockets," a woman in red chimes in, extending her manicured hand. "Caroline Weber, Meridian Capital. Your firm's reputation precedes you." I take a slow sip, letting the scotch linger on my tongue while maintaining eye contact. Though I prefer to work with partners who share my hands-on approach. The subtle shift in her expression tells me she's used to men who delegate everything. Oh, her perfectly shaped eyebrow arches. Do tell. I don't just sit behind a desk pushing papers. Every property, every development, I'm there from concept to completion, walking the sites, meeting with contractors, solving problems before they become disasters. It's how I've maintained a perfect track record. My voice carries the quiet confidence that comes from years of proving myself right. Perfect is a strong word, another man challenges, his tone dripping with skepticism. Check the numbers. I set my glass down with a decisive clink against the marble bar top. 15 years, 32 major developments, 0 failures. I don't take on projects unless I'm certain I can deliver exceptional returns. And I've got the battle scars and sleepless nights to prove it. But that's not the kind of thing you advertise at these gatherings. The conversation flows easily as more people join our circle, drawn by the energy. I field questions about upcoming projects, deflect subtle attempts at insider information, and navigate the delicate dance of networking with the precision that's become second nature. This is my element, commanding attention without demanding it, leading conversations while making others feel heard. The game of business and influence plays out under these sparkling lights, and I've mastered every move. Through the practiced smiles and polished small talk, a familiar hollowness creeps in. I scan the opulent room, taking in the perfect tableau of success. Influential people, expensive champagne, deals being sealed with handshakes. Yet it all feels like an elaborate stage production. Your latest development is absolutely brilliant, someone gushes, but their words blur into the background noise. My thoughts drift to Monica. How she used to love these events. She'd work the room with effortless grace, her laugh carrying across marble floors just like these. 5 years of marriage, and she played the role of devoted wife perfectly, until she didn't. I take another sip of scotch, letting the burn chase away the bitter taste of those memories. The divorce papers had been pristine, her signature elegant as ever. "We want different things," she'd said, as if our marriage had been nothing more than a business merger gone south. "Jack?" Robert's voice cuts through my reverie. "You seemed miles away." He studies me with that shrewd look that's made him millions in venture capital. "Just considering the Riverside project timeline." The lie slides out smoothly, practiced. These people don't want to hear about personal failures. They want the Jack Harrison who turns everything he touches into gold. The one who closed 3 major developments last quarter. Not the guy who still hasn't deleted his ex-wife's number from his phone. I loosen my tie slightly, suddenly feeling the weight of maintaining this persona. Christ, these events get more suffocating every year. Around me, conversations buzz about market trends and investment opportunities, the same damn small talk recycled at every gathering. But beneath the veneer of success, I'm acutely aware of returning each night to an empty penthouse, of dining alone at restaurants where the staff knows my usual order by heart. They don't just know my drink preference. They know which corner table I prefer, how I like my steak, and that I always leave before dessert. Pathetic, really. The irony isn't lost on me. I can orchestrate massive real estate deals, transform entire city blocks, yet I couldn't keep my own marriage from crumbling. These networking events used to energize me. Now they just highlight what's missing. Someone to share the victories with, someone who sees past the polished exterior to the man underneath. I recognize David Thomas's booming laugh from across the room. That sound usually means another multi-million-dollar deal is about to close. Near the dessert table, Sarah Martinez discusses zoning regulations with a cluster of eager developers, the usual suspects all playing their familiar roles. My gaze drifts over the crowd, past the sea of designer suits and cocktail dresses. Something feels different tonight. The air crackles with an energy that has nothing to do with business deals or networking opportunities. "Did you hear about the Thompson Group acquisition?" A junior associate, Mike or Mark, I can never remember, appears at my elbow, practically vibrating with eagerness to share industry gossip. I take another sip of scotch, only half listening as he rambles about stock prices and merger details. My attention keeps pulling toward the entrance, watching each new arrival. The string quartet shifts into a new piece, something with a faster tempo that sends ripples of movement through the crowd. Groups reshape and reform like schools of fish, creating new configurations of power and influence. Fascinating. I cut Mike or Mark off mid-sentence, clapping him on the shoulder. "Excuse me." I weave through the crowd, nodding at familiar faces, but not stopping to chat. Robert catches my eye from his position by the bar and raises his glass in acknowledgement. He knows me well enough to recognize when I'm not in the mood for small talk. The balcony doors stand open, letting in a cool evening breeze that offers brief relief from the stuffiness of the ballroom. I lean against the railing, loosening my tie further. Below, New Orleans sparkles like scattered diamonds, but even that view feels stale tonight. I turn back to survey the room through the French doors. These events usually follow a predictable pattern. The same conversations, the same posturing, the same carefully orchestrated dance of business and social politics. But tonight, my instincts are firing on all cylinders, telling me something's about to shift. My heartbeat quickens, thumping against my chest in an unfamiliar rhythm. The air feels charged, electric, different from the usual stale atmosphere of these networking events. I take another sip of scotch, but the burn does nothing to calm this strange sensation coursing through me. Something shifted in the energy of the room. I scan the crowd with renewed focus, studying faces both familiar and unknown. The usual players are all here, Robert holding court by the bar, the Thompson brothers discussing their latest acquisition, Sarah continuously charming a group of investors. But there's something else, something I can't quite pin down. I straighten my tie and move away from the balcony, drawn back into the ballroom by an inexplicable pull. The string quartet's music seems sharper, clearer somehow. Every laugh, every clink of glasses, every rustle of expensive fabric registers with heightened intensity. "Jack, we need your input on..." Someone tries to catch my attention, but their voice fades into background noise. I circle the perimeter of the room, my usual confident stride replaced by something more predatory. More alert. The scotch sits forgotten in my hand as I track movement through the crowd, searching for... what? I don't know, but my body seems to be responding to something my conscious mind hasn't caught up with yet. Damn, if I can figure out what's got me so on edge tonight. The sensation intensifies as I near the grand staircase. My pulse jumps, skin prickling with awareness. Years of business instincts have taught me to trust these gut feelings. They've never steered me wrong before. But this is different. This isn't about real estate deals or investment opportunities. It's more visceral, more immediate, like electricity crackling just beneath my skin. I pause near a marble column, adjusting my cufflinks while surveying the room with renewed intensity. The excitement building in my chest feels foreign, almost forgotten. When was the last time anything at one of these events truly caught me off guard? These parties have become nothing but a necessary evil, a place to shake hands and close deals. Yet tonight, something's different. The air feels charged with possibility. And for the first time in years, I find myself actually anticipating what comes next instead of counting down the minutes until I can leave.
Chapter 3. Zoe. The soft glow of crystal chandeliers bathes the Garland Hotel's grand ballroom in amber light as I duck behind a marble pillar, observing my masterpiece unfold. The string quartet's melody floats through the air, complementing the gentle clink of glasses and melodic laughter of New Orleans elite. I check my tablet one last time, scrolling methodically through my event checklist. Food service, impeccable, with every plate garnished to perfection. Entertainment, right on schedule, the quartet nailing every note. Lighting, perfect ambiance, making everyone look like they're glowing from within. Even that last-minute seating change for the Friars, who nearly threw a fit about being placed near their business rivals. Went smoother than butter on hot toast. Miss Mitchell? A server approaches with an empty tray, his bow tie slightly askew. The kitchen wants to know when to bring out the second round of hors d'oeuvres. 10 more minutes. I glance at my watch, mentally calculating the timing between courses. And make sure the vegetarian options are clearly marked this time. We can't have another incident like at the Thompson wedding. The weight of the past 3 months of planning sits heavy on my shoulders. Every detail, every phone call, every late-night email coming together in this moment. My feet ache in these 4-inch Jimmy Choos, and I'm pretty sure I'll find a new blister on my pinky toe tomorrow. But watching 200 of the city's most influential people laughing, mingling, and actually enjoying themselves makes it worth every painful step. This is what I live for, orchestrating perfection from behind the scenes. A waiter passes by with a tray of champagne. I snag a flute and retreat further behind the pillar, away from prying eyes. The bubbles tickle my nose as I down it in one swift motion. Not exactly professional, but after hours of running this show, I've earned it. Mrs. Grange catches my eye from across the room and gives me a subtle thumbs up. Her approval sends a wave of relief through my body. This event will definitely lead to more high-profile clients. After all, when the city's most sought-after socialite gives you her stamp of approval, doors tend to open. I smooth down my dress and tuck a stray curl behind my ear, mentally checking off my to-do list for the 100th time tonight. Everything's flowing perfectly. The governor's laughing at the mayor's jokes. The charity auctions exceeded its goal, and not a single guest has complained about the temperature. A miracle in itself for a New Orleans January night. Even the jazz quartet I booked at the last minute is killing it, their smooth melodies floating through the air like honey. My shoulders finally relax as I watch my vision come to life. Sometimes I still can't believe this is my job. Turning empty spaces into magical evenings, making sure every detail tells a story. Tonight's story? Absolutely flawless. Mom might still think I should have gone to law school, but moments like these remind me why I chose this path instead. There's something powerful about creating perfection, even if I'm the only one who knows just how many fires I had to put out to get here. A movement catches my eye from across the ballroom. Through the sea of designer gowns and tuxedos, I lock eyes with a man who stands out from the crowd like a lighthouse in a storm. He's leaning against the bar, a tumbler of amber liquid in his hand, radiating the kind of confidence that comes with age and success. My breath catches. Salt and pepper hair frames a face that belongs in a luxury watch advertisement, all sharp angles and perfect proportions. His tailored suit hugs broad shoulders, and even from here I can tell it costs more than my monthly rent. I force myself to look away, focusing on my tablet with more intensity than the seating chart really needs. These events always attract wealthy, attractive men. It comes with the territory of high-end events in New Orleans. It's nothing new, just another guest to keep happy. Another name to check off my list of VIPs who need their egos stroked. But my skin tingles with awareness, like there's electricity crackling in the air between us. He's still watching. I can feel it down to my bones. I peek through my lashes. Yep, those intense blue eyes haven't moved an inch. He takes a slow, deliberate sip of his drink, and the corner of his mouth curves up slightly like he knows exactly what effect he's having. My heart does a completely unprofessional flutter, and I silently curse my body's betrayal. I pivot slightly, pretending to check on the dessert table setup, though God knows Marie has everything perfect as always. In my peripheral vision, he straightens his jacket and shifts his position at the bar, adjusting his cufflinks with practiced ease, but his gaze remains steady and unwavering. There's something magnetic about him, drawing my attention no matter how hard I try to focus on work. Like a compass pointing north, my eyes keep wanting to drift back to where he stands, and it's starting to make me nervous. I have a job to do, and swooning over gorgeous guests isn't part of it. The tablet screen blurs as I attempt to review the evening's timeline. Who is he? I've memorized the guest list backward and forward, but I can't place him. Maybe he's someone's +1. I tuck another stubborn curl behind my ear, hyper aware of every movement. The weight of his stare feels like a physical touch, sending shivers down my spine despite the warmth of the crowded room. Get it together, Zoe. You're working, but my body seems to have other ideas, my pulse quickening every time I catch another glimpse of that devastating half smile. I grab my tablet closer to my chest like a shield, but it does little to calm my racing thoughts. Years of coordinating events for New Orleans' elite should have made me immune to attractive men in expensive suits. Yet here I am, my skin humming with awareness, every time I sense his gaze drift my way. Focus on the job, I mutter under my breath. But the mantra that usually centers me falls flat. The string quartet transitions into a slower piece, and couples drift toward the dance floor. I check the time, right on schedule. Everything's perfect, which means I should feel accomplished, satisfied. Instead, my mind keeps circling back to those piercing blue eyes. I've sworn off dating after the disaster with Oliver. Career-focused is what I tell my mother when she hints about more grandchildren at Sunday dinner. Too busy is my go-to excuse when friends try to set me up. It's easier than admitting I'm terrified of ending up like my friends, with their broken hearts and destroyed dreams. But something about this stranger's confident stance, the way he holds himself like he owns not just the room, but the whole damn city, makes my carefully constructed walls feel paper thin. I risk another glance. He's still there, still watching, and now he raises his glass in a subtle toast. Heat surges across my body as I quickly look away. God, when did I turn into such a cliché? I'm a professional event planner, not some romance novel heroine getting weak-kneed over a mysterious stranger. Yet my hands shake slightly as I pretend to check the timeline again. The tablet screen blurs as memories of past relationship failures flash through my mind. The ghosting, the lies, the carefully worded, "It's not you, it's me" speeches. I've built my career on controlling every detail, orchestrating perfect moments for others. But matters of the heart? Those are messier, unpredictable, impossible to manage with a checklist and timeline. My phone buzzes with a text from the catering staff, but for the first time in my career, I have to read it twice before the words make sense. All because some handsome stranger decided to throw me off balance with nothing more than a look. My heart skips as he sets his glass down and starts walking toward me with purposeful strides. I grip my tablet tighter, suddenly very aware of every imperfection. The curl that won't stay put, the slight scuff on my left shoe, the way my dress pulls just a bit too tight across my hips. He moves through the crowd with effortless grace, never breaking eye contact. Other guests part around him like water around a stone. My pulse thunders in my ears, drowning out the quartet's melody. What does he want? I scan my mental checklist of VIPs again, trying to place him. Did something go wrong? Is he here to complain about the wine selection, or the temperature, or, "You must be the mastermind behind all this"? His voice is deep, rich like aged bourbon, with just a hint of a New England accent. I straighten my spine, switching to professional mode despite the flutter in my stomach. I'm just doing my job, making sure everything runs smoothly. Just doing your job? He raises an eyebrow, amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. From what I've seen, you're conducting this whole evening like a symphony. I avert my gaze at the compliment. I'm used to being invisible at these events. That's the mark of a good coordinator. But the way he's looking at me makes me feel seen. Really seen. I should probably... I gesture vaguely with my tablet, though for the life of me I can't remember what task needs my attention next. Probably, he agrees, but doesn't move. but I've been watching you manage this crowd all evening, and I think you deserve a moment to actually enjoy it. The warmth in his eyes makes my knees weak. This isn't how these events usually go. I'm supposed to be in the background, unnoticed, professional, not getting butterflies over a guest's attention, no matter how handsome he might be.
Chapter 4. Jack. The way her eyes sparkle when she laughs makes my chest tighten. I haven't felt this immediate pull toward someone in, hell, I can't even remember. Something about her draws me in, like a gravitational force I can't resist. So you're telling me you managed to coordinate this entire gala in just a few months? I lean against the dessert table, careful not to disturb the elaborate tower of chocolate truffles. The sweet scent of dark chocolate and vanilla wafts up, but it's not nearly as intoxicating as her presence. Her fingers dance across her tablet screen, quick and efficient. When the previous coordinator bailed, the Garland Hotel needed someone to step in fast. She glances up, those hazel eyes catching the light, and damn if they don't pull me right in. I love impossible challenges. That explains why everything runs like clockwork. I gesture toward the bustling ballroom, where couples twirl under crystal chandeliers and waiters weave expertly through the crowd with champagne flutes. Though I notice you haven't touched a single one of these desserts you meticulously arranged. I pick up a truffle, rolling it between my fingers. Don't tell me you're one of those event planners who doesn't indulge in their own masterpieces. Can't risk getting chocolate on this dress, or my tablet. She smooths her hand down the side of a bold emerald number that hugs her curves in all the right places. The silk catches the light as she moves, and I find myself tracking the motion. Besides, someone needs to keep this party from derailing. These society events have a way of going sideways if you take your eyes off them for even a minute. Jack Harrison. I extend my hand, realizing we've been talking for 10 minutes without proper introductions. Damn unprofessional of me, especially given how she's captured my attention from the moment I spotted her directing staff with military precision. And you are? Zoe Mitchell. Her hand slides into mine, warm and soft, her grip confident and sure. The contact sends an unexpected jolt through my system. Event coordinator extraordinaire, as you've gathered. And you're the real estate mogul who just acquired that historic building on Canal Street. The papers have been full of speculation about your plans. Guilty as charged. Though I prefer developer to mogul. Sounds less. I trail off, watching her eyes dance with amusement. Villainous? Her lips quirk into a teasing smile that does dangerous things to my concentration. Like you're about to twirl a mustache and tie someone to the train tracks? I was going to say pretentious, but now I'm worried about my reputation. I find myself mirroring her smile, drawn into her playful energy. Don't worry, your secret's safe. I won't tell anyone you're actually charming instead of the ruthless businessman everyone expects. The way she says it, confident, direct, without a hint of artifice, hits different than the usual social niceties I navigate at these events. Everything about her feels refreshingly real. The ice sculptures are quite the showstoppers. I nod toward the crystalline centerpieces, a pair of swans emerging from stylized waves. Most planners would have gone with the standard corporate logo. God, no. Zoe's nose wrinkles. That's exactly what the client suggested, but I convinced them to let me try something more. Her hands move as she speaks, sketching shapes in the air. The swans represent grace, partnership. Plus, the way the light catches the ice creates these amazing prism effects across the dance floor at certain angles. I follow her gaze to where rainbow spots dance across the marble. Hadn't even noticed that detail until she pointed it out. You've thought of everything. Damn impressive, actually. Most event planners I've worked with just check boxes off a list. The flowers, too. She gestures to the cascading arrangements of white orchids and deep blue delphiniums. See how they mirror the ice sculpture's flow? It creates this sense of movement through the space, guides people naturally toward the dance floor. Her fingers trace the path through the air, and I find myself following the invisible line she draws. The enthusiasm in her voice draws me in more than the decorations. Her eyes light up as she explains each careful choice, each intentional detail. There's something magnetic about someone this passionate about their craft. No practiced smile or rehearsed pitch, just pure infectious joy in sharing her vision. It's refreshing as hell to meet someone who gives this much of a damn about what they do. The delphiniums were a last-minute substitution when my usual supplier couldn't get hydrangeas. But honestly, she touches one of the tall blue spires. I think they worked out better. More dramatic. Wouldn't have known it wasn't the original plan. I watch her fingers trail along the petals. You make it look effortless. Nothing about this was effortless. A laugh bubbles up from her throat. But that's the point, right? Make it look like everything just... She waves her hand with a flourish. Magically came together. The way her eyes catch the light as she surveys her handiwork, pride and satisfaction evident in every glance, stirs something in my chest. It's been a long time since I've seen someone take such genuine joy in their work. I lean closer, drawn into her orbit like a planet caught in a gravitational pull. The subtle scent of her perfume hits me, something light and floral that makes me want to get even closer. You know what's even more impressive than the event? The woman behind it. Her eyes widen for a fraction of a second before she recovers, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The hesitation in her expression only makes me want to see more of those unguarded moments. Mr. Harrison. Jack, I correct, my voice dropping lower, rougher than I intended. But something about her brings out this primal need to establish intimacy, to break down the formal barriers between us. Jack. The way she says my name sends a current through my spine, lighting up every nerve ending. Are you flirting with the help? You're hardly the help, more like the mastermind running this whole show. I gesture to the ballroom, taking in the perfectly executed details that showcase her talent. And yes, I am. Is that a problem? She taps her tablet against her hip, considering. The simple movement draws my attention to the curve of her waist, and I force my eyes back to her face. It's unexpected. I'm sure there are plenty of socialites here who'd love your attention. The slight edge in her voice suggests she's seen exactly how many women have been trying to catch my eye tonight. They're not half as interesting as watching you orchestrate this whole evening. I catch her gaze and hold it. I've been to dozens of these events. Never met anyone who puts this much thought and passion into every detail. It's captivating. She averts her gaze, but her smile grows more confident. Well, thank you. That means a lot, actually. Have dinner with me. The words come out before I can second-guess them. Not here. Not surrounded by all this. I wave at the crowd of elite mingling around us. Somewhere we can actually talk. Forward, aren't you? But there's a spark in her eyes that tells me she's intrigued. Life's too short to waste time when you meet someone worth pursuing. I mean, every word. There's something different about her. A realness that cuts through all the practiced sophistication filling this room. I should be focusing on work. She glances at her tablet, but I can see her resolve wavering. The party's running perfectly. You've thought of everything, remember? I take the risk of touching her arm lightly. Come on, Zoe. One dinner. Let someone else appreciate all the little details for a change. Her warmth slips away as she takes a step back, clutching her tablet like a shield. I appreciate the offer, but my clients rely on me to keep everything running smoothly. I can't just... She gestures vaguely at the room. Clock out. When's the last time you did something just for yourself? I catch the slight tightening around her eyes, knowing I've hit a nerve. The way she shifts her weight, those gorgeous legs drawing my attention for a split second, tells me everything I need to know. Not for work, not for clients, just pure enjoyment. I enjoy my work. Her chin lifts, defiant. Those full lips pressed together. And damn if her stubbornness isn't as attractive as everything else about her. That's not what I asked. I keep my voice gentle but firm, stepping closer until I can catch the subtle scent of her perfume. Look, your dedication is impressive as hell. But there's more to life than being the perfect event planner 24/7. You're missing out on so much. Says the man who probably hasn't taken a vacation in years. She arches an eyebrow, and damn if that sass doesn't make me want her more. The challenge in her voice sends heat straight through my chest. Guilty. I hold up my hands in surrender, unable to stop the grin spreading across my face. But that's exactly why I recognize the signs. Takes one workaholic to know another. And sweetheart, you're as bad as I ever was. Her shoulders drop slightly, the tablet lowering an inch. It's not that simple. It could be. I step closer, careful not to crowd her. Let me show you how to have fun again. No expectations, no pressure. Just dinner, conversation, and maybe remembering what it feels like to put yourself first for once. She glances at her screen as another notification pops up. God, I can't even remember the last time I went on a proper date. My schedule is always so packed. Then it's about damn time, don't you think? I reach out, gently tapping her tablet. The world won't end if you let yourself breathe for one evening.
Chapter 5. Zoe. The brush of Jack's fingertips against my waist sends electricity down my spine as he guides me onto the dance floor. The chandeliers cast a golden glow across the ballroom, and the band's jazzy rendition of "The Way You Look Tonight" floats through the air. I promise I won't step on your toes. Jack's eyes crinkle at the corners as he pulls me closer and my breath catches. His palm presses firm against the small of my back, and I catch a whiff of his cologne, something woodsy and expensive that makes my head swim just a little. Bold promise. I've had my share of dance floor casualties. I place my hand on his broad shoulder, hyper aware of how perfectly we fit together. The height difference between us is just right, letting me look up into those striking blue eyes without straining my neck. Trust me. His voice drops low, meant only for me despite the couple swaying around us. I know what I'm doing. The slight rasp in his words sends a shiver down my spine. And damn, does he ever. Jack leads with the confidence of someone who's attended 1,000 galas, his movements fluid and precise. My body follows his lead naturally, like we've danced together countless times before. When he guides me through a perfect turn, his fingers trail along my waist, and I have to bite my lip to keep from grinning like a lovesick teenager. Every step, every touch feels deliberate, calculated to drive me just a little bit crazy. Where'd you learn to dance like this? Country club functions, lots of them. He spins me out and draws me back in, closer than before, his chest barely an inch from mine. The warmth radiating from his body makes it hard to concentrate on my footwork. Though none of my previous partners have been quite as... His gaze travels down my face, lingering on my lips with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Captivating. The compliment catches me off guard, and I stumble slightly in my heels. Jack's grip tightens instantly, his strong hand steadying me against him. A lock of silver-streaked hair falls across his forehead, and my fingers itch to brush it back. The urge is so strong, I have to curl my fingers against his shoulder to keep from reaching up. There's something magnetic about him, something that makes me want to close what little distance remains between us. That's when reality hits. The silver in his hair, the practiced ease of his movements, the casual mention of country clubs. He's from a different world, a different generation. While I'm still figuring out my career path and sharing an apartment with a roommate, he's probably got investment portfolios and vacation homes. You okay? Jack's thumb traces small circles on my back. You went quiet on me. Just concentrating on not breaking those promises about your toes. I force a laugh, but my mind keeps spinning with numbers. He's older than me. Almost 2 decades separate he and I. That's more than enough time for him to have an ex-wife. Maybe kids my age. The music swells around us, and couples laugh and twirl, caught up in the moment. I try to lose myself in the rhythm again, in the warmth of Jack's embrace, but that nagging voice in my head won't shut up. Every time I start to relax, it reminds me of all the reasons this is complicated. Jack's hand slides to my hip, drawing me impossibly closer as we move across the floor. His touch burns through the thin fabric of my dress. The scent of his cologne, something expensive and masculine, fills my senses, making it harder to maintain my professional composure. I just can't get over how beautiful this place has become. Your event planning skills are impressive. The way you've transformed this space. He gestures with a slight nod. Pure magic. His deep voice rumbles against my ear, sending shivers down my spine despite the warmth of the ballroom. Just doing my job. I focus on our feet, trying to ignore how his fingertips press into my skin. Though I must admit, spending 60 hours this week coordinating everything wasn't exactly. My voice catches as his thumb traces a small circle on my hip, the gesture so subtle nobody else would notice, yet it sets every nerve ending on fire. 60 hours? His eyebrows shoot up, genuine concern flickering across his features. That's intense dedication. My stomach drops, a familiar twist of anxiety. Here it comes. The judgment, the subtle disapproval I've seen from dates before, when they realize just how much of myself I pour into my work. Yeah, well, perfection takes time. And caffeine. Lots of caffeine. I try to keep my tone light, masking the defensiveness that always creeps in during conversations like this. I admire that drive. He executes another perfect turn, his movements fluid and controlled, but this time when he pulls me back, his lips brush against my ear, sending electricity coursing through me. Reminds me of someone I know. Let me guess. Yourself? I can't help the teasing note that slips into my voice, even as my skin tingles where his breath touched it. Guilty as charged. His chuckle reverberates through my body, deep and rich like aged bourbon. Though I bet you're better at maintaining a work-life balance than I am. The way his fingers flex slightly against my waist tells me there's a story behind those words, one he's not quite ready to share. I snort before I can stop myself. Right. Because spending my Saturday nights color-coding spreadsheets screams balanced lifestyle. His hand tightens on my waist, and for a moment we're barely dancing, just swaying, pressed together. Those spreadsheets clearly pay off. But does he mean it? My mind races with doubts. Sure, he's successful now, but he probably climbed the corporate ladder when things were different. When being a workaholic wasn't seen as a character flaw. Would he understand my need to prove myself, to build something of my own? Hey, his voice cuts through my spiral. Where'd you go just now? I force a smile, but my chest feels tight. Just thinking about tomorrow, always planning ahead. His eyes search mine, and for a terrifying moment, I think he sees right through me. Sees all my insecurities, my fears of not being enough, not sophisticated enough, not established enough, not enough. You're deflecting. Jack's voice carries a hint of challenge as his fingers trace patterns on my back. The touch is gentle, but deliberate, like he's trying to decode me through my skin. Maybe. I meet his gaze, and something in those blue eyes makes my defenses waver. Or maybe I'm just enjoying the dance. Both can be true. He guides me through another turn, and this time when I spin back into his arms, I let myself melt a little closer. The warmth of his chest against mine sends butterflies through my stomach. His hand slides up my spine, and I catch myself leaning into his touch. There's something different about the way he holds me, confident but not controlling, strong but gentle. Each movement feels like a conversation without words. You know what's funny? I trace my fingers along the edge of his collar, surprised by my own boldness. I've planned dozens of these events, watched hundreds of couples dance, but I've never what? Never felt like I was part of the magic instead of just creating it. Jack's eyes soften, and the corner of his mouth lifts in a smile that makes my heart skip. The magic was already here. You just needed the right partner. The words should sound cheesy, but they don't. Not with the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only person in the room. Not with how perfectly our bodies move together, finding a rhythm that feels as natural as breathing. My earlier anxieties about our age gap in different worlds start to fade. In this moment, none of that seems to matter. What matters is the way his thumb brushes against my ribs, how his breath catches when I step closer. The electricity that sparks between us with each touch. For once, I stop overthinking and let myself feel. Let myself enjoy the solid strength of his arms, the subtle spice of his cologne. The way the room seems to spin around us in a golden blur while we remain perfectly in sync. The music fades into something slower, more intimate. A quiet voice in my head warns me this is dangerous territory. I need to step back, maintain professional boundaries. After all, this is my event, and I'm here to work, not fall for one of the guests. Thank you for the dance. I take a small step back, smoothing my dress. You definitely kept your promise about my toes. Leaving so soon? Jack's fingers trail down my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. His touch is light but intentional, like he can't quite bring himself to break contact. Those blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that roots me to the spot. I should check on the catering staff. The excuse sounds weak even to my own ears. Make sure everything's running smoothly. His hand wraps gently around my wrist, thumb brushing over my pulse point. The staff seemed perfectly capable when I passed through the kitchen earlier. Very organized. Someone must have given them excellent direction. The compliment warms my chest, but it's the way he's looking at me that makes it hard to breathe, like he sees past the professional facade to the woman underneath. Jack. His name comes out softer than I intended. One more dance. His fingers slide down to intertwine with mine, and the simple contact sends sparks through my entire body. Unless you're worried about those toes after all. Swallowing hard, I just can't fight the way he makes me feel, nor the way he looks at me. One more. That's it.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 6. Jack. After my dance with Zoe, it's with great disappointment that I have to allow her to go back to work. As much as I wanted to sweep her away from all of this, she insisted that her job came first. So instead of fighting her on that, I let her go. I lean against the bar, nursing my whiskey as I watch Zoe work her magic across the ballroom. She moves with purpose, each step deliberate yet graceful. The way she interacts with the staff catches my attention. A warm smile here, a gentle touch on someone's shoulder there. Such natural charisma. She pauses at a centerpiece, tilting her head before adjusting a spray of orchids with delicate precision. The small change transforms the entire arrangement. Her attention to detail reminds me of an artist at work. The next round needs to go out in 5, she instructs a passing server, her voice carrying that perfect blend of authority and kindness. The server straightens up, nodding with renewed energy. My ex-wife's parties were always perfectly orchestrated too, but they lacked this life. Where Monica delegated from a distance, Zoe dives right in. She tastes a canapé, conferring with the chef in animated gestures. Her face lights up as she samples something that meets her approval. A genuine laugh bursts from her as she chats with the bartender, and the sound hits me right in the chest. When was the last time I heard such unrestrained joy at one of these events? The corporate functions, charity galas, and dinner parties I've attended over the years blur together in shades of beige and practice small talk. Zoe weaves between guests, straightening a tablecloth here, replacing a wilted flower there. She catches my eye across the room and flashes a quick wink before disappearing behind a service door. The gesture is spontaneous, playful, everything my previous relationships weren't. I take another sip of whiskey, letting the burn distract me from how much I want to follow her. The way she commands the room while maintaining that spark of genuine enthusiasm is magnetic. Every time she emerges to check another detail or guide another staff member, my eyes track her movement, drawn to her natural vitality. Through the crowd, I spot Zoe near the dessert table, talking with one of the servers. Tall guy, probably mid-20s, wearing that crisp white uniform shirt like a fashion statement. He leans in closer than necessary as she points to something on his tablet. She touches his arm and my grip tightens on my glass, knuckles going white against the crystal. The server saying something that has her covering her mouth, shoulders shaking with mirth. Her curls bounce with each laugh, and the kid preens like he just won an Emmy. "Screw this," I mutter, setting my drink down hard enough to make the ice cubes clink. The sound draws a few glances from nearby guests, but I couldn't care less. My jaw clenches as I watch their little exchange continue. She's gesturing animatedly, those graceful hands painting pictures in the air, and he's hanging on her every word like she's telling him the secrets of the universe instead of what I assume are service instructions. The way he keeps inching closer makes my blood pressure spike. I've seen enough of 20-something punks try this routine to know exactly what game he's playing. The rational part of my brain knows this is her job, being personable, making connections, ensuring everything runs smoothly. But there's nothing rational about the way my blood pressure spikes when she throws her head back at another one of his comments. I straighten my tie, an old habit when I'm agitated. The server's gotta be at least 15 years younger than me, probably closer to Zoe's age. The thought sits like lead in my stomach. "Everything good here?" The bartender's voice breaks through my thoughts. "Yeah." My response comes out sharper than intended. I don't take my eyes off the scene across the room. The server's showing Zoe something on his phone now, and they're both grinning at whatever's on the screen. My fingers drum against the bar top. The urge to walk over there and interrupt their cozy little chat is almost overwhelming. I haven't felt this kind of possessive surge since... hell, I can't even remember when. It's irrational, unprofessional, and completely unlike me. But watching another man make her laugh like that, it's driving me crazy. Jack. Robert Chen slides onto the bar stool next to me, signaling the bartender. Didn't expect to see you hanging around the bar all evening. Usually you're working the room by now. Busy night. I keep my eyes fixed on Zoe and that server, who's still hovering around her like a moth to flame. The way he keeps leaning in, pretending to hear her better over the music. It's transparent. Manhattan, please. Robert orders, then turns back to me. You seem distracted. His knowing tone grates on my nerves. Just making sure everything runs smooth. My jaw clenches as the server touches Zoe's arm while laughing at something she said. What the hell kind of professional behavior is that? He follows my line of sight, and I immediately shift my gaze to my drink. Too late. Robert's always been too damn perceptive for his own good, and I can practically feel the wheels turning in his head. Ah! A knowing smile spreads across his face, the kind that makes me want to punch him. The event planner. She's done an exceptional job tonight. The whole place looks incredible. She has... I try to keep my voice neutral, but something must give me away. That's all you have to say? Come on, Jack. I've known you too long. You've got that look. He leans forward, studying me like I'm one of his damn investment opportunities. What look? I knock back the rest of my whiskey, savoring the burn. Anything to avoid his scrutiny. The same one you had before you asked Monica out, back in the day. Though I have to say... He pauses as the bartender sets down his drink, and I silently pray he'll drop it. No such luck. Isn't she a bit young? My jaw tightens, and I fight the urge to tell him to mind his own business. I'm not interested in anyone, Robert. Just monitoring the event. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, worse than the whiskey. Right. He sips his Manhattan, swirling the dark liquor with practiced sophistication. And I suppose you've been monitoring her for the past hour purely out of professional concern? I saw you dancing with her not too long ago. The way you held her wasn't exactly screaming professional distance. Drop it! My fingers tighten around my empty glass, knuckles whitening. Look. I get it. She's attractive, capable. But the social circles we move in... He leans forward, lowering his voice like we're discussing state secrets instead of my non-existent love life. There's nothing to get. I cut him off, harder than necessary, my voice carrying an edge that makes the bartender glance our way. She's doing her job. I'm doing mine. End of story. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Robert raises his hands in surrender, that knowing smirk still playing at his lips. Whatever you say. Though between us, age is just a number these days. Half the guys at the country club are dating women young enough to be their daughters. I shoot him a warning glare that would make lesser men flinch. The last thing I need is gossip about me and Zoe, circulating through New Orleans' elite social scene. Even if I can't stop thinking about her, about the way she felt in my arms during that dance, about how her laugh seems to cut through all my carefully constructed walls. Damn it. I signal the bartender for another whiskey, my eyes never leaving Zoe as she moves through the crowd. That server finally backed off, and now she's directing the cleanup of some empty plates with effortless command. The way she carries herself, confident yet approachable, is intoxicating. My phone buzzes. Another business email, probably. I ignore it. Tonight, for the first time in years, work isn't my priority. I need her number. Need to see her again, outside these polished marble floors and crystal chandeliers. Somewhere real, where I can hear that genuine laugh without the backdrop of classical music and polite society chatter. The last time I felt this pull toward someone, hell, I can't even remember. Monica and I, that was different. Calculated. Two people who looked good on paper deciding to make it official. But Zoe, there's nothing calculated about the way my pulse kicks up when she glances my way. Another round for table 6. She tells a passing server, then pauses to check something on her tablet. Even the way she furrows her brow in concentration hits different. Everything about her feels authentic, unfiltered. I check my watch. 2 more hours until this wraps up. 2 hours of watching her work the room while I strategize the best way to approach this. Coming on too strong could spook her. I've got almost 20 years on her, and God knows what preconceptions she might have about guys my age. But playing it too cool risks losing this chance entirely. The gala's winding down. I'll catch her after when she's done coordinating the cleanup. Ask her to dinner, somewhere intimate but not intimidating. Let her set the pace. My grip tightens on my glass as I imagine her saying yes, those bright eyes lighting up with interest. For the first time since my divorce, I'm ready to take this risk, ready to step out of the safety of my carefully ordered world. Because watching Zoe tonight, I know one thing with absolute certainty. I'm not letting her walk away without at least trying.
Chapter 7. Zoe. The cool New Orleans breeze hits my face as I step outside the Garland Hotel, my heart still racing from pulling off tonight's charity gala. Months of planning, countless sleepless nights, and it all came together perfectly. The string quartet, the champagne fountain, even that last-minute seafood substitution. Everything worked like a dream. I scrolled through my phone, checking the flood of congratulatory messages from clients and vendors when footsteps approached behind me. The click of expensive shoes against concrete echoes in the quiet night air, and I already know who it is before he speaks. Quite a show you put on in there. Jack Harrison's deep voice makes me turn around. The dim hotel lights cast shadows across his sharp jawline, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. Even at this hour, his tailored suit looks impeccable, not a wrinkle in sight. That speech about local education initiatives? You had every wallet in the room opening up. Pretty impressive for someone who claimed to be nervous about public speaking. Thanks. I slip my phone into my clutch, trying not to notice how he towers over me even in my highest heels. Though I notice you didn't raise your paddle during the auction. I can't help the hint of challenge in my voice. After all, he's one of the wealthiest developers in New Orleans. His participation would have made a significant difference. Maybe I was too distracted by the event planner. He steps closer, hands in the pockets of his perfectly tailored suit. Listen, I know this great little place around the corner. Their wine list alone is worth the trip. My pulse quickens, and I catch the faintest hint of his cologne yet again. There's something magnetic about him, beyond the obvious good looks and success. A depth behind that confident exterior that makes me wonder what else he's hiding beneath that perfectly pressed suit. Dinner? I raise an eyebrow, trying to ignore how his presence seems to fill the entire space around us. It's almost 11. They keep the kitchen open late for people who appreciate good food and better company. He glances down the street, a half smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Unless you've got other plans? I should be exhausted after running this event. 8 hours on my feet, coordinating donors, handling last-minute crises, and making sure everything ran smoothly should have me dead on my feet. I should want nothing more than to kick off these heels and collapse into bed. Instead, adrenaline courses through my veins, and the night feels full of possibility. The way he's looking at me doesn't help. Like I'm the most interesting thing he's seen all evening. Well, I did skip the past hors d'oeuvres earlier. Too busy making sure everyone else was taken care of. My stomach growls softly at the mere thought of food, reminding me that I've been running on coffee and determination since breakfast. Criminal neglect. Jack's mouth curves into that signature half smile that's been making my pulse skip all evening. Let me remedy that situation. His voice carries a hint of command that sends a shiver down my spine. Lead the way, Mr. Harrison. I adjust my clutch under my arm, falling into step beside him. The night air is thick with jazz music floating from nearby bars, and the clip of my heels against the sidewalk matches the distant rhythm. Jack, he corrects, his hand ghosting against the small of my back as we navigate around a group of tourists, taking selfies under a wrought iron balcony. Mr. Harrison was my father. The warmth of his palm seeps through the thin fabric of my dress, steady and sure, guiding me through the crowd. The streets of the French Quarter pulse with their usual nighttime energy, jazz spilling from doorways, laughter echoing off centuries-old buildings, the air thick with the scent of magnolias and seafood. I steal a sideways glance at Jack's profile, struck by how at ease he seems, like owning half of New Orleans' skyline is just a minor detail in his life. So this mysterious restaurant, does it have a name? Patience. His eyes catch mine, playful and knowing. Trust me, it's worth the suspense. Trust. There's that word. I've seen enough of the city's elite to know their games, their casual approaches that usually lead nowhere good. And Jack Harrison? He's definitely elite. The age gap between us stretches like a warning sign, blinking in neon. We turn down a quieter street, and I'm hyper-aware of how his shoulder occasionally brushes mine. Each contact sends little sparks through my body, and I mentally scold myself. Keep it together, Zoe. This is just dinner. Professional courtesy from a client who happened to notice you. You're quiet. Jack's voice breaks through my thoughts. Having second thoughts? Just processing the evening. I dodge a loose cobblestone, and his hand steadies my elbow. The touch lingers longer than necessary. It's not every day you pull off $1 million fundraiser and then get whisked away to a mystery location. Worried I might be a serial killer? Please, you're way too well dressed for that. Besides, I pat my clutch. I've got pepper spray and my friend on speed dial. She knows my location at all times. His laugh is rich and genuine, echoing off the old brick buildings. Smart woman. Though I promise my only deadly weapon is my wine selection. A wrought iron gate opens to reveal a hidden courtyard, string lights twinkling between centuries-old oak branches. The restaurant nestles in what must have been a historic home, its weathered brick walls telling stories of countless New Orleans nights like this one. Le Jardin Secret, Jack says, his voice low as he guides me through the courtyard. Most tourists walk right past it. The fragrance of jasmine mingles with herbs from the kitchen garden. Small tables dot the courtyard, each intimate setting carefully arranged to feel private despite the open air. A fountain trickles nearby, its gentle music mixing with soft jazz from hidden speakers. It's beautiful. I trail my fingers along a vine-covered wall, feeling the rough texture beneath my fingertips. The night air wraps around us like silk, warm but not stifling. How did you find this place? Some secrets are worth keeping. Jack's hand finds the small of my back again as we approach the entrance. Though I might be persuaded to share more over a good Bordeaux. I pause at the threshold, taking in the warm glow spilling from inside. Crystal chandeliers cast dancing shadows across white tablecloths, and the soft clink of glasses mingles with murmured conversations. Everything about this moment feels like standing on the edge of something significant, like those seconds before a roller coaster drops, when your heart's already racing but you haven't moved an inch. Jack steps closer, and I catch that hint of cologne again. What's on your mind? Just appreciating the moment. I turn to face him, struck by how the courtyard lights soften his features. Here, away from the corporate world of galas and business deals, he seems different, more real. It's not every night I stumble into a secret garden with a mysterious stranger. Mysterious? His eyebrow quirks up. I thought my reputation preceded me? Oh, I've heard the stories. Jack Harrison, real estate mogul. New Orleans' most eligible bachelor. I meet his gaze. But I'm starting to think there's more to you than the headlines. The maitre d' appears in the doorway, breaking our moment with practiced timing. Mr. Harrison, your usual table is ready. The maitre d' leads us through the intimate dining room to a secluded corner table, partially hidden by a carved wooden screen. Jack pulls out my chair, and his fingers brush against my shoulder as I sit. A touch so light, it could be accidental, but the heat lingers on my skin. The 82 Bordeaux, Pierre? Jack doesn't even glance at the wine list, and I notice how the maitre d' straightens up at the request. And let's start with the Oysters Rockefeller. Excellent choice, Mr. Harrison. Chef Mateo will be delighted to know you're dining with us tonight. I take in the crystal glasses, the hand-painted china, the fresh orchid floating in a small bowl. Everything screams exclusive, the kind of place where prices aren't listed on the menu, because if you have to ask, you can't afford it. You come here often? I smooth my napkin across my lap, watching as the sommelier appears with a bottle that probably costs more than my monthly rent. When I want to impress someone special. Jack's eyes catch mine over the rim of his glass as he takes a sip. The chef trained in Paris before settling here. You won't find better French Creole fusion anywhere in the quarter. The wine is incredible, complex and velvety, with notes of blackberry and something deeper I can't quite place. I'm used to planning high-end events, but being on this side of the experience feels different. Especially with Jack watching me with that intense focus, like I'm the most fascinating thing in the room. The duck confit here is life-changing. His knee brushes against mine under the table. Trust me to order for both of us. There's that word again. Trust. And the crazy thing is, I do. Despite everything I know about men like him, despite the age gap, despite the voice in my head warning me this can't be more than a fancy dinner and maybe a fling. The oysters arrive on a bed of rock salt, and Jack orders a parade of dishes with the easy confidence of someone who's never had to check a price tag in his life. Each plate is a work of art, and watching him take control of the situation with such natural authority makes something flutter in my stomach that has nothing to do with hunger.
Chapter 8. Jack. The foie gras here is exceptional. They prepare it with a cognac reduction and I have no idea what half these words mean. Zoe lowers the menu, her hazel eyes sparkling with amusement. I usually stick to places where the menu items have pictures. Trust me. I lean forward, catching a hint of her perfume, something light and floral that makes me want to get closer. I promise to order something you'll love. I've been coming here for years. All right, Mr. Fancy. She takes a sip of her wine, leaving a faint impression of her lipstick on the crystal rim. Show me what I've been missing. Her teasing tone hits me right in the chest. After ordering some more courses of food, including the duck confit I know will blow her mind, I watch her explore the deep red in her glass, holding it up to the light. Her natural curiosity draws me in. The way she studies everything with those bright hazel eyes, like she's discovering something new and fascinating, makes it impossible to look away. So how does someone end up planning events in New Orleans? I ask, genuinely intrigued by her. Most people I take to dinner want to talk about themselves right away, but she's been more interested in everything else around us. Seems like there's a story there. Oh, that's a fun one. She sets down her glass. I actually started by organizing my cousin's wedding. Complete disaster. The cake fell over, the DJ played Highway to Hell during the first dance. But somehow I managed to save it. Found my calling in the chaos. Her laughter fills our corner of the restaurant, drawing appreciative glances from nearby tables. The sound is infectious, genuine, and it hits me right in the chest. But when I ask about her family's reaction to her career choice, her smile falters for a split second. I catch it because I've been watching her face too closely all evening, cataloging every expression. They had other plans. Law school was high on their list. She traces the stem of her wine glass, a nervous tell I've noticed she has. But I couldn't see myself stuck behind a desk all day. Pretty sure I would have gone insane by the second year. The appetizers arrive and I guide her through each dish, savoring her reactions more than the food itself. Her eyes widen at the first taste of the truffle-infused risotto, and if that look of pleasure doesn't do things to me. I've eaten at the best restaurants around the world, but watching her experience this is better than any Michelin-starred meal. This is incredible. She points her fork at me, and there's that spark of sass I'm starting to crave. But don't think this means I'm easily impressed by fancy food. I've eaten gas station pizza at 3 a.m. and defended that choice with my whole chest. Wouldn't dream of it. When she asks about my own path, I keep it light, focusing on the business aspects. But she's perceptive, catching the slight pause when she inquires about my personal life. Past relationships. Her tone stays casual, but I notice how she studies my reaction. One marriage. Ended some time ago. I take a longer sip of wine. You? Nothing worth mentioning. She shrugs, but her fingers tighten around her glass. The conversation flows easier after that, but I catch those subtle shifts. The way her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes when discussing past relationships. How she deflects questions about her family's expectations with humor. The waiter clears our plates, and Zoe tells me about a wedding she planned last month, where the bride insisted on releasing 3 dozen butterflies indoors. Her animated storytelling draws me in, making me lean forward despite myself. The guests were finding them in their hair for hours. She gestures wildly, nearly knocking over her water glass. I catch it before it spills, our fingers brushing. The brief contact sends an unexpected jolt through my hand, but I keep my expression neutral. My assistant kept saying we should have gone with doves. And what did the bride think? I find myself genuinely curious, enjoying the way her eyes light up as she recounts the chaos. Oh, she loved it. Said it made her feel like a Disney princess. She rolls her eyes, and I notice a dimple appear in her left cheek. Though I'm pretty sure Snow White never had to deal with butterflies dive-bombing the cake. How long have you been planning events? I shift in my chair, angling toward her. The restaurant's soft lighting catches the gold flecks in her hazel eyes. Professionally, it's only been about 3 years now. Started right after I finished college. She takes another sip of wine, leaving a faint impression of her lipstick on the glass. And you've been in real estate for... Her question trails off expectantly, and I notice how she leans forward slightly, waiting for my answer. 20 years, give or take. Built my first portfolio right out of college, and the market was good to me. Her laughter cuts off abruptly. The math clicks into place behind her eyes, and I watch her expression shift. She sets down her glass, fingers drumming against the stem. The simple motion draws my attention, betraying her discomfort more than words ever could. That would mean you started. She trails off, the unspoken age gap stretching between us like a physical thing. Her shoulders tense, and she glances around the restaurant as if suddenly aware of the other diners. I lean back, studying her face. The confidence she's shown all evening wavers, replaced by something more uncertain. She's probably thinking about what everyone else will say, how they'll judge. Hell, I've been thinking about it too. Every damn minute since I first saw her smile. But there's something here. Something real. And I'm too old to care what anyone thinks. Age is just a number, Zoe. The words come out before I can stop them. They sound hollow even to my ears. Generic, insufficient, like every cliché I've spent my life avoiding. I want to say more, to explain how the years between us don't matter when she makes me feel more alive than I have in decades. Is it Her voice is quiet, thoughtful. Because sometimes numbers tell important stories. Like the fact that when I was starting high school, you were already running a successful business? Making terrible decisions about cargo pants? I try to lighten the mood, but the question gnaws at me. Can I give her what she needs? She deserves someone who can offer her a fresh start, not someone carrying the weight of a failed marriage and years of emotional walls. She stares at her dessert, a chocolate soufflé that probably costs 10 times more than that gas station pizza she mentioned. But her mind seems elsewhere. I recognize that look. I've worn it myself, analyzing every angle of a business deal, weighing risks against rewards. What are you looking for, Zoe? Really looking for? Her eyes snap to mine, startled by the directness. I don't know. Something real, I guess. She sets down her spoon. My last relationship was with someone my parents approved of. Perfect on paper. He wore the right clothes, said the right things. And I was miserable. And now I want someone who makes me laugh. Someone who challenges me. Her fingers trace patterns on the tablecloth. Someone who sees me, not just what I could be or should be. The honesty in her voice hits me hard. I've spent years building walls, protecting myself from another failure like my marriage. But sitting here, watching her be so damn brave with her truth, makes me want to match it. I stopped dating after my divorce. The words come out rough. Threw myself into work instead, safer that way. And now? She echoes my question, a small smile playing at her lips. Now I'm sitting across from someone who makes me question everything I thought I knew. I lean forward. Someone who orders wine based on how pretty the label is and tells stories about butterfly attacks at weddings. Someone who scares the hell out of me. Her breath catches. Why do I scare you? Because you make me want things I convinced myself I didn't need anymore. The silence between us crackles with possibility, with fear, with hope. She reaches across the table, her fingers brushing mine. The simple touch sends electricity through my arm. I'm scared too, she whispers. But maybe that's not such a bad thing. I signal for the check, but neither of us moves to leave. The moment stretches between us, comfortable despite the weight of our confessions. I should get going. Zoe glances at her phone, her fingers drumming against the screen. I have to have a meeting tomorrow with my assistant. We'll be discussing a bride who wants to incorporate live peacocks into her ceremony. God knows what possessed her to think that was a good idea. Sounds dangerous. I slide my credit card to the waiter without looking at the bill, already knowing I'd pay any amount to extend this evening. Those things are vicious. I had a run-in with one at a property showing once. Damn bird chased me halfway across the lawn in front of my clients. Oh. Her eyes light up and she leans forward, elbows on the table. You can't leave me hanging on that story. I need to know if the mighty Jack Harrison ran from a bird. Save it for next time? The words come out as a question, even though I mean them as a statement. My heart pounds as I wait for her response, feeling like a teenager asking for a second date. Next time. She nods, a soft smile playing at her lips, making my chest tighten with anticipation. I'd like that. A lot, actually.
Chapter 9. Zoe. I stumble slightly as we approach my car, the cool night air doing little to sober me up. Jack's steady hand finds the small of my back, guiding me gently. Keys, he says, holding out his other hand. I fish them out of my purse and drop them into his palm, our fingers brushing briefly, sending a spark up my arm. He opens the passenger door for me, ever the gentleman, but his eyes hold a hint of something wilder. I slide into the seat, my heart pounding in my chest. He gets behind the wheel, his large frame filling the space, making the car feel suddenly intimate. Seatbelt, he reminds me, his voice a low rumble. I buckle up, my hands shaking slightly. He starts the engine, his hand resting casually on my thigh as he shifts gears. His touch is warm, firm, sending a jolt of heat straight through me. I swallow hard, trying to focus on anything but the sensation of his hand on my leg. The city lights blur past us, the silence filled only with the hum of the engine and the pounding of my own heart. His thumb begins to trace small circles on my thigh, a mere inch from where the hem of my dress ends. I can't help but squirm slightly, biting my lip to suppress a gasp. "You okay?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. I nod, not trusting my voice. He smirks, his eyes never leaving the road. "Just say the word, Zoe, and I'll stop." I stay silent, my breath hitching as his hand moves a little higher. The tension in the car is palpable, a live wire connecting us. I want to reach out to touch him, but I'm frozen, captured by his touch, his scent, his presence. We pull up to my apartment building, the car rolling to a stop. Jack turns to me, his blue eyes dark with desire. He leans in, his hand cupping my cheek, his thumb brushing my lips. I can't take it anymore. I close the distance between us, our lips crashing together. His kiss is fierce, passionate, all-consuming. His hand tangles in my hair, pulling me closer. I moan softly into his mouth, my hands grabbing his shirt, pulling him towards me. His other hand finds its way back to my thigh, gripping tightly, possessively. The world outside the car fades away. It's just us, lost in each other, the heat of our bodies fogging up the windows. His tongue teases mine, exploring, claiming. I'm on fire, every nerve ending alive and screaming for more. And Jack, he's right there with me, his breath ragged, his heart pounding against my chest. We're a mess of lips and hands and heat, and I never want it to end. I pull away from Jack's intense kiss, my breath ragged, heart pounding. I look into his eyes, which are dark with desire, and a surge of boldness rushes through me. "Come upstairs," I whisper, my voice barely recognizable. His eyes search mine, a silent question hanging between us. I nod, a small smile playing on my lips. He grins, a wolfish spark in his gaze. "Lead the way," he says, his voice a low rumble. We stumble out of the car, his hand never leaving mine. We reach my apartment door, and I fumble with the keys, my hands shaking with anticipation. He takes them from me, his hand steady as he unlocks the door. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 10. Jack. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my bedroom, and I stretch across the king-sized bed, savoring the lingering scent of Zoe's perfume on my skin. My muscles ache in the best way possible, a reminder of our passionate night together. I run my hand over my face, grinning like an idiot at the ceiling. Every moment with her plays on repeat in my mind. The way she arched into my touch, how her curls felt wrapped around my fingers, the soft sounds she made. The empty space beside me feels wrong. I should have brought her here instead of leaving her at her place. My house in the Garden District would have given us more privacy, more space to explore each other without worrying about thin apartment walls or nosy neighbors. I roll over, grabbing my phone from the nightstand. No messages. Of course not. It's barely 7 a.m. She's probably still asleep in her tiny bedroom, tangled in those purple sheets I helped guide her into last night. The thought of her alone in that bed twists something in my chest. I could have made her breakfast, showed off my skills with the waffle maker that's gathering dust in my kitchen. Could have wrapped my arms around her from behind while she sipped her morning coffee, maybe convinced her to join me in my oversized shower. Amateur move, Harrison. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet hitting the cool hardwood. 20 years of experience in business, and I still managed to screw up the morning after with the most incredible woman I've met in years. The house feels emptier than usual as I pad down the hallway. Every room I pass seems to mock me with its silence, its pristine, untouched surfaces. This place needs her energy, her laughter bouncing off the walls, the way she'd probably dance through the living room or curl up in one of the window seats with a book. I pause at my coffee maker, remembering how she'd mentioned loving hazelnut creamer. There's none in my fridge, just black coffee and almond milk. Another reminder that I should have brought her here, should have planned ahead. The shower does little to clear my head. Every movement reminds me of last night, of soft skin and wandering hands. I adjust my tie in the mirror, but even this simple task has me thinking of how Zoe's fingers trace down my chest, clawing at my shoulders through the fabric of my shirt. My usual morning routine feels mechanical. Keys, wallet, phone. The drive to the office passes in a blur of traffic lights and street signs. My secretary drops a stack of contracts on my desk, but the words swim before my eyes. Instead of property values and zoning laws, I see hazel eyes and wild curls. These need your signature by noon, Mr. Harrison. Right. I grab my pen, but my hand hovers over the paper. What's Zoe doing right now? Is she thinking about me too? Planning another charity gala, maybe, or meeting with clients who'll never appreciate how her nose crinkles when she laughs, the way her eyes light up when she gets excited about an idea. I can't focus on a damn thing today. My phone buzzes. Monica's name flashes across the screen, and reality crashes back in. Just what I need. My ex-wife's particular brand of chaos to complete this failure of a morning. Jack, you sound different. Her voice carries that familiar edge of curiosity mixed with judgment, that tone that always made me feel like I was being cross-examined in my own goddamn life. I'm working, Monica. What do you need? I lean back in my chair, already exhausted by whatever drama she's about to dump in my lap. The leather creaks under my weight, a sound that used to ground me in my executive authority. Today it just reminds me how trapped I feel in this office. Can an ex-wife check in? Though usually you're more focused. Even when we were married, you never let anything distract you from work. A pause. Except now something, or someone, has... Her voice takes on that probing quality I remember all too well from our marriage, like a shark circling its prey. That's none of your business. My jaw clenches so hard I can feel a headache coming on. Even after our separation, she still knows how to read me like one of those trashy romance novels she used to hide in her nightstand. It's infuriating how she can pick up on the smallest shift in my tone. Oh, please, I know that tone. Who is she? She draws out the last word like she's savoring it. We're not doing this. Was there something specific you needed? I press my fingertips against my temple, fighting the urge to hang up. These conversations with Monica always leave me feeling like I need a drink, and it's not even noon. Just confirming you'll be at the charity auction next week. The foundation still counts on your support even if we're not together anymore. Her words drip with sweetness, but I know better. Our years of marriage taught me exactly what that saccharine tone means. Maybe you'll bring your new distraction as your +1. She throws that last part in like it's casual, but there's nothing casual about Monica's questions. Ever. Fine. Yes, I met someone. The admission slips out before I can stop it. Stupid move. Giving Monica ammunition is like handing matches to a pyromaniac. I can already picture her perfectly manicured nails drumming against her desk, ready to dissect every detail of my personal life. And details, Jack. You know I'll find out anyway. The smugness in her voice makes me grip my phone tighter. Christ, she still knows exactly how to get under my skin. She's an event planner. Brilliant at what she does, creative, passionate. I catch myself before I say more, realizing I'm starting to sound defensive. The last thing I need is to give Monica more insight into how I feel about Zoe. How old is she? Monica cuts through my description like a knife. There's that tone, the one she used to use in board meetings right before going for the jugular. I pause, knowing exactly what's coming. My jaw clenches as I force out the words. 27. The silence on the other end stretches for 3 long seconds before Monica's laughter fills the line. Not her genuine laugh, the sharp, calculated one she uses in boardrooms to make people feel small. Oh, Jack? Really? You're becoming that guy? What guy? My teeth grind together. The middle-aged divorcee chasing young women to feel better about himself. It's beneath you. Her words slice through my defenses with surgical precision. Let me guess. She makes you feel young again? Helps you forget about our failed marriage? You don't know a damn thing about her. My free hand clenches into a fist on my desk. I know her type. Fresh out of college, starstruck by successful older men. Probably calls you daddy in bed. That's enough. My voice drops dangerously low. Face it, Jack, this is textbook rebound behavior. You're better than this midlife crisis cliché. Her words hit exactly where she knows they'll hurt most. Remember Richard from the club? When he started dating that yoga instructor? Everyone talked about how pathetic. I said enough! I stand so abruptly my chair slams against the wall. Unlike you, Monica, some people actually care about more than status and appearances. But her words have already burrowed under my skin, feeding the doubts I've been trying to ignore. The 18-year age gap between Zoe and me, the whispers that will follow us at every social event, the judgment in people's eyes when they see us together. I slam my phone down on the desk, Monica's words echoing in my head. The office feels suffocating, walls closing in with every breath. I loosen my tie, but it doesn't help. My fist connects with the desk, sending a stack of contracts sliding to the floor. The scattered papers mock me, a physical representation of how scattered my thoughts are right now. Is Monica right? Am I just another cliché? The image of Richard and his young girlfriend at the country club floods my mind. The whispers, the sideways glances, the patronizing smiles. The thought of people looking at Zoe that way makes my stomach turn. But Zoe isn't some trophy to parade around. She's brilliant, driven, lights up every room she walks into. The way she challenged me with her own wit and banter. The way she could handle my humor with a sass of her own. That's not some young girl trying to please an older man. I pace to the window, staring out at the New Orleans skyline without really seeing it. Last night wasn't about feeling young again. It was about feeling alive. Real. The way she saw through me, called me out on my control issues. That wasn't starstruck admiration. That was something else entirely. My reflection stares back at me from the glass. Salt and pepper hair. Laugh lines around my eyes. Christ, I could be her father. The thought hits like a punch to the gut. But when she looks at me, I don't see judgment or calculation in her eyes. I see warmth, understanding, a connection I haven't felt since, maybe ever. Mr. Harrison? My secretary's voice crackles through the intercom. Your 10 o'clock is here. I straighten my tie, trying to pull myself together. Monica's always known exactly where to plant her poison. But for the first time, I'm not sure I want to let her words take root.
Chapter 11. Zoe. I drum my fingers against the leather portfolio in front of me, scanning through the guest list for the 100th time. The Valentine's Day gala at the DuPont needs to be perfect. My reputation depends on it. No big deal. 3 weeks to make sure it's absolutely flawless. I think we've covered everything. My colleague, Amy, stretches her arms above her head, her dark curls bouncing with the movement. The florist confirmed the centerpieces, the bands locked in, and catering sent over the final menu. Even the ice sculpture guy promised delivery 2 hours before start time. Thank God. I lean back in my chair, allowing myself to relax for the first time in hours. The tension in my shoulders finally starts to ease. I met the most interesting man yesterday, Jack Harrison. He owns that big real estate firm downtown. Tall guy, incredible blue eyes, the kind of presence that just commands attention when he walks into a room. Amy's pen clatters to the floor. She straightens up so fast I swear I hear her spine crack, eyes wide as saucers. Jack Harrison? As in Monica Caldway's ex-husband? Holy moly. He never goes to these kinds of events anymore, not since the divorce. What? The name hits like a splash of cold water. Monica Caldway? Yeah, she's actually attending one of our events soon, the one in a few days. Amy pulls up the guest list on her tablet. She RSVP'd last week. Small world, right? My stomach does an uncomfortable flip and I grip the edge of my desk. I had no idea they were married. Like, at all. It was this whole society thing a few years back. Amy leans forward, clearly eager to share the gossip, her eyes sparkling with that look she gets when she's about to spill some serious tea. They were like New Orleans power couple until the divorce. Everyone wanted to be them or be around them. I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. It was all over the papers, even made the national news for a hot minute. I think back to Jack's easy smile, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed, how confident and at ease he seemed. Nothing about him suggested a messy divorce or society scandal. Hell, he looked more like a guy who'd spend his weekends sailing or playing golf than someone tangled up in tabloid drama. How long were they married? The words slip out before I can stop them. Damn my curiosity. 3 years, I think. I could be wrong, though. Monica's been a regular client of ours since the split. Amy scrolls through her tablet, her manicured nail tapping against the screen. She always books the best venues for her charity functions. Drops serious cash, too. Like, enough to make your eyes water. Girl knows how to throw a party. I stare down at my own tablet, but the words blur together. Jack Harrison and Monica Caldway. The revelation shouldn't bother me. It's ancient history. But something about knowing I'll have to face his ex-wife at an upcoming event makes my skin prickle. My throat goes dry as I pull up Monica's profile on my phone. The photos make my heart sink further. She's stunning in that old money way. All high cheekbones and perfect posture. Each image shows her at some high-profile event, dripping in designer clothes that probably cost more than my monthly salary. She's gorgeous, I mutter, more to myself than Amy, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach as I scroll through photo after perfect photo. Total knockout, and smart as hell too. Built her own empire in commercial real estate. Started from scratch and turned it into a multi-million-dollar operation before she hit 35. Amy pauses, squinting at me with that look she gets when she's trying to read my mind. Hey, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I lock my phone with a sharp click, but Monica's face lingers in my mind like an unwanted afterimage. Her perfect smile, those designer clothes, that air of sophistication I'll never match. Jack and I hooked up last night. Nothing serious yet, but, oh man. Amy's eyes widen with understanding, and she leans forward across her desk. And now you're worried about them being in the same room together? At the DuPont thing? The question hits a nerve I didn't even know was exposed. Jack and Monica shared a life together, fancy galas, business connections, probably inside jokes I'll never understand. They moved in circles I can only dream about. What if seeing her brings back all those memories? They were married, Amy. Like, built a whole life together. My voice comes out smaller than intended. I'm just an event coordinator who happened to catch his eye. What if... Don't go there. Amy reaches across the desk, squeezing my hand. That's ancient history. But the thought's already taken root, burrowing deep into my psyche like an unwelcome guest. Every interaction with Jack replays in my head, now tainted with doubt and second-guessing. Did he compare my laugh to hers? My style? The way I handle myself in social situations? Does he secretly wish I had her sophistication, her natural grace in those high society circles he's so familiar with? You should see the way they used to look at each other in photos. I scrolled through another article about their split, torturing myself with images of their perfect life together, like they knew something the rest of the world didn't. They were New Orleans royalty, for God's sake. Everyone wanted what they had. The Valentine's Day Gala suddenly feels less like a career milestone and more like an emotional minefield waiting to blow up in my face. The brief time I shared with Jack last night seems insignificant, almost childish, compared to 3 years of marriage to someone like Monica Caldway. Someone who probably never had to Google proper wine etiquette or practice pronouncing French dishes before important dinners. Maybe I'm in over my head here. I close the browser, but the knot in my stomach only tightens. I mean, how do you compete with someone's ex-wife when she looks like that and probably knows him better than he knows himself? Girl, stop. Amy shuts her tablet with a decisive snap. You're spiraling. If you met this man and trusted him enough to hook up with him, it's because you saw something special in him. You have some of the best judgment around. You did that for a reason. This guy is a catch. But, no buts. Monica's old news, ancient history, like flip phone ancient. Amy leans forward, her expression serious, dark eyes blazing with conviction. And let me tell you something else. You are one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Jack Harrison would be lucky to have you on his arm, and he probably knows that already. Her words sink in, and some of the tension eases from my shoulders. The knot in my stomach loosens just a fraction. You really think so? I know so. Trust me. I've been around. She reaches across and squeezes my hand. I've watched you light up every room you walk into for years. Stop comparing yourself to his past and focus on your future. I nod, trying to focus on my tablet screen. The florist's mock-ups for the table arrangements blur together as my mind wanders. What if Jack and Monica end up at the same table? What if they share some inside joke about their time together? What if... Earth to Zoe. Amy's voice cuts through my spiral. The roses, red or pink for the entrance arch? Right, sorry. I pull up the color swatches, but my thoughts keep drifting to Jack's blue eyes. The way they lit up when he smiled at me. Then I picture him smiling at Monica that same way, years ago, probably at another glamorous event, just like the one I'm planning. I switch to the lighting scheme document, determined to stay professional. But each detail I review spawns a new worry. The dance floor. Will they share a dance for old times' sake? The champagne toast. Will it bring back memories of their wedding day? Your face is doing that thing again, Amy points out. The overthinking thing? I can't help it. I set down my tablet, running my hands through my curls. Every decision I make for this gala now feels like it could somehow trigger some romantic flashback between them. You're seriously overthinking this. Amy's voice carries that no-nonsense tone she reserves for when I'm being ridiculous. When's the last time you saw an ex-couple get back together at some random event? But they weren't just any couple. I fidget with my pen, clicking it repeatedly until Amy shoots me a look. They were the couple? My mind drifts back to last night, to my tiny apartment. The way his hands traced my curves, how his voice dropped to that deep, possessive growl when he whispered, "You're all mine now," against my neck while we had sex against my front door. The memory sends shivers down my spine, but doubt creeps in like poison. What if he said that to her too? The words tumble out before I can stop them. What if it's just his thing, his go-to line? Oh my God, stop. Amy reaches across and snatches my pen away. You're driving yourself crazy over what ifs. The man clearly wanted you. But the jealousy gnaws at me, spreading through my chest like wildfire. I pull up another photo of Monica at some charity gala, her smile perfect, her pose elegant. Everything about her screams old money and sophistication. You should have seen him last night, Amy. The way he looked at me, touched me. God, it felt so real. I dropped my head into my hands. But what if that's just how he is? What if he looked at her the exact same way? The memory of his intense blue eyes, the way they darkened with desire when he claimed me as his, now feels tainted. What if those same eyes once looked at Monica with the same heat? What if those same hands traced her curves with the same reverence? What if all mine was just another line in his repertoire? I feel so stupid. I mutter into my palms. Here I am, getting all worked up over one night with him, when she had 3 whole years.
Chapter 12. Jack. I adjust my tie one final time before stepping into the Watson Hotel's grand ballroom. The space pulses with energy. String lights twinkling overhead, champagne glasses clinking, the low hum of conversation filling the air. Somewhere in this crowd, Zoe's orchestrating another flawless event. My chest tightens at the thought of seeing her again, of watching her work her magic. I nab a champagne flute, ready to find Zoe and spark up a conversation. Then I spot her. Not Zoe. Monica. My ex-wife stands near the bar, champagne flute in hand, commanding attention like she always has. She wears a deep red dress that catches the light, her dark hair swept up in that elegant way she perfected years ago. The sight of her hits me like a physical blow, memories rushing back unbidden. Our first dance at our wedding. Quiet Sunday mornings reading the paper together. That devastating argument that marked the beginning of the end. The way she looked at me across the courtroom, eyes cold and distant when we signed the divorce papers. My collar feels too tight. I loosen it with one finger, trying to maintain my composure while scanning the room for an escape route. The rational part of my brain knows this reaction is ridiculous. We've been divorced for years. But seeing her here, in this setting that reminds me so much of our shared past... She laughs at something someone says, and the sound carries across the room. It's the same laugh that once made my heart race, now serving as a bitter reminder of everything we lost, everything we destroyed. I force my shoulders back, jaw clenched. I'm here for Zoe, not to dwell on ancient history. But the knot in my stomach tightens as Monica turns, her gaze sweeping the room. Any second now, she'll spot me. And despite all my carefully constructed walls, despite the new life I've built, I'm not sure I'm ready for that moment. The weight of our shared history presses down on me like a physical thing. 3 years of marriage, countless society events just like this one, all the dreams we had, reduced to awkward glances across crowded rooms. "Jack, there you are!" Amanda waves enthusiastically from a nearby cocktail table, beckoning me over with perfectly manicured fingers. I paste on my best socialite smile, the one I've perfected after years of these damn events, and make my way through the crowd, grateful for the momentary distraction from Monica's presence. At least this gives me somewhere to focus, besides watching my ex-wife work the room. "This event is spectacular," Amanda's husband David raises his glass of 18-year-old scotch, ice cubes clinking against crystal. The lighting alone must have cost a fortune. And those flower arrangements? Jesus. I nod mechanically, though my attention keeps drifting to the bar area where Monica had been standing. Yes, they really outdid themselves with this decor. The words feel hollow in my mouth, meaningless small talk when my mind is somewhere else entirely. Speaking of investments, David launches into a story about his latest real estate venture, something about a downtown development project. I've heard variations of this pitch 100 times before at these functions. The familiar drone of business talk washes over me as I scan the crowd, trying and failing not to search for her familiar silhouette. The words wash over me as I track Monica's movement through my peripheral vision. She's migrating toward our side of the room, still holding court with her usual circle of admirers. "Hey, Jack." Amanda touches my arm. "You seem distracted." "Just taking in the atmosphere." I drain half my drink. The lighting really is something. Oh my God, did you see the ice sculpture?" Rebecca joins our group, her designer heels clicking against the marble floor, each step echoing with the distinct sound of $1,000 shoes. "And those flower arrangements? I need the event coordinator's number for my daughter's wedding. She would absolutely die for something like this." I reach for my wallet, grateful for the business-related topic that might keep my mind occupied. "Here's her card." Monica's voice cuts through the chatter like a knife, that familiar, sultry tone that used to wake me up every morning. She hasn't approached yet, but she's close enough now that I can hear her distinct laugh mixing with the ambient noise, the sound making my shoulders tense. My hand freezes halfway to my pocket, my fingers suddenly stiff and uncooperative. "The catering is phenomenal too," David continues, oblivious to my tension as he gestures with his champagne glass. "Have you tried the crab cakes? They're doing something with a citrus aioli that's absolutely killing it. You've got to get one before they're gone." I force myself to focus on his words, but it's like trying to read underwater. Every cell in my body seems attuned to Monica's presence, to the weight of our history pressing against my chest. My throat tightens as memories flood back. Morning coffees, heated arguments, the final slam of the door. All of it hits me like a physical blow. "Jack?" Rebecca waves her hand in front of my face, her brow furrowed with concern. "The card?" "Right. Sorry." I fumble with my wallet, nearly dropping it. The simple task of retrieving Zoe's business card suddenly feels monumental. My fingers refuse to cooperate, sliding uselessly against the leather as if they've forgotten how to perform basic functions. The conversation flows around me, but I'm barely present. My responses become automatic, punctuated by tight smiles and brief nods. The champagne in my glass has turned warm, forgotten in my hand as I navigate this minefield of small talk and suppressed memories. David's voice fades to white noise as I fight the urge to turn around. I force my attention back to the conversation, determined to find Zoe and focus on why I'm really here. The room feels too warm, too crowded, but I straighten my shoulders. This is her night. I won't let old ghosts ruin it. Then it happens. Monica's gaze locks with mine across the sea of designer dresses and tailored suits. Her blue eyes widen slightly, the only crack in her perfect composure. She excuses herself from her group and glides toward me with practiced grace, each step bringing a fresh wave of anxiety. "Jack." My name rolls off her tongue like expensive wine, smooth and practiced. "I was expecting to see you here." I grip my glass tighter, fighting the urge to down it in one gulp. "Monica." "You look well." She studies me with that penetrating stare I used to know so well, the one that always made me feel like she could see right through my defenses. "Still keeping up with the running? You always were so dedicated to your routines." "When I can." The words scrape against my throat like sandpaper. Around us, the party continues in full swing, but the space between us feels charged, dangerous, a minefield of unspoken history and jagged endings. David and Amanda exchange knowing glances and drift away, the traitors, leaving me exposed on this battlefield of small talk and forced civility. Somewhere in this crowd, Zoe's working her magic, making sure everything runs perfectly, handling all the million details that make these events shine. The last thing she needs is drama at her event, especially involving me and my train wreck of a past marriage. I hear your company's expanding into commercial properties downtown. Monica takes a delicate sip of champagne. The Mitchell Project? My jaw clenches. Of course, she knows about that deal. She always keeps tabs on everything. Just finalizing the details. Always the ambitious one. Her lips curve into that familiar half-smile that used to drive me crazy. Now it just makes my stomach turn. Some things never change. I scan the room, desperately seeking Zoe's familiar curls in the crowd. The last thing I want is for her to see me talking to Monica and get the wrong idea. But the room's packed, and Zoe could be anywhere, handling any of 1,000 details that make these events run smoothly. And where's your +1 tonight? Monica's voice drips with honey-coated venom. Your 27-year-old? The champagne turns sour in my mouth. My fingers tighten around the glass stem until I worry it might snap. Don't. The word comes out sharper than intended. What? I'm merely showing interest in your life. She arches one perfectly manicured eyebrow. That's allowed, isn't it? We were married for 3 years, after all. The mention of our marriage hits like a punch to the gut. But as I stand here, watching Monica's calculated performance, something shifts inside me. I think of Zoe, her genuine laugh, the way her eyes light up when she talks about her work, how she sees straight through me without playing these exhausting social games. Zoe's working tonight. I straighten my spine, meeting Monica's gaze directly. And yes, she is accomplished. Incredibly so. The string quartet starts up a new piece, the music floating through the air like perfume. All around us, couples drift toward the dance floor, their movements elegant and practiced. It's exactly the kind of scene Monica and I used to dominate. But now it feels hollow, artificial. My chest tightens as I spot a flash of familiar curls across the room. Zoe. She's directing the catering staff, tablet in hand, radiating competence and energy. The sight of her centers me, even as the weight of Monica's presence and this whole damn evening presses down like a physical thing. I want to go to Zoe, to feel the realness of her presence instead of drowning in this sea of memories and pointed remarks. But uncertainty roots me to the spot, the ghost of my past marriage on one side, the promise of something genuine on the other, and me caught in between. The string quartet's melody wrapping around it all like invisible threads.
Chapter 13. Zoe. I tap my tablet screen, confirming the dessert service timing with the catering manager. The Watson Hotel Gala's running like clockwork, every detail falling into place exactly as planned. But for once, my mind isn't solely focused on centerpieces and timing cues. Jack's here. The knowledge of his presence sends little sparks through my chest, making it hard to concentrate on the task at hand. I caught a glimpse of him earlier when he arrived, tall and commanding in his perfectly tailored suit, that hint of silver at his temples, making him look even more distinguished. The band needs their next break schedule, Amy reminds me, waving her clipboard in my face to get my attention. Right. I blink, trying to focus on the logistics instead of daydreaming about a certain Silver Fox CEO. Tell them after the next 3 songs. My words trail off as I spot Jack across the room near the ice sculpture that took 4 hours to position just right. He's not alone. A woman in a red dress stands close to him, her perfectly manicured hand gesturing as she speaks, diamonds glinting on her wrist. Even from this distance, I can see the tension in his jaw, the rigid set of his shoulders. His hands are clenched at his sides, and he's got that look, the one that means he's barely holding on to his composure. Monica, his ex-wife. Something hot and uncomfortable twists in my stomach as I watch them interact. The way she leans slightly toward him, the practiced elegance of her movements, the history evident in their body language. They look like they belong in this glittering ballroom together. Two beautiful people from the same world of old money and social obligations. I grip my tablet tighter, my professional mask slipping. The rational part of my brain knows I should be checking on the dessert station or confirming the valet parking situation. Instead, Ted, I'm frozen in place, watching Jack and Monica's interaction with an intensity that surprises me. Monica laughs at something, the sound carrying across the room. Her hand brushes Jack's arm, a casual touch that speaks of years of intimacy. The twist in my stomach sharpens into something that feels dangerously like jealousy. I force myself to look away, but my gaze keeps drifting back to them like a compass finding north. The elegant sweep of Monica's dress, the confident tilt of her chin, the way she commands attention without even trying. She represents everything I'm not in this world of high society events. She belongs here, mingling with these people, while I'm just the hired help, making sure their champagne glasses stay full and their evening runs smoothly. Zoe. Amy's voice breaks through my thoughts. The band? Sorry. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the unwelcome feelings. My fingers tap nervously against my tablet screen, leaving smudges I'll have to clean later. Yes, 3 more songs. I already talked to them about extending their set if needed. I'm grateful for the distraction, even if it's just work-related. Anything to keep my mind off the way Jack's hand rests casually on the small of Monica's back. I retreat to the hotel's industrial kitchen, finding momentary solace among the clattering of dishes and sizzling pans. The staff buzzes around me, but I barely register their presence. My tablet sits forgotten on a steel prep counter as I lean against it, trying to steady my breathing. Get it together, I mutter to myself. This is ridiculous. But the image of Jack and Monica won't leave my mind. They share years of history, holidays, inside jokes, quiet moments I'll never be part of. How can I compete with that kind of connection? Every shared glance between them probably holds more meaning than all the conversations Jack and I have had combined. The steam from a nearby pot fogs up my vision. Or maybe those are tears threatening to form. I blink them away furiously. I'm being unprofessional, childish. This isn't some romantic comedy where I'm the plucky young heroine destined to win the sophisticated businessman's heart. A sous chef bumps past me with a tray of perfectly arranged desserts, and I shift out of the way. God, what was I thinking? Letting myself fall for a man like him. Jack probably sees me as nothing more than the efficient event planner who makes the corporate functions run smoothly. Someone to smile at, maybe flirt with casually, but not someone to build a future with. Monica's laugh echoes in my memory, cultured and confident. She knows which wine to order at 5-star restaurants, probably summers in the Hamptons. Understands Jack's world in a way I never could. Meanwhile, I'm hiding in a kitchen, questioning every interaction I've ever had with him. You okay there, Miss Mitchell? Jeremy, one of the sous chefs, pauses his garnishing to look at me. His dark eyes hold genuine concern. A smudge of chocolate on his pristine white chef's coat betrays the intensity of the evening's preparations. I straighten up, smoothing down my dress and forcing my professional smile back into place. Yes, I'm fine. Just taking a quick breather. My voice sounds steadier than I feel, which is something at least. Well, if it means anything, this is one of the smoothest events we've had all season. He arranges a sprig of mint on a chocolate mousse with practiced precision, his movements quick and efficient. The timing's perfect. We're not rushed, the food's going out hot, and I haven't heard a single complaint. That's rare in this business. He gives me a knowing look as he adds another perfect dessert to the growing line of plates. Whatever's got you hiding in here, just remember you're damn good at what you do. His words hit something inside me, cutting through the fog of self-doubt like a shaft of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. He's right. I've orchestrated dozens of successful events, built a reputation on my ability to handle pressure and deliver excellence. Tonight is no different, just another chance to prove why I'm one of the best in the business. Thanks, Jeremy. I needed to hear that. My shoulders straighten as I find my confidence again. Keep doing what you're doing. He gives me a quick nod before returning to his plating, the practiced movements of his hands transforming simple desserts into works of art. I grab my tablet and check my reflection in its darkened screen, scrutinizing every detail. My curls are still perfectly in place, lipstick unsmudged, not a single wrinkle in my dress. Professional. Capable. I take a deep breath, squaring my shoulders and lifting my chin. Time to get back out there and show everyone exactly why Zoe Mitchell is the event planner they can't live without. I head back into the ballroom, my heels clicking with renewed purpose against the polished floor. The music wraps around me as I emerge, and I immediately spot 3 tasks that need my attention. The ice sculpture's starting to drip faster than anticipated. I'll need to adjust the lighting. The band's getting close to their break time, and the dessert course should start in exactly 17 minutes. I move through the crowd with purpose, my heels clicking against the marble floor like a metronome keeping time. My earpiece crackles with updates from the staff, and I respond with clear, precise instructions. My voice steady and sure. This is what I do. This is what I'm good at. This is where I shine. The room sparkles with success. Crystal glasses catching the light like scattered diamonds. Satisfied smiles on guests' faces. The perfect balance of music and conversation filling the air. The string quartet hits every note just right, and the champagne flows freely. I've created this. Every detail, every moment, orchestrated to perfection. The satisfaction settles deep in my bones. I direct the staff to begin preparing for the dessert service, watching as they move with the choreographed precision I've drilled into them. My confidence grows with each completed task, each small victory adding up to something magnificent. The chocolate soufflés will be perfect. I made damn sure of that. Whatever's happening in my personal life can wait. Right now, I have a job to do, and I do it better than anyone else in New Orleans. I weave through the crowd, tablet pressed against my chest like armor. The dessert service flows perfectly, each plate a masterpiece of presentation, every server hitting their marks with practiced grace. I keep my eyes trained on the details, the way the champagne catches the light, how the band transitions seamlessly between songs, the pleased murmurs of satisfied guests. A flash of that tailored suit in my peripheral vision sends me ducking behind a flower arrangement. My heart pounds against my ribs as Jack passes by, his cologne lingering in the air. I wait until he's well past before emerging, directing a waiter to refresh the West Corner tables. The chocolate soufflés are a hit, Amy reports, appearing at my elbow. Good. I nod, pretending to study my schedule. Make sure the kitchen keeps up with the timing. We can't have them falling. Another glimpse of Jack, this time by the bar. He's scanning the room, probably looking for Monica. The thought stings more than it should. I spin on my heel, finding urgent business in the opposite direction. Miss Mitchell? A server waves me over with a question about wine pairings. I throw myself into the minutiae of the event, grateful for every interruption and problem that needs solving. Each task puts another layer of distance between me and the foolish fantasy I'd built up in my head. What was I thinking? A man like Jack Harrison doesn't end up with the help. He was probably just bored, looking for some excitement between events, and I gave him what he wanted. The evidence is right there in the way he and Monica move in the same circles, speak the same language of old money and social graces. I'm just the girl who makes sure their parties run smoothly, who coordinates their valet parking, and ensures their champagne is properly chilled. My earpiece crackles with updates, and I respond automatically, letting the familiar rhythm of event management wash away the ache in my chest. This is reality. This is where I belong. Behind the scenes, making everything perfect for everyone else's fairy tale endings.
Chapter 14. Jack. The last guests filter out of the grand ballroom, their laughter and chatter fading into echoes against the marble floors. I scan the thinning crowd, my heart sinking with each unfamiliar face. No sign of Zoe anywhere. The crystal chandeliers cast dancing shadows across the emptying space, making the search even more frustrating. Damn it. I'd hoped to catch her before the night ended, to see that brilliant smile one more time. My fingers drum against my thigh as I weave through the scattered groups of lingering attendees. The scent of her perfume still lingers in the air, something light and citrusy that's been driving me crazy all evening. "Have you seen the event planner?" I ask one of the catering staff, trying to keep the urgency out of my voice. This isn't like me, chasing after someone like a lovesick teenager. But there's something about her that's gotten under my skin. She shakes her head, already stacking empty champagne flutes onto her tray. The soft clink of glass against glass only heightens my growing sense of disappointment. I should have made my move sooner. I check the entrance hall, the coat check, even peek into the kitchen. Nothing. The disappointment sits heavy in my chest, mixing with the champagne I'd been nursing all evening. I haven't felt this drawn to someone in longer than I care to admit. A flash of movement catches my eye down one of the side corridors, the kind of hidden passage most guests wouldn't notice. Following my instinct, I turn down the dimly lit hallway, my footsteps echoing against the polished marble floor. My heart pounds a little faster with each step, and I silently curse myself for acting like some desperate fool. And there she is, standing in a pool of soft light from a wall sconce. She's even more breathtaking than she was in the crowded ballroom. Zoe leans against the wall, her face illuminated by the soft glow of her tablet. Her fingers dance across the screen with practiced precision, completely absorbed in whatever she's working on. A stray curl has escaped her updo, falling across her cheek. The sight of her makes my pulse quicken. I approach, not wanting to startle her. The click of my dress shoes against the floor gives away my presence. Working hard or hardly working? The words come out before I can stop them. Smooth, Harrison. Real smooth. Zoe's eyes flick up from her tablet, and the warmth I'd seen in them earlier has vanished. Her shoulders tense as she straightens, putting deliberate distance between us. The playful energy she usually has is gone, replaced by something cold and guarded that makes my jaw clench. "Mr. Harrison, did you need something?" Her tone is professional, detached. Ice runs through my veins at the sudden shift. After the connection we shared, this feels like a slap in the face. "Cut the Mr. Harrison nonsense! What's going on?" I take a step closer, but she shifts away, busying herself with her tablet. The space between us feels like a goddamn chasm, and every instinct I have screams at me to bridge it. Nothing's going on. I'm just wrapping up some final details from the event. She won't meet my eyes, focusing instead on the screen with an intensity that seems forced. Her fingers tap against the tablet's surface with sharp, staccato movements that betray her tension. Something's definitely wrong, and I'll be damned if I'm letting her shut me out like this. Really? Because I've been looking for you the whole night, hoping to talk to you, and now you can barely look at me, and I have no clue why. I press my palm against the wall beside her, not blocking her in, but making it clear I'm not walking away from whatever this is. Talk to me, Zoe. I should get back to work. She moves to step around me, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands as she clutches her tablet. The way her fingers grip the device tightly sets off every warning bell in my head. Work's done. The event's over. Try again. My jaw clenches as frustration builds in my chest. I hate games, and whatever's happening right now feels like one big mind game. I've dealt with enough crap in boardrooms to recognize avoidance tactics when I see them. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with. She lifts her chin, finally meeting my gaze, but her eyes are guarded, locked down tight like a bank vault. If you'll excuse me. No, I won't excuse you. Not until you tell me what changed between us. I shift my weight, maintaining my position without crowding her. The last thing I need is to make her feel trapped, but damn if I'm letting her walk away from this conversation. Mr. Harrison, Jack. My voice comes out harder than intended, an edge of command I usually reserve for difficult business negotiations. But this isn't business. This is personal, and something about her sudden formality cuts deep. Fine. Jack. She exhales sharply. Some things are better left alone. Now, if you don't mind, I have other matters to attend to. The dismissal in her voice sets my teeth on edge. Something spooked her. That much is clear, but her refusal to be straight with me is pushing all my buttons. I've spent too many years dealing with people's crap to accept this kind of evasion. That's not good enough, Zoe. I keep my voice low, controlled, even as frustration builds in my chest. I want to know what's going on with you, and I'm not letting you walk away from me until you tell me what's happening. Her eyes flash with anger as her arms drops to her sides, her fingers clenching into tight fists. I saw you with her, you know, with Monica. The name hits me like a punch to the gut, sending a cold wave of understanding through my body. My hand drops from the wall as I process her words, my mind racing back through every recent interaction, trying to pinpoint exactly what she might have seen. You two looked comfortable. Zoe's voice wavers, and there's a hint of something else there. Hurt. Maybe jealousy. The way she touched your arm, how you both laughed. It was like watching a perfect power couple. Both successful, both sophisticated. Stop! The word comes out sharper than intended, cutting through the air between us like a blade. My jaw clenches as old memories threaten to surface. That's not... Not what? Not true. She lets out a small laugh as she shakes her head. Come on, Jack. I'm 27, planning parties for a living. She's this incredible businesswoman who made my life hell for 3 years. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Because from where I stood, it looked like nothing. My voice rises. You want to know what that conversation was? Monica telling me about her new business ventures and me being polite because we were in public. The memory of that awkward exchange makes my jaw clench. That's it. Zoe's shoulders drop slightly, but the wariness remains in her eyes. You can't tell me there aren't still feelings there. Yeah, there are feelings. Regret. Relief. It's over. I step closer, needing her to understand. But not what you think. The words stick in my throat. I'm terrible at this. At being vulnerable. At letting someone see past the carefully constructed walls. Then what am I supposed to think? Her voice softens, but the hurt lingers. Because I feel like I'm competing with a ghost, and I can't... You're not competing with anyone. My hands itch to touch her, to pull her close, but I force them to stay at my sides. The only person I've thought about all night is you. The only person who makes me feel... I trail off, struggling to find the right words. How do I tell her she's the first woman since Monica who's made me want to risk my heart again? That the thought of opening up terrifies me as much as losing her does? Feel what, Jack? Alive. The admission comes out rough, raw. You make me feel alive, Zoe, and that scares the life out of me. Her eyes soften at my confession, and something inside my chest constricts. Vulnerability isn't my strong suit. Years of boardroom battles and a failed marriage have taught me to keep my guard up, but with Zoe, those walls crumble like they're made of sand. I'm scared too. Yee, she takes a shaky breath, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her tablet. Every time I look at you, I see everything I shouldn't want. Someone established, successful, someone who could break my heart without even trying. You think I'm not terrified? I run a hand through my hair, frustration and desire warring inside me. Christ, Zoe, you're young, brilliant, with your whole life ahead of you. You could have anyone. I don't want anyone. Her voice cracks. I want you. And that scares me because my colleagues, my friends, they keep telling me I'm too young, that I should focus on my career, that I'm not ready for something serious. Screw what everyone else thinks. The words come out harsh, protective. The only thing that matters is what you want. What I want. She lets out a bitter laugh. What I want is to stop comparing myself to your ex-wife, to stop wondering if I'm sophisticated enough, successful enough. Monica was a mistake. The admission burns my throat. A carefully calculated partnership that looked perfect on paper and felt hollow as hell. You're nothing like her, Zoe. And thank God for that. Her breath catches. The tablet slips from her fingers, clattering against the marble floor. Neither of us moves to pick it up. I spent 3 years trying to be what she wanted. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Playing the part of the perfect power couple while dying inside, I won't do that again. I can't. Jack. She steps closer, close enough that I can smell her citrus perfume. I don't want you to be anything but who you are. The honesty in her voice hits me like a physical blow. My hands shake with the need to touch her, to pull her close and never let go. But there's more truth that needs to be said. I'm not good at this. I gesture between us, opening up, being vulnerable. The last time I tried. The memory of signing those divorce papers flashes through my mind. Let's just say it didn't end well. Neither am I. She reaches out, her fingers ghosting over my arm. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we can be not good at it together.
Chapter 15. Zoe. The last guest waves goodbye, and I double-check my tablet one final time. The Watson Hotel ballroom sparkles after tonight's gala, another successful event under my belt. My feet ache in these heels, but the satisfaction of a job well done makes it worth it. I push through the revolving doors into the cool night air and pull out my phone to call a cab. Need a ride? Jack's deep voice startles me. He stands by his black Mercedes, keys dangling from his fingers. The streetlights catch the silver in his hair, and my stomach does that annoying flip it's been doing all evening whenever he's near. Oh, no thanks. I'll just grab a cab. I wave my phone at him. At this hour, come on, let me drive you. He steps closer and I catch a whiff of his cologne. It's the least I can do after you pulled off such an amazing event. Really, it's fine. I insist. His blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my knees weak. This isn't the safest neighborhood at night. Before I can protest again, a familiar voice cuts through the night air like ice. Well, isn't this cozy? Monica Caldway clicks across the sidewalk in her Louboutins, her dark hair perfect despite the late hour. Her presence seems to drop the temperature 10 degrees. Jack's jaw tightens. Monica. I was just leaving when I spotted you. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes as she looks between us. How interesting to find you here, Jack. Playing chauffeur to the help now? My fists clench at the words. I straighten my spine and open my mouth to respond, but Jack beats me to it. The help you're referring to just ran a successful event and had everyone in there raving about it for hours. His voice carries a sharp edge I haven't heard before, and something dangerous flashes in his eyes. Something you should have known since you attended this gala yourself. Or were you too busy trying to network your way into the Anderson merger to notice? She laughed softly, the sound like broken glass. I don't concern myself with such trivial things, she replies, perking a perfectly groomed brow. Her eyes course over my body in a way that makes me squirm, dissecting every inch from my sensible heels to my carefully styled hair. So this is the 27-year-old you talked about? A bit pedestrian, don't you think? Monica, get out of here. Jack's voice drops to a growl that sends shivers down my spine. She's an event coordinator? Monica hums, tapping one manicured finger against forearm. Curious occupation. I never thought you'd be interested in a girl with that sort of background, Jack. Though I suppose someone has to plan the parties for the people who actually matter. I want to snap back at her, but my tongue feels frozen. Every insecurity I've pushed down about Jack comes rushing to the surface. The age gap, my background, the fact that I'm an event coordinator while he's a CEO. That's enough. Jack steps between us, his broad shoulders blocking Monica from view like a protective wall. His muscles are coiled tight with tension beneath his fitted dress shirt. You're drunk, Monica. Go home. Am I wrong, though? Her words slice through the night air like shards of glass. How long will this last, Jack? A month? 2? Until you get bored playing sugar daddy to some girl barely out of college? We both know how this ends. My eyes burn, prickling with tears I refuse to let fall. Each word hits like a physical blow, feeding the doubts I've tried so hard to silence. The age gap between Jack and me suddenly feels like a chasm I can't cross. You don't know anything about me or Zoe. Jack's voice carries that dangerous edge again, the one that makes even my knees weak despite the situation. His hands clench into fists at his sides. And you lost the right to comment on my personal life when I what? When I got tired of your controlling nature? Your need to fix everything and everyone? Monica's laugh echoes off the building. Oh, honey. She turns to me. He'll try to remake you into his perfect little trophy. Just wait. First, it'll be subtle suggestions about your wardrobe, then your job, then your friends. That's not true. But my voice comes out smaller than I intended. Look at you. Monica gestures at my outfit. Already dressing the part, but you'll never quite fit in, will you? The country club ladies will always see you as the help. The board members' wives will always whisper about your age. Jack grabs my hand, his grip firm and warm. Get in the car, Zoe. We're leaving. But Monica's words have found their mark. Every doubt I've had about us crystallizes in this moment. He'll tire of you, Monica calls after us. He always does. He's a man of fickle interests, and you'll learn that soon enough. I flinch as Jack's voice booms across the clearing. You're a piece of work, Monica. Coming here drunk, spewing venom at someone you don't even know? This isn't about helping anyone. It's about you being bitter and pathetic. Oh, please. Monica waves her hand dismissively. I'm doing this girl a favor. You'll crush her, just like you crushed me with your controlling ways and your need to micromanage everything. That's rich coming from someone who cheated on me with one of my friends. Jack's words cut through the night air. Monica's eyes narrow. And there it is, the real Jack Harrison, always bringing up ancient history when things don't go his way. She turns to me, her expression almost pitying. Good luck, sweetie. You'll need it when he starts dictating every aspect of your life. She spins on her heel and struts away, leaving the scent of expensive perfume in her wake. My hands shake as I wrap my arms around myself. The tears I've been fighting burn behind my eyes, threatening to spill over. Monica's words echo in my head about the country club wives, about Jack getting bored, about me never fitting in. Zoe. Jack's hands grip my shoulders, gentle but firm, his warmth seeping through my dress. Look at me, please. I keep my eyes fixed on the ground, watching as a tear splashes onto the concrete. The tiny droplet spreads into a dark circle, matching the heaviness in my chest. Baby, please. His voice cracks with an emotion I've never heard from him before. Don't let her get in your head. Monica doesn't know anything about us. Maybe. My voice comes out barely above a whisper, and I hate how weak I sound. Maybe I should just grab that cab after all. This whole thing, us, it's too complicated. No, don't. I just need some time to think. I step back, his hands falling from my shoulders, and the loss of contact makes me shiver despite the warm evening air. Please, Jack. I need to go home. Alone. I pull out my phone with trembling fingers and open my rideshare app. The screen blurs as more tears threaten to spill over. At least let me wait with you until your ride arrives. Jack's voice carries a hint of genuine concern, but I don't need that right now. And I certainly don't need his pity. I'll be fine. The words catch in my throat. I take a step back, needing distance between us, between his expensive suit and my clearance rack dress, between his world and mine. Monica's words loop in my head like a poisonous mantra. Sugar daddy, trophy, the help. Each one strikes deeper than the last, confirming fears I've pushed aside since Jack and I first connected. My phone buzzes. My ride's 3 minutes away. Jack runs a hand through his silver-streaked hair, messing up its perfect styling. This is exactly what she wanted, to get in your head. Is it, though? The question slips out before I can stop it. The things she said about the country club? About me not fitting in. They're true, aren't they? How would your friends and colleagues react if they knew you were with a woman like me? Zoe, and the age gap? I wrap my arms tighter around myself. God, I could be your daughter. A car pulls up to the curb, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The driver rolls down his window. Ride for Zoe? Jack takes a step toward me, but stops when I shake my head. His shoulders slump, the first time I've seen him look defeated. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Please? I slide into the back seat without answering. As we pull away, I catch a glimpse of Jack in the side mirror. He stands alone on the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, watching my car disappear into the night. The image blurs as tears finally spill down my cheeks. What was I thinking? Believing I could bridge the gap between our worlds, between who I am and what his life demands? Too far from the comfortable chaos of event planning and late-night venue checks that make up my reality. I should have never drifted away from the life I've always known. As I wipe away my tears, my heart settles on the truth. My job is my world, and my work is what drives me. The satisfaction of pulling off the perfect event, seeing happy clients' faces, building something meaningful from the ground up, that's what I'm meant for. And no one is going to distract me from that. Not even a man like Jack Harrison, who enamored me the moment I laid eyes on him. Not with those piercing blue eyes or that confident smile that makes my knees weak. God, even now, thinking about him sends a shiver down my spine. But sometimes attraction isn't enough, and wanting someone doesn't make it right.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 16. Zoe. I stare at my laptop screen, the words blurring together as my mind drifts back to that night outside the Watson Hotel. 2 weeks have passed, but Monica's voice still echoes in my head. Sugar daddy, trophy, the help. Each word a knife twisting deeper. My phone buzzes with another text from Miranda, asking if I'm joining the girls for drinks tonight. I ignore it, like I've ignored the last 5 invitations. They'd see right through me, notice how I flinch every time someone mentions Jack's name or his company in passing. The office feels safer. Here, surrounded by event portfolios and vendor contracts, I can pretend everything's fine. I throw myself into work, staying late enough that even the cleaning crew knows my name now. They've started leaving little chocolate mints on my desk, a gesture that makes my throat tight with unexpected emotion. Still here? Maria asks, as she empties my trash bin. It's almost 8. Her concerned expression reminds me of my mom's weekly calls, asking if I'm taking care of myself. Just finishing up some proposals. I force a smile, though my eyes burn from staring at spreadsheets all day. The coffee in my mug has gone cold, forgotten hours ago when I dove into work to avoid thinking about him. Valentine's decorations mock me from every storefront on my walk to work. Pink hearts and red roses, constant reminders of what I walked away from. Of Jack's face that night, the hurt in his eyes when I got into that cab. Every time I pass that damn hotel, my stomach twists into knots. I take the long way around now, adding 15 minutes to my commute just to avoid that corner. Amy drops another stack of files on my desk. The Chapman wedding needs your attention. She hesitates by my desk, fidgeting with her bracelet, twisting it around and around like she always does when she's nervous. And Mr. Harrison's office called again about the Valentine's Day gala. They need an answer by tomorrow. Thanks. I dive into the details, grateful for the distraction from my own messy thoughts. But even here, surrounded by seating charts and vendor contracts, I can't escape him completely. His company owns half the premium venues in the city. The exact venues my clients always request. Each time I scroll past the Harrison Group properties in my venue listings, my chest tightens and my stomach does that awful flip-flop thing. The worst part, I miss him. God, I miss him so much it physically hurts. Miss his laugh, deep and genuine, his steady presence that made me feel safe. The way he'd rest his hand on the small of my back like I belonged there. But Monica's words keep echoing in my head, poisoned everything we had, made me question every interaction, every glance, every touch. Was any of it real? Or was I just another conquest, like she said? So I hide in my office, buried in work, pretending my heart doesn't break a little more each time I decline another dinner invitation or dodge another concerned call from friends. During one late night at the office, as I'm flicking through my tablet and ignoring the hunger headache crawling its way along my skull, a gentle knock on my doorframe breaks my concentration. Amy stands there with 2 paper bags from Wong's, steam still rising from the tops. Either you eat with me, or I'm telling Maria to change the locks. She drops the bags on my desk, pushing aside a stack of contracts with determined efficiency. You can't live on coffee and those mints forever. And don't think I haven't noticed you skipping the break room at lunch. The smell of egg rolls makes my stomach growl embarrassingly loud, betraying how long it's been since that pathetic excuse for lunch. A handful of almonds and 3 cups of coffee. I'm not that bad, I protest weakly, already eyeing the containers. Really? Because your garbage can says otherwise. She pulls out containers, arranging them between us like a peace offering. The steam carries the aroma of sweet and sour sauce, making my mouth water. Talk to me, Z. What happened with Jack? You've been hiding in here like a hermit for days. My chopsticks freeze halfway to my mouth, the noodles dangling precariously. My throat tightens at the mention of his name. Nothing happened, I manage, but the words taste as false as the artificial sweetener packets littering my desk. Nonsense. 2 weeks ago, you were practically glowing every time his name came up. Now you're hiding in here like some corporate hermit, drowning your sorrows in takeout and spreadsheets. I poke at my lo mein, watching the noodles tangle and untangle, trying to focus on anything but the ache in my chest. His ex-wife showed up after the Watson Hotel event and confronted me. Monica? Amy's chopsticks clatter against her container, and her eyes go wide. That perfectly preserved Botox billboard? The one who still has her claws in half the real estate market? She made it clear what everyone thinks about me and Jack. The words taste bitter, worse than the cooling noodles. My stomach churns as I remember the words she said to me. That I'm just some young gold digger looking for a sugar daddy. That someone like me couldn't possibly have anything real with someone like him. And you believed her? God, Z, please tell me you didn't let that woman get in your head. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm just... I push my food away, my appetite vanishing. Every relationship I've had has crashed and burned. Remember Oliver? I always pick the wrong guys or find ways to sabotage the right ones. And now there's Jack, who's successful and mature, and probably wants someone who has their life figured out. Stop. Amy reaches across the desk, grabbing my hand. I've seen how he looks at you. That man doesn't see some trophy girlfriend. He sees you. That's what scares me. The admission comes out barely above a whisper. What if I'm not ready? What if I'm too broken or too scared to let someone in like that? Zoe. Amy's voice cuts through my spiral. When's the last time you saw a man that successful get up and dance at a corporate event? He didn't care who was watching. He just wanted to be with you. The memory hits me like a punch to the gut. The Garland Hotel. I was supposed to be checking on the catering staff, making sure everything ran smoothly for my client's product launch. Instead, I found myself in Jack's arms, swaying to some old jazz standard while other executives looked on. You're overthinking this, Amy continues. That night at the Garland. Don't, but it's too late. The memories flood back, his hand on my waist, steady and warm. The way he'd pulled me close when I tried to protest about being professional. I'd melted into him. Professionalism be damned. He'd smelled like expensive cologne and confidence, and when he'd spun me around the floor, I'd forgotten about everyone else in the room. For those few precious minutes, I wasn't the event planner or the help. I was just a woman dancing with a man who made her laugh. He invited me to dinner and took me home that night. Then he kissed me in my car, and then... My voice trails off as the memories hit me like a tidal wave. Those kisses. God, the ones that had turned my knees to jelly. He'd backed me against the door of my apartment, one hand tangled in my hair, the other at my waist, passionate but gentle, like I was something precious. I can still feel the way his fingers had traced my jaw, how his lips had moved against mine with such intensity, it made my head spin. The memory of his touch burns into my skin even now. See? Amy leans forward, breaking through my heated recollection with that know-it-all smirk of hers. That's not a man looking for arm candy. That's not how someone treats a casual fling, and you know it. But Monica's words slither back in, poisoning the memory like toxic smoke. What could Jack Harrison, with his empire and his experience, possibly want with someone who still has student loans and rents a cramped apartment? A man who drives a car worth more than my yearly salary and probably spends more on wine than I do on groceries. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold in the warmth of those memories before they slip away completely. Every touch, every laugh, every moment when his eyes locked with mine across a crowded gala room. I want to believe it was real. But every time I think about calling him, I freeze. What if I let him in and he realizes I'm not enough? What if this is just some midlife crisis thing and I'm setting myself up to get my heart shattered? The words hang in the air between us, heavy with all my unspoken fears. The truth is, Jack made me feel alive in a way no one else ever has. But that's exactly what terrifies me, the power he has to hurt me if I let myself fall. And God, I'm already halfway there, caught between wanting to run and wanting to dive head first into whatever this thing between us could be.
Chapter 17. Jack. The bourbon burns my throat, but it's not enough to dull the ache in my chest. I set the glass down on my home office desk, staring at the New Orleans skyline through floor-to-ceiling windows. The city lights blur together, matching my scattered thoughts. 2 weeks. 2 weeks since I've seen Zoe smile, heard her laugh. The Watson Hotel disaster plays on repeat in my mind. Monica's cruel words, the way Zoe's shoulders dropped, how quickly she departed in that cab without a moment's hesitation, without giving me a chance to drive her home. I grab my phone, thumb hovering over Zoe's name. The last message I sent sits unanswered. Can we talk? I've typed and deleted a dozen more messages since then, each one sounding more desperate than the last. But what the hell can I say to make this right? God damn it. I push away from the desk and pace the room, my footsteps echoing against the hardwood floors. Monica's voice echoes in my head. She's practically a child, Jack. An event planner? Really? You're making yourself look ridiculous. Each word drips with the same condescension she perfected during our marriage. The worst part? I didn't defend Zoe fast enough. Shock froze me in place while Monica unleashed years of bitterness. By the time I found my voice, Zoe was affected. My gut twists every time I remember the hurt in those beautiful hazel eyes. I should have told Monica to go to hell. Should have chased after Zoe immediately. Instead, I stood there like an idiot, watching the best thing that's happened to me in years slip away. My phone buzzes. A work email. Not her. Never her these days. I've checked the damn thing 100 times, hoping to see her name light up the screen. But nothing. I rest my forehead against the cool glass. Below, cars crawl through the quarter like illuminated ants, their headlights cutting through the evening haze. Somewhere out there, Zoe's probably planning another event, making someone else's dreams come true while I'm up here drowning in regret. I miss her energy, her laugh, the way she'd light up talking about her latest project. The age gap never bothered me before Monica pointed it out. Now? I can't stop thinking about it. 18 years is a lifetime. Zoe's got her whole future ahead of her. Why would she want it tangled up with my messy past? She should be with someone who hasn't already failed at marriage, someone who doesn't come with enough baggage to sink a cruise ship, someone her own age who still sees the world through fresh eyes, not my jaded ones. Screw this. I grab my keys. Maybe a drive will clear my head. But who am I kidding? Every street in this city reminds me of her now. I drop the keys back on the desk. Running won't solve this, but neither will sitting here marinating in what-ifs while the best thing that's happened to me in years slips away. A knock at my door breaks through the silence. Come in. Ramon steps inside, his usual confident stride replaced with hesitation. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across his concerned face. Jack, got a minute? If it's about the contract, it's not. He closes the door behind him, settling into one of the leather chairs across from my desk. The leather creaks under his weight as he leans forward. Look, I've known you for 8 years now? You're not yourself lately. Haven't been since... He stops himself, but we both know what he's not saying. I straighten the papers on my desk, focusing on aligning their edges with mechanical precision. I'm fine. Sure. That's why you've been holed up in here like a hermit. Why you snapped at that woman in marketing yesterday over a minor typo. Why you look like you haven't slept in weeks. His eyes narrow as he studies my face. And why you've been drinking coffee like it's going extinct. It's called being busy, Ramon. My voice comes out sharper than intended, but I'm too tired to care. Yeah, right. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, getting into my personal space in that way only a longtime friend can get away with. People are starting to notice. The whole office is walking on eggshells around you. That new intern, Patrick, nearly had a panic attack when you growled at him in the elevator yesterday. My jaw clenches so hard I can hear my teeth grinding. The tension headache I've been fighting all day intensifies. I didn't realize my mood was up for company discussion. It's not. But when our fearless leader starts acting like someone killed his dog, people talk. Ramon's dark eyes study my face with the kind of scrutiny that makes me want to punch something, preferably a wall. Though I'm guessing this has nothing to do with work. This is about... Don't! The word comes out like a warning shot, and I mean it to. Hey, I'm not here to judge. God knows my love life's been chaos more times than I can count. He stands, adjusting his tie. But whatever, or whoever, has got you tied up in knots. Maybe do something about it instead of terrorizing the staff. I run a hand through my hair. It's complicated. Isn't it always? He heads for the door, pausing with his hand on the handle. Just remember, we've got that board meeting tomorrow at 9. Try not to bite anyone's head off before then. The door clicks shut behind Ramon, leaving me alone with thoughts I've been trying to drown in bourbon. He's right. I've been a jerk lately. The whole office is probably plotting to spike my coffee with tranquilizers. And I don't blame them in the slightest. I pull up my calendar on the laptop, scrolling through upcoming events. The DuPont Valentine's Day Gala jumps out at me like a neon sign. Zoe mentioned it during our last dinner together, her eyes sparkling as she described her vision for transforming the hotel's grand ballroom into something magical. It's her biggest solo event yet, the one that could cement her reputation in New Orleans' elite social circle. My fingers drum against the desk. I could buy out half the tables, make a substantial donation to the charity she's supporting. But throwing money at the problem feels hollow, exactly the kind of thing Monica would do. Zoe deserves more than that. She deserves a gesture that shows I understand her, that I see her as more than just, what did Monica call her? A child playing at being successful. God, my stomach still twists at what she was saying about her during the Watson Hotel Gala. The memory of Zoe describing the gala's theme floods back. Romance through the ages, she'd called it, detailing her plans for different sections of the ballroom to represent iconic love stories throughout history. Her passion for the project had been contagious, making me smile just watching her sketch ideas on a napkin. I lean back in my chair, mind racing. There has to be a way to use the gala to show Zoe what she means to me, to prove that Monica's words mean nothing. Something that acknowledges her talent while making it clear that the age gap between us doesn't matter. Not when it comes to how I feel about her. The question is, what? And more importantly, will she even want to see me there after everything that happened? I grab my phone again, scrolling through our text history. Pictures of venue designs she sent me, excited messages about upcoming events, silly jokes that made me smile during boring meetings. The last few weeks feel like a black hole where all that joy used to be. My thumb hovers over her contact photo. That candid shot I took of her laughing at some terrible pun I made during dinner. The way her nose crinkled, how her eyes lit up. God, I'd give anything to see that smile again. The city stretches out before me, a maze of lights and possibilities, and somewhere in it, is the woman who turned my world upside down in the best possible way. Zoe isn't just another relationship. She's different, special. The way she sees the world, how she throws herself into everything with such passion and determination. It wakes something in me I thought died years ago. I pull up a new message, delete it, start again. The words need to be perfect, but nothing feels right. How do you tell someone they've become essential to your happiness in just a few months? That their absence feels like missing a vital organ? The Watson Hotel disaster shouldn't define us. Monica's bitter words shouldn't have this power. But every time I close my eyes, I see Zoe's face falling. See her backing away from me like I'd physically struck her. All because I froze when I should have spoken up. My fingers tap against the desk. The Valentine's gala is coming up fast, and the thought of seeing her there, if she'll even acknowledge me, makes my chest tight. This isn't just about salvaging a relationship. It's about fighting for something real. Something that could be extraordinary if I just get the chance to make things right. The bourbon sits forgotten as I start typing again. This time, I don't delete it. I miss you. What happened at the Watson wasn't fair to you. Can we talk? Please? I hit send before I can second-guess myself. The message sits there, delivered but unread, like everything else I've sent her way. But I'll keep trying. Some things are worth fighting for, and Zoe Mitchell? She's worth everything.
Chapter 18. Zoe. The morning sun warms my face as I settle onto a wooden bench in Lafayette Square, my go-to spot when I need to clear my head. A light breeze rustles through the oak trees, carrying the sweet scent of magnolias. A couple strolls past, their fingers intertwined, sharing secret smiles. Another duo picnics on a checkered blanket near the fountain, feeding each other strawberries between kisses. It's like the universe is taunting me with these displays of affection. I pull out my phone, scrolling through my social media. Bad idea. My feed is flooded with heart-shaped everything. Cookies, decorations, gift ideas. Valentine's Day. Look, Mommy, hearts everywhere. A little girl's voice draws my attention to a vendor setting up shop across the path, hanging strings of red and pink decorations. I sink deeper into the bench, watching more couples filter through the park, some young, some old, all seemingly wrapped up in their own little worlds of two. The elderly pair sharing an ice cream cone, the teenagers sneaking quick pecks between selfies, the business professionals stealing moments on their lunch break. My phone buzzes. Mom's weekly check-in, right on schedule. I silence it. I'm not in the mood for another round of, "When are you going to settle down?" Or, "Your cousin Jessica just got engaged?" A gust of wind sends fallen leaves dancing across my feet. I kick at them half-heartedly, remembering last Valentine's Day when I convinced myself I was perfectly content being single. This year, that lie doesn't sit as well. I want someone to share stupid jokes with, someone who gets my obscure movie references, someone who looks at me like I'm their favorite person in the world. I wrap my cardigan a little tighter around my body. The memory of Jack's touch lingers, his strong hands on my waist as we swayed to the music at the Garland, the heat of his skin against mine later that night. I press my forehead against my hand as I close my eyes. That night wasn't supposed to mean anything. Just two adults, attracted to each other, acting on it. Simple, clean, no complications. But now my mind keeps drifting back to the little things. The way his eyes crinkled when he laughed at my terrible jokes. How he listened intently when I rambled about my event planning business. The gentle way he tucked my hair behind my ear. A teenager nearby squeals as her boyfriend surprises her with flowers. I peek up, watching their unbridled joy with a hint of envy and cynicism. They don't have to worry about age gaps, or ex-wives, or complicated pasts. Monica. The name tastes bitter on my tongue, like day-old coffee that's been left to stew. I've been searching her up incessantly online, comparing my achievements to hers, feeling sick at all the accolades she has to her name. Every article I find just twists the knife deeper. Forbes 40, under 40, multiple business awards, charity galas where she's the guest of honor. She's gorgeous, successful, exactly the type of woman who belongs in his world. And here I am, 12 years younger than she is, still figuring out my place in life, trying to make my mark with string lights and centerpieces. My phone buzzes again. This time, it's a text from my mother. Met any eligible bachelors lately? Classic mom. Always fishing for updates on my love life. Probably hoping I'll settle down with some nice accountant or lawyer from our neighborhood. If only she knew. But how do I explain Jack? How do I tell her about a man who makes my heart race with just a text, who's successful enough to make her eyes light up, but old enough to make her choke on her sweet tea? The electricity between us was undeniable, but chemistry isn't everything. I've had enough meaningless hookups to know that. Been there, done that, got the emotional baggage to prove it. You're being ridiculous, I muttered to myself, pacing across my living room floor. One night doesn't mean anything. People share deep conversations all the time without it leading anywhere. But it did mean something. I can still picture Jack's face while we were at that hidden restaurant together, usually so controlled and confident, softening as he let his guard down. And that terrifies me more than any age gap or ex-wife ever could. The memory of his fingers brushing against mine as he spoke to me candidly over wine sends shivers down my spine even now. Can I trust those moments of vulnerability? Or was it just the alcohol and the moonlight, making everything seem more profound than it was? God knows I've had enough experience with guys who'll say anything to get what they want. But something about Jack feels different, dangerous in a way that has nothing to do with his age, and everything to do with how easily he could break my heart. I open my eyes, letting out a long breath. The park bench feels harder now, less comfortable as my thoughts spiral. These couples around me, they make it look so easy. Like falling in love is as simple as breathing. A pair of teenagers share an ice cream cone nearby, giggling and stealing glances at each other without a care in the world. Must be nice. But nothing about this situation with Jack is simple. Every time I try to rationalize it, to put it in a neat little box labeled just dating, my mind rebels. There's too much at stake, too many complications that keep me up at night. My phone screen lights up with another text, this time from Amy, who seems to have been reading my thoughts lately. Still overthinking everything? A laugh escapes me. She knows me too well. Trust her to call me out when I'm sitting here analyzing every interaction Jack and I have ever had, like I'm writing a doctoral thesis on the subject. The thing is, when I'm with Jack, everything feels right. Not perfect, because perfect isn't real, but right. He listens when I talk about my dreams for my event planning business, offering insights without trying to take over. He remembers little details, like how I take my coffee or which songs make me dance. Get out of your head, Zoe, I whisper to myself, running my fingers through my curls. I catch my reflection in my phone screen and force myself to stop fidgeting with my hair, a nervous habit I've had since grade school. The truth hits me like a splash of cold water. I'm not afraid of Jack. I'm afraid of how he makes me feel, seen, understood, valued. It's terrifying because it's real. Not like those surface-level relationships where you keep things light and casual. Never diving deep enough to risk drowning. Those were safe, comfortable. This thing with Jack, it's like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing the view will be worth it if I just take that leap. A memory flashes through my mind. Jack's face when he told me more about his divorce. The way his guard dropped completely. The way those blue eyes of his had gone soft around the edges. His usual confidence replaced by raw honesty. He trusted me with his vulnerability that night. shared parts of himself he usually keeps locked away. Maybe it's time I trust him with mine. After all, you can't expect someone to take a chance on you if you're not willing to do the same. My fingers tap against my thigh as I consider what I really want, not what my family expects, not what society thinks is appropriate, but what I want. And what I want is someone who challenges me to grow, who sees my strength and my fears and accepts both. Someone who makes me laugh until my sides hurt, who holds space for my dreams without trying to shrink them. Someone like Jack. The realization settles in my chest, warm and certain. Yes, being vulnerable is scary. Yes, there are complications. But playing it safe has never led to anything extraordinary. I stand from the bench, squaring my shoulders. The late morning sun catches on my silver bracelet, a gift from my mother when I graduated college. Back then, everything seemed simpler. Now, life's messy, complicated, and absolutely worth fighting for. My heels click against the sidewalk as I make my way back to the office. The French Quarter buzzes with its usual energy. Tourists snapping photos, street musicians playing jazz, the smell of fresh beignets wafting from Café du Monde. No more hiding, I whisper to myself, dodging a group of tourists. My phone weighs heavy in my hand. I've spent too long analyzing every text, second-guessing every interaction with Jack. That ends now. The age gap, his ex-wife, my family's expectations, they're all just excuses. Barriers I've built to protect myself from getting hurt. Inside my office building, the AC hits my skin with a welcome blast. My assistant waves from her desk as I pass. Any messages? Just the Morales wedding. They want to move the date up. I nod, already plotting my next move. My calendar sits open on my desk, color-coded blocks marking upcoming events. Between the spring wedding rush and 3 corporate galas, finding time won't be easy. But if I've learned anything from planning other people's perfect moments, it's that you have to make time for what matters. Jack matters. My fingers hover over my phone. No more overthinking. No more what ifs. Love isn't safe. It was never meant to be. It's messy and complicated and worth every risk. I pull up his contact info, a smile tugging at my lips. Time to stop running from what I want.
Chapter 19. Jack. The downtown traffic drifts up through my office window, a constant hum that usually helps me focus. Not today. The quarterly reports blur together on my screen, my thoughts drifting to Zoe in our last text exchange. She says she wants to talk soon, and that was enough to send a lightning bolt of excitement straight through my core. The sharp click of heels against the floor breaks my concentration. Monica strides in without knocking, her Louboutins announcing her presence before she does. Same power move she pulled during our marriage. Some things never change even after the ink dried on those divorce papers. Working late as usual, Jack. Her perfectly manicured fingers trail across my desk, leaving invisible marks that make my skin crawl. The familiar scent of her designer perfume fills the air, jasmine and entitlement. I lean back in my chair, keeping my expression neutral, despite the tension building in my jaw. What do you want, Monica? Can't I check on my ex-husband? A calculated smile spreads across her face, the kind that never quite reaches her eyes. Especially when I hear he's been entertaining much younger company. She emphasizes the word younger like it's something dirty. My personal life stopped being your business 3 years ago. My voice comes out harder than intended, but screw it. I'm done playing these games with her. The quarterly reports suddenly seem a hell of a lot more appealing than this conversation. Oh, please. The whole city's talking about you and that event planner. What's her name again? Zoe? Zoe Mitchell? She perches on the edge of my desk, crossing her legs in that calculated way she always used to when she wanted something. Though I notice she hasn't been around lately. Did the little thing finally realize she was in over her head? My jaw clenches so hard I can hear my teeth grinding. Been keeping tabs on me? That's a new low, even for you. Let's call it professional curiosity. Monica's eyes glitter with that predatory gleam I used to mistake for passion. So I'm right? Trouble in paradise already? You always did have a way of scaring them off. We haven't seen each other in person for a while. That's all. The admission tastes bitter, like cheap coffee gone cold. Zoe's been busy with some events, and I've been buried in quarterly reports, but damned if I'll give Monica the satisfaction of details. Well, what did you expect? She must be a busy girl trying to make ends meet all the time. The age gap alone. She waves her hand dismissively. I mean, really, Jack, what could you possibly have in common with someone barely out of college? Someone who hasn't traveled the world or lived in it long enough? That's enough. I stand towering over her, my hands flat on the desk. The wood creaks under my palms. What makes you think you know a damn thing about what I want or need? You lost that privilege when you walked out. I've spent a lot of years knowing you, Jack. That girl can't possibly understand you like I do. You mean she can't manipulate me like you did? I plant my hands on the desk. You lost the right to an opinion on my life when you walked out that door. Monica's perfectly painted lips twitch, that familiar, manipulative smile I used to fall for spreading across her face. I'm just looking out for you, Jack. I know things about you that could... Don't. I cut her off with a sharp laugh that holds no humor, the sound echoing off my office walls like broken glass. You want to play that game? Fine. Let's talk about Meridian Holdings. The color drains from her face so fast I can practically hear her pulse spike. What about it? $3.2 million. Ring any bells? I tap my fingers on the desk, watching her squirm in that $1,000 outfit she probably bought with stolen money. Amazing how fast your PR team buried that story. But paperwork has a funny way of resurfacing, especially when someone knows exactly where to look. You wouldn't dare. Her voice drops to a whisper, all pretense of control evaporating. She grips her designer purse like it's a shield, but nothing can protect her from the truth anymore. Try me. I step around the desk, closing the distance between us. One call to the Times and your carefully crafted image crumbles. How do you think your board would react to headlines about embezzlement fraud from your marriage days? She slides off the desk, stumbling back. That was years ago. It's buried. Nothing stays buried forever, Monica. Not when the right people start digging. My voice stays low, steady. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to walk out that door, and you're going to forget about my personal life, because if you don't, I might get nostalgic about our marriage. Start reminiscing. Maybe share some old memories with the press. You're bluffing. Want to test that theory? I reach for my phone. I've got the editor's number right here. Monica's eyes narrow, her perfectly manicured nails drumming against her purse. Fine, but if you want to play dirty, Jack, stay out of my business dealings, or your little girlfriend might find herself in some unfortunate situations. The threat hits me like a punch to the gut, igniting something primal and protective. I close the distance between us in 2 strides. Don't you dare bring Zoe into this! Oh, did I touch a nerve? Her lips curl into that snake-like smile I've grown to hate. It would be a shame if someone started whispering in the right ears about her questionable business practices. What business practices? My fists clench at my sides. She runs legitimate events. For now, but you know how it goes in New Orleans. One wrong word to the right person, and suddenly health inspectors show up. Permits get denied, venues cancel last minute. She shrugs, adjusting her designer blazer. I have a lot of influence in this city, Jack. More than you realize. Someone like Zoe, she's nothing. A bug I could crush without breaking a nail. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode, my blood pressure spiking with each passing second. I lean in close, close enough to smell her overpriced perfume, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that I know she remembers all too well from our marriage. Listen carefully, Monica. If you so much as breathe in Zoe's direction, what I know about Meridian Holdings will be the least of your concerns, and we both know exactly what kind of skeleton-filled closet that company's hiding. Is that a threat? Her perfectly manicured eyebrow arches upward. It's a promise. I punctuate each word with steel-edged clarity, letting her see just how serious I am. The Jack Harrison she knew during their marriage wouldn't have talked to her like this, but that man is long gone. She takes a step back, those designer heels clicking against my hardwood floor, but that trademark smirk remains plastered on her face. I'll think about it. After all, this is New Orleans. My New Orleans. She runs her fingers along the edge of my desk, a gesture meant to remind me of her influence. Such a shame if your little event planner had to learn the hard way how things work in this city. You know better than anyone how quickly fortunes can change here. My palm slams against the desk, the sound echoing through the office like a gunshot. I'm warning you, Monica. Stay away from her. Or what? She tosses her hair back, heading for the door. You're not the only one with secrets, Jack. Remember that. The door clicks shut behind Monica, but the tension lingers like a thundercloud. My hands shake as I grab my phone, scrolling through contacts until I find Thomas, my head of security. I need everything we have on Monica's recent activities. Not just business, personal too. Every connection, every meeting, every goddamn coffee run. I pace the length of my office, the city lights of New Orleans twinkling beyond the window. And beef up surveillance at all our properties. If she so much as drives past one, I want to know. On it, boss. Thomas's reply is crisp, professional. Want me to put eyes on Miss Mitchell, too? No. The word comes out sharp. I don't want anyone following Zoe. Just make sure our security team knows her face. If Monica tries anything... Understood. I end the call and brace my hands against the window, watching the street below where Monica's driver pulls up in her black Mercedes. The sight of her sliding into the back seat makes my blood boil. How dare she threaten Zoe? Sweet, vibrant Zoe who lights up every room she walks into, who sees the good in everyone even when they don't deserve it. My reflection stares back at me in the glass, jaw clenched, eyes hard. Monica might think she knows me, but she has no idea what I'm capable of when protecting someone I care about. And Zoe, she's become everything. Her laugh, her determination, the way she furrows her brow when concentrating on event details. I grab my keys from the desk. To hell with these quarterly reports. I need to move, to act. Monica's threat hangs in the air like poison, and I'll be damned if I let her anywhere near Zoe. I've got connections of my own in this city, people who owe me favors. Time to call them in. My phone buzzes, a text from Zoe. My heart rate steadies just seeing her name on the screen. The rage simmers, transforming into something more focused, more dangerous. Monica can come after me all she wants, but threatening Zoe? That's a line she'll regret crossing. I might have let her manipulate me during our marriage, but this time I'm ready for war.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 20. Zoe. The stack of RSVPs on my desk threatens to topple as I sort through them. Cataloging responses for the upcoming charity gala, a cream-colored envelope catches my eye, different from the standard responses. No return address, just my name in precise block letters. I slice it open with my letter opener, the blade gliding smoothly through the expensive paper. A single sheet falls out, typed in basic Times New Roman font. Nothing fancy, nothing personal, just cold black letters on white. Your every move is being watched. Every step, every breath. I see it all. Watch yourself. My hands tremble as I read it again. Then a third time, hoping somehow the words will rearrange themselves into something less threatening. Ice trickles down my spine, despite the warm New Orleans afternoon streaming through my office window. The usual sounds of traffic and jazz from the street below suddenly seem far away. Amy? I call out to my assistant, hating how my voice cracks. Can you come in here a sec? Amy pokes her head in, her bright pink lipstick a stark contrast to her concerned expression. The cheerful flowers on her dress only make this moment feel more surreal. What's up, boss? Did you see who dropped this off? I hold up the letter, trying to keep my voice steady, professional. My fingers leave slight crinkles in the paper's edge where I'm gripping it too tight. The embossed letterhead seems to mock me with its elegance, making the threatening message beneath it even more jarring. She walks over and takes it, her bright pink nails a stark contrast against the crisp white paper. Her brow furrows as she reads, the cheerful flowers on her dress swaying with each small movement. No, I didn't. It must have come with the regular mail delivery. What kind of sicko would send something like this? I don't know. I stand up, pacing behind my desk, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor in an uneven rhythm. The familiar view of the French Quarter usually calms me, but right now it's not helping. Could be a prank, right? Maybe someone's idea of a joke. Even as I say it, I know better. The carefully chosen words are too deliberate, too precise. Some joke. Amy hands the letter back, her usual upbeat demeanor dampened. Want me to check the security cameras? I can pull up the footage from this morning's delivery. I glance at the letter again, my stomach churning and twisting into knots. No, it's probably nothing. But the words bore into my brain like tiny drills, each one a sharp reminder. Every move, every breath, the precise handwriting seems to mock me from the page. You sure? This is creepy stuff, Zoe. Amy's concerned expression mirrors the unease I'm trying desperately to ignore. Yeah. I crumple the paper into a tight ball and throw it in the trash with more force than necessary, watching it bounce off the rim before landing inside. Let's just forget about it. We have the wedding planning to focus on. The DeMarco reception isn't going to organize itself, and I've got 300 guests to coordinate. But as I turn back to my work, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I can't shake the feeling of being watched, even though I'm alone in my office. Well, supposedly alone. The usual comfort of my French Quarter view feels tainted now, like someone could be staring back at me through any of those historic windows. I straighten my shoulders and force myself to focus on the RSVPs. I won't let some anonymous creep get to me, but my hands still shake as I sort through the envelopes, and I have to redo my counting twice because I keep losing track of the numbers. The familiar task of checking off names suddenly feels like an impossible challenge. I force myself to return to the DeMarco wedding details, spreading out the seating chart across my desk. My fingers trace over the carefully arranged tables, each one a potential minefield of family dynamics. Okay, so we've got the Sanchez family at table 7. God knows we need to keep them away from the open bar. And the Beaumonts at table 9. Amy chimes in, marking off names on her tablet with quick, efficient taps. Far away from the Richardsons as requested. Drama much? She rolls her eyes and shifts in her chair. Oh, and the florist confirmed the white orchid centerpieces. Said they're bringing in extra stock just to make sure everything's perfect. Perfect. I check off another item on my ever-growing list, trying to ignore the slight tremor in my hand. These weddings aren't going to plan themselves. What about the band? Booked and confirmed. They're sending over their song list tomorrow. Amy pauses, tapping her pen against her chin, and I can already tell by her expression that she's about to change the subject. That mischievous glint in her eye always means trouble. Speaking of music, heard from Jack lately? My stomach does that familiar flip at the mention of his name. Not since, the gala incident. Amy perches on the edge of my desk. Girl, you two need to talk. That chemistry, too hot to waste. I know. I fidget with a paperclip, bending it out of shape. I'm planning to call him, soon. We need to sort through everything that happened and I take a deep breath. Maybe see where this could go. Together. Amy's face lights up like she just won the lottery. Finally, I was wondering when you'd come to your senses. She reaches over and squeezes my hand, her bright pink nails contrasting against my skin. I'm proud of you. You know that? Following your heart instead of running away? That's growth. The old Zoe would have been halfway to Houston by now. Don't get too excited. He might not even want to talk to me after how I acted. I cringe remembering my dramatic exit in the taxicab, leaving him standing there in that perfectly tailored suit with hurt written all over his face. Trust me, that man wants to talk to you. Amy winks, radiating confidence like only my closest friend can. He's probably sitting by his phone right now, pretending to work while checking it every 5 minutes. I can't help but smile, even as my heart races at the thought of calling him. Those blue eyes of his flash through my mind, making my stomach do another flip. Let's focus on the DeMarcos first. Table 10 still needs sorting. I grab my tablet, desperate to dive back into work before I lose my nerve completely. I stare at the DeMarco seating chart, but the names blur together as my mind drifts back to that threatening letter that sits crumpled in my trash can. Something about the precise, cold tone nags at me, like an itch I can't scratch. The calculated words feel personal, deliberate, not like some random hate mail. Hey, Amy. I tap my pen against the desk, the steady rhythm matching my racing thoughts. You don't think, could Monica be behind that letter I got? Amy looks up from her tablet, eyebrows raised. Jack's ex? What makes you think that? I don't know, I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my curls. The timing seems suspicious, right when Jack and I are about to get close again. Well, Amy sets down her tablet, folding her hands in her lap with that counselor-like pose she gets when she's about to drop some truth bombs. She is a powerful woman, and from what I've heard, she doesn't take losing well, especially when it comes to her image. But she's the one who left him. I slam my pen down, harder than intended, making us both jump. The pen rolls across my desk, and I snatch it back. She divorced him. She walked away. What right does she have to suddenly care who he dates? It's been 3 years, for Christ's sake. Some people only want what they can't have. Amy shrugs, giving me that knowing look that makes me want to throw something. Maybe seeing him move on triggered something. You know how it goes. You think you're over someone until they start being happy without you? Heat rises in my chest, and I start pacing behind my desk. That's such nonsense. She can't just waltz back into his life because she's jealous. He's not her property. She made her choice when she signed those divorce papers and took off to Paris or wherever the hell she went. Rich people are weird like that sometimes. They treat relationships like business acquisitions. Amy picks up her tablet again, swiping through emails. And Monica Caldway definitely knows how to acquire what she wants. Well, Jack isn't some company merger she can hostile take over. I stand up and pace behind my desk, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor. If she thinks she can intimidate me with creepy letters and whatever other manipulative game she's playing, she's got another thing coming. Whoa, slow down. Amy holds up her hands, her silver bracelets jingling. We don't even know if it's her. Could be anyone. You're kind of a big deal in the events world now. Who else would care enough to threaten me? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. My stomach churns as I consider the possibilities. She probably has people watching me, tracking my movements, following me home, reporting back to her. God, it's so controlling, like she thinks she owns him or something. Maybe we should tell Jack about the letter, Amy suggests, concern etched across her face. No. I shake my head firmly, crossing my arms over my chest. Not until I'm sure. The last thing I want is to create drama between them if I'm wrong. Besides, Jack's got enough on his plate right now. I can handle this myself.
Chapter 21. Jack. I spot her the moment I walk into Cafe Luna. Zoe sits at a corner table, her wild curls catching the morning light streaming through the window. My stride falters. 2 weeks felt like an eternity, but seeing her now, it's like no time has passed at all. She glances up from her phone, those striking hazel eyes meeting mine. Her full lips curve into a smile that hits me square in the chest, making my heart stutter for a split second. That dark skin glows in the sunlight, and I fight the urge to trace my fingers along her jawline. Damn, 2 weeks was way too long to go without seeing her face. You made it. She tucks her phone away, leaning forward slightly in her chair. Wouldn't miss it. I slide into the seat across from her, drinking in every detail like a man dying of thirst. Her curls cascade past her shoulders today, wild and free in a way that makes me want to run my fingers through them. She's wearing a yellow sundress that makes her eyes pop and hugs every delicious curve. You look stunning, Zoe. Even more beautiful than I remembered. The words come out rougher than intended, betraying just how much seeing her affects me. 2 weeks does wonders. She lifts her coffee cup to her lips, but not before I catch the smile she's trying to hide. The morning sunlight streaming through the cafe window catches the golden flecks in her hazel eyes. Though I'm surprised you wanted to meet here of all places. Neutral ground. I lean back, studying the way she fidgets with her cup, her perfectly manicured nails tapping a nervous rhythm against the ceramic. Plus, they make a decent espresso, but honestly, I just wanted to see you again. The admission cost me nothing. I've never been one to play games when I know what I want. Jack Harrison wanting to see little old me? I'm flattered. There's an edge to her playful tone that tells me she's deflecting. She's doing that thing where she tries to make light of everything, like she can't quite believe I'm serious about her. Cut the act, Zoe. You know exactly what you do to me. I rest my elbows on the table, closing the distance between us. The scent of her perfume, something light and citrusy, drifts across the space between us, making my mouth water. 2 weeks is too damn long. My voice comes out as a low growl, and I see the effect it has on her as she swallows hard. Her eyes widen slightly, that confident facade cracking just enough to show the vulnerability underneath. I needed some time to think, and you needed it too. And I've done enough thinking to last a lifetime. I lean forward, my fingers itching to reach across the table and grab her hand. I've had my share of failures when it comes to romance. Zoe traces the rim of her coffee cup with her fingertip, the gesture so delicate it makes my throat go dry. But sitting here with you, it feels different. Like maybe I've been looking at relationships all wrong. My chest tightens. The sunlight catches her face just right, highlighting the determination in her expression. Those gorgeous hazel eyes of hers lock onto mine, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. Damn if she doesn't have me wrapped around her finger already. I don't want to let my past mess this up, Jack. The age gap, my family's expectations, my previous relationships. She takes a deep breath, and I watch the rise and fall of her chest. None of that matters if we don't give this a real shot. Zoe! Her name comes out rougher than I intended, thick with everything I want to say but can't seem to put into words. The coffee shop suddenly feels too crowded, too public for this conversation that's making my heart hammer against my ribs. No, let me finish. She reaches across the table, her fingers brushing against mine. Electric. I've spent too much time worrying about what could go wrong. But with you, I want to focus on what could go right. The weight of her words settles between us. Her hand feels small in mine, but there's strength in her grip. Something about her touch grounds me, makes the bustling coffee shop fade into white noise around us. Every relationship I've had before crashed and burned because I held back, kept one foot out the door. She meets my gaze, unflinching. Those hazel eyes of hers hold me captive. And damn if I don't want to stay there. I don't want to do that with you. I want all in, Jack. No safety nets, no escape routes. My thumb traces circles on her palm. The simple touch sends sparks through my system, and I have to force myself to focus on her words instead of the softness of her skin. You sure about this? Because once we start down this road, I'm not letting go easily. I lean forward, keeping my voice low. I don't do halfway either, sweetheart. Yeah, I'm sure about this. A smile breaks across her face, genuine and bright. There's something here worth exploring, worth fighting for. The morning bustle of the cafe fades away. It's just us. This moment, her hand in mine. She's right. This feels different. Special. You know what this means, right? I lean forward, voice low. No more 2-week breaks. No more running when things get intense. No more running. Zoe squeezes my hand, her thumb tracing along my knuckles. I want this. Want us. Good. I lift her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss against her soft skin, savoring the sweet vanilla scent of her lotion. Because there's something else. She pulls back slightly, tension creeping into her shoulders. Her eyes dart away from mine, and that carefree smile I love so much disappears. Something I should have told you sooner. The shift in her demeanor sets off warning bells. My protective instincts kick into overdrive, and I lean forward, studying every micro-expression on her face. What is it? A few days ago, I received a letter while at my office. Her voice drops lower, barely audible over the clink of coffee cups and morning chatter. No return address, no signature, just a note saying I was being watched, that someone was keeping tabs on my business. It was unsettling. My jaw clenches and I feel a muscle twitch beneath my eye. Anger coils in my gut, not at her, but at whoever the hell thinks they can threaten what's mine. And you're just telling me this now? I threw it away, tried to convince myself it was nothing. She glances around the cafe. But then I started noticing things. Cars lingering outside my apartment. The feeling of being followed. Monica. The name tastes bitter on my tongue. White-hot anger surges through my veins. You think my ex-wife is behind this? Who else would care enough to try to intimidate me? Zoe's fingers tighten around her coffee cup. I mean, A wealthy, successful businesswoman who still has connections to you. That few... I cut myself off, aware we're in public. My hands ball into fists on the table. Why didn't you come to me immediately? I didn't want to cause problems. Didn't want to seem paranoid. She reaches for my clenched fist. Jack, your whole body is shaking. Because if she's threatening you... The rage building in my chest makes it hard to breathe. Nobody gets to intimidate you. Nobody gets to make you feel unsafe. Especially not my ex-wife. I should have kept the letter. Damn right you should have! I forced myself to lower my voice. We could have traced it, found proof. I'm sorry, I didn't want drama to drive us apart. Seems like it found us anyway. I take a deep breath, trying to rein in the anger that's making my blood boil. Listen to me. My voice comes out gravelly, intense. Monica might have money and connections, but she's not untouchable, and she's not getting anywhere near you. Jack, no, I mean it. I cradle her hand between both of mine, memorizing the delicate lines of her fingers, the softness of her skin. Whatever game she's playing, whatever threats she's making, it stops now. I protect what's mine, Zoe. And you? I press my lips to her knuckles, letting them linger there. You're mine to protect. Her breath catches, those gorgeous hazel eyes widening slightly as she processes my words. I don't want to cause trouble between... The trouble's already there. Has been since the divorce. I stroke my thumb across her palm, savoring the silky softness of her skin. My jaw clenches at the thought of Monica and her games. But I won't let her hurt you. Not now, not ever. That's a promise. And I mean every damn word of it. Monica might think she still has power over me, but she's about to learn exactly how wrong she is. A small smile tugs at her lips, and she intertwines her fingers with mine, the simple gesture sending electricity through my veins. Thank you. She takes a sip of her coffee, then sets it down with renewed determination in those captivating eyes. Would you like to come over for dinner tonight? I make a mean jambalaya. The hint of shyness in her voice does something to my chest that I can't quite explain. Trying to win me over with Cajun cuisine? The tension in my shoulders eases at her invitation. Count me in, sweetheart. What time? 7. Her smile grows wider, more genuine. 7 it is. I lift her hand once more, pressing another kiss to her knuckles. The sweet scent of her skin lingers on my lips, and I have to force myself not to pull her across the table right here in this crowded cafe.
Chapter 22. Zoe. The evening air carries a hint of jasmine through my open kitchen window as I adjust the strand of fairy lights draped across my windowsill. The tiny bulbs cast a warm glow over my countertops, dancing off the wine glasses I've set out. My small but cozy New Orleans apartment feels magical tonight, exactly the vibe I'm going for. I stir the jambalaya, inhaling the rich aroma of andouille sausage and seafood melding with the holy trinity of vegetables. The recipe's been in my family for generations, passed down from my grandmother, who insisted the secret lies in letting the flavors marry slowly over low heat. She'd stand over the stove for hours, wooden spoon in hand, telling me stories about how she won my grandfather's heart with this very dish. Come on, be perfect. I whisper to the pot, giving it another gentle stir. The rice has soaked up the seasoned broth perfectly, each grain distinct yet tender. I take a small taste and close my eyes in satisfaction. Grandma would be proud. The spices are bold but not overwhelming, and the shrimp are cooked just right. This dinner party has to be flawless. My reputation as an event planner depends on it, even if this is just a casual get-together. The bottle of Chateauneuf-du-Pape stands ready on my counter, a splurge that made my credit card wince. But Jack mentioned his fondness for French reds during our coffee date today. The memory of his smile over his cappuccino this morning sends warmth through my chest. I light the last vanilla-scented candle, positioning it at the center of my small dining table. The flame flickers, casting shadows that dance across the crisp white tablecloth. Another touch that transforms my everyday kitchen into something more intimate. My phone buzzes. A text from Jack. On my way, traffic on Canal Street. My heart skips as I smooth down my simple green dress, the one that makes me feel like I could conquer the world, or at least make it through dinner without spilling anything on myself. The dress hugs my curves just right, striking that perfect balance between elegant and casual. I'd spent an embarrassing amount of time deciding on this outfit, trying on half my closet before settling on something that wouldn't scream, "I'm trying too hard," while still making me look damn good. I give the jambalaya one final stir, tasting a spoonful. The heat builds gradually, warming my tongue, spicy enough to make an impression, but not so much it'll overwhelm. The shrimp are perfectly pink, the chicken tender, and the vegetables have melted into the rich sauce. My grandmother's recipe never fails, though I tweaked it slightly, adding an extra dash of cayenne. Something tells me Jack can handle a little heat. The aroma of sautéed onions, peppers, and andouille sausage fills my kitchen, making my mouth water despite my nerves. I adjust the silverware for the 10th time, making sure each fork lines up perfectly with its neighbor. The playlist I spent hours curating, a mix of soft jazz and contemporary acoustic covers, fills the apartment with gentle ambiance. Every detail matters tonight, from the way I've folded the napkins into delicate triangles to the strategic placement of tea lights creating pools of golden light across the table. My hands shake slightly as I arrange fresh herbs on top of the jambalaya, a final artistic touch. The thyme and parsley add bursts of green against the rich reddish-brown canvas of the dish. I've served it in my grandmother's vintage cast-iron pot, the one she gave me when I moved out on my own. For the special occasions, she'd said with a wink. The clock on my wall ticks steadily. 20 minutes until 7. I pace the length of my kitchen, straightening items that don't need straightening. The wine glasses catch the light just so, and I resist the urge to polish them again. "Get it together, Zoe," I mutter, pressing my palms against the cool counter. Here I am, a professional event planner who orchestrates million-dollar galas without breaking a sweat, reduced to nervous fidgeting over dinner with one man. But Jack isn't just any man. The way his eyes crinkled at the corners this morning, when he laughed at my terrible coffee pun, how his hand brushed mine as he passed me the sugar, those little moments replay in my mind. He carries himself with such easy confidence, yet there's something vulnerable in the way he looks at me sometimes, like he's seen past all my carefully constructed walls. My stomach does another flip as I check my phone. 15 minutes. The jambalaya steams invitingly, its aroma rich with memories of Sunday family dinners and celebrations. I want him to taste not just the food, but the history, the care, the part of myself I've poured into this meal. A knock at the door sends my heart racing. I dart to the hallway mirror, checking my reflection one last time. My curls are behaving for once, framing my face in soft waves. I smooth my hands down my dress, take a deep breath, and open the door. Jack fills the door frame, tall and commanding in a navy button-down that makes his blue eyes pop. His salt and pepper hair is slightly tousled, like he's run his fingers through it. The crisp fabric stretches across his broad shoulders, and a leather watch peeks from beneath his cuff. My mouth goes dry at the sight of him. "Hi," I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. My fingers grip the doorframe for support as my knees threaten to give out. He steps forward, one hand cupping my cheek, and brushes his lips against mine. Soft, gentle, electric. The kiss leaves me dizzy. His thumb traces my jawline, and I catch a hint of his cologne, something woodsy and expensive that makes my head spin. "You look beautiful," he murmurs against my mouth, His deep voice rumbles through me, and I can feel the warmth of his breath on my lips. That dress is doing things to me, Zoe. Swallowing hard, I beckon him in with my hand. I lead him into my apartment, watching as he takes in the transformed space. The fairy lights cast a warm glow across his features as his eyes sweep over the carefully set table. The candles, the steaming bowls of jambalaya. Zoe! He shakes his head in wonder, his eyes dancing in the candlelight. This is incredible. It's nothing fancy. I fidget with my bracelet, twisting the delicate silver chain around my wrist. Probably not like those 5-star restaurants you're used to. Stop. He catches my hand, his thumb tracing circles on my palm that send shivers up my arm. This is better, so much better. His eyes lock with mine, intense and sincere, making my breath catch in my throat. You did all this for me? The warmth in his voice melts away my insecurity, replacing it with a flutter of anticipation in my stomach. I wanted tonight to be special. The words come out softer than I intended, almost reverent. It already is. He pulls me closer, his free hand settling at the small of my back, fingers splaying possessively against the thin fabric of my dress. It smells amazing in here. His voice drops lower, rougher, and I can feel the vibration of it against my chest. Family recipe. I smile up at him. My grandmother's jambalaya. Lucky me. His fingers trace along my spine, sending shivers through me, though I'm finding it hard to focus on food right now. I lead Jack to the table, my skin still tingling where his fingers traced my spine. He pulls out my chair, such an old-school gesture that makes my stomach flip. The presentation alone is incredible, Jack says as he settles across from me. The candlelight catches the silver in his hair, making him look distinguished and devastating. His presence fills the intimate space, commanding yet gentle. Did you do all this just for our dinner? I might have gone a little overboard. I pour the wine, trying to keep my hands steady as his eyes follow my movements. The deep red liquid catches the light, and I can feel the weight of his attention like a physical touch. Not at all. Though I'm finding it hard to even look at the food when you're sitting there looking like that. He takes a sip of wine, his eyes darkening as they trail over the neckline of my dress. His fingers tap against the stem of his glass in a way that makes my pulse quicken. Damn. I bite my lip. Heat rushing through me at the intensity of his gaze. The way he looks at me makes me feel both powerful and utterly defenseless. Try the jambalaya before it gets cold. My voice comes out huskier than intended and I clear my throat. I didn't slave over a hot stove all evening for nothing. Jack takes a bite and his eyes close in appreciation. Holy crap, Zoe. This is... He takes another bite, bigger this time. This is incredible. The spices, the texture, everything's perfect. You really like it? Like it? I could marry you right now just for this jambalaya. He pauses, fork halfway to his mouth, and our eyes lock across the table. Despite his playful tone, there's something deeper in his expression that makes my heart stutter in my chest. My pulse races, and I have to remind myself to breathe. The word marry echoes in my head, even though I know he's just teasing. Still, the way he's looking at me... Well, I manage, trying to keep my voice light despite the butterflies in my stomach. My grandmother always said the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Smart woman, your grandmother. He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine. Though I think you found other ways too.
Chapter 23. Jack. The jambalaya's spices dance across my tongue as I take another bite. Zoe's cooking has exceeded every expectation, layers of flavor building with each mouthful. Across the small dining table, she sways slightly to music only she can hear, her wine glass dangerously close to empty. This is incredible. I set my fork down, savoring the moment, letting the complex flavors linger on my tongue. Best meal I've had in years, and that's saying something, considering how many restaurants I frequent. You're just saying that. Her curls bounce as she shakes her head, but her smile stretches wide, lighting up her entire face. Though I did spend all evening perfecting my grandmother's recipe, had to double-check the recipe book to make sure I got the proportions right. Trust me, I've had my share of jambalaya. None come close to this. My eyes drift to the empty plate in front of me, wishing there was more. The balance between the andouille and the shrimp is perfect. She pours herself another glass of wine, the bottle tilting a bit too long. The deep red liquid nearly reaches the rim. Well, Mr. Food Critic, what makes mine so special? Her eyebrow arches playfully as she takes another sip. And damn if that look doesn't do something to me. The depth of flavor, for one. And whatever you did with those shrimp, they're perfectly cooked. I lean back in my chair, watching her cheeks glow from the wine. But mostly, it's the company. I missed you, Zoe. Her fork clatters against the plate, the sound sharp in the intimate atmosphere between us. You missed me? We barely know each other. Her voice wavers slightly, caught between disbelief and something else. Hope, maybe. Doesn't matter. These past few weeks without seeing you. I take a slow sip of wine, choosing my words carefully. The rich red gives me a moment to gather my thoughts. Let's just say my days weren't the same without seeing you smile or getting to hear your laugh. Smooth talker. She giggles, then covers her mouth with her fingers, eyes widening. Oh God, I'm getting tipsy, aren't I? Her curls bounce as she shakes her head at herself. Just a little. I can't help but grin at her unguarded expression, loving how the wine has softened her usual professional demeanor. But you're adorable when you're tipsy, and she is, all sparkling eyes and uninhibited smiles. Jack Harrison, are you flirting with me over my grandmother's jambalaya recipe? She leans forward, elbows on the table, challenging me with that mischievous look I've grown to crave. Absolutely. I meet her gaze head-on, making damn sure she knows I mean every word. No point in playing games, not with her. Not when she makes me feel this way. Her eyes catch the soft glow from the pendant light above, turning them into pools of liquid gold. The wine has left a slight stain on her full lips, and I fight the urge to reach across the table and trace them with my thumb. God knows I want to, but I'm trying to be a gentleman here. You know what scares me? I set my glass down, letting my guard drop. My fingers tap against the stem, betraying the nervous energy coursing through me. How much I think about you. Even during the most mundane moments of my day, you pop into my head. It's like you've taken up permanent residence in there. Really? She shifts in her chair, leaning closer, and the movement sends a waft of her jasmine perfume my way. My grip tightens on the glass. Like when? Yesterday I was in this boring-as-hell budget meeting. All I could think about was how you'd probably liven it up with one of your quick-witted comments. I run my finger along the rim of my wine glass. Or when I'm grabbing coffee, I wonder if you'd like the place, if you'd appreciate their specialty brews. Her breath catches. Jack, I know it's fast. Trust me, I know. But there's something here, Zoe. Something real. The words pour out before I can stop them. I see myself taking you to my favorite spots in the city, showing you the hidden gems I've discovered. I want to learn every recipe your grandmother taught you, watch you dance around the kitchen while you cook. She sets her wine glass down, her fingers trembling slightly. What else do you see? Weekend trips to the coast, late-night conversations about everything and nothing, building something together that's more than just stolen moments between meetings. My heart pounds against my ribs. I see us, Zoe. And it terrifies me how much I want it. She bites her lower lip, vulnerability flickering across her features. I think about you too. During events, I catch myself wondering what you'd think of the arrangements if you'd notice the little details I obsess over. Tell me more. I lean forward, drawn to the raw honesty in her voice. My hand inches closer to hers across the table, not quite touching, but close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her skin. I imagine introducing you to my family, showing you my favorite childhood spots in the French Quarter. Her fingers play with her napkin, folding and unfolding the crisp white fabric. Sometimes I dream about lazy Sunday mornings, just us, no pressure from work or family, just coffee and crosswords and maybe teaching you my grandmother's gumbo recipe. The space between us crackles with possibility, with unspoken promises and shared dreams that suddenly feel within reach. My chest tightens with an ache that's equal parts desire and fear. Fear that this perfect moment might slip away if I don't grab hold of it with both hands. You know why Monica's been trying to get between us? I trace the rim of my wine glass, the memories of my failed marriage settling like heavy stones in my gut. She can probably see what we have, what she and I never did. Zoe's eyes find mine across the table, questioning. What do you mean? My marriage to Monica. I let out a slow breath. On paper, we were perfect, both successful, both driven. We looked good in photos, said all the right things at parties. But behind closed doors, I shake my head. It was like living in a museum. Everything pristine, organized, cold. That sounds lonely. Her voice softens, and she reaches across the table to brush her fingers against mine. It was. We had separate schedules, separate friends, separate lives. Hell, we even had separate wings of the house toward the end. The touch of her hand grounds me, warm and real. No spontaneous dancing in the kitchen, no sharing recipes passed down through generations, no real laughter. Jack, you know what I realized tonight? I've smiled more in these few hours with you than I did in years with her. My thumb strokes across her knuckles. That's what's eating at Monica. She sees us together, sees how natural this is, how alive we both are. And it kills her because we never had that spark, that fire. Is that why she's so rude to me? Zoe asks in a quiet voice. Making those snide comments? Exactly. She had the perfect society marriage, but it was empty. And now she's watching us build something real, something passionate. I lean forward, my voice dropping lower. Every time I'm with you, I feel like I'm finally awake after sleepwalking through years of my life. That's what she can't stand. You can't fake chemistry like this, can you? Zoe's lips curve into a soft smile. No, you really can't. And that's what makes this so damn special. I squeeze her hand gently. That's what makes her so desperate to tear it down. Zoe's fingers intertwine with mine across the table, her skin soft and warm against my own. You know what's funny? I never had that spark either. Not with anyone before you. No? I trace small circles on her palm with my thumb, watching as her eyes follow the movement. The simple touch sends electricity through my veins, making it hard to focus on anything else. God, no. I dated these, perfectly acceptable guys. The kind my parents would love. She rolls her eyes, letting out an exasperated sigh. Investment bankers, doctors, lawyers, men who looked good on paper and bored me to tears in person. The conversations were like watching paint dry. And here you are with a real estate developer instead. I smirk, trying to lighten the mood, though my chest tightens at how right this feels. How different it is from anything I've experienced before. Oh, please. She pulls her hand away to swat at my arm. That's not what I mean. You're different. Her voice trails off as she searches for the right words. You're unpredictable. Dangerous, almost. Dangerous? My eyebrow shoots up. That's a first. Not like that. She takes another sip of wine. You make me feel things I'm not supposed to. You don't fit into the neat little box my family has planned out for me. Dating you is probably the riskiest thing I've ever done. And how does that make you feel? Alive. The word comes out in a rush of breath. When you look at me like that, when you touch me, it's electric, terrifying, amazing. She shakes her head, curls bouncing. My mother would have a heart attack if she knew I was having dinner with a divorced man 18 years my senior. Should I be concerned about angry parents showing up at my door? No, because for the first time in my life, I don't care what they think. Her chin lifts defiantly. I'm tired of safe choices and comfortable relationships. I want passion. I want fire. Her eyes lock onto mine. I want you.
Chapter 24. Zoe. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 25. Jack. Moonlight filters through the gauzy curtains, casting a soft glow across Zoe's peaceful face as she sleeps in my arms. Her breathing comes slow and steady, her chest rising and falling in perfect rhythm. I can't take my eyes off her. Those 3 words still echo in my mind. I love you. She'd whispered them with such conviction, such raw honesty before drifting off to sleep. The memory sends a jolt through my chest, a feeling I thought I'd never experience again. Her curls spill across the pillow in wild abandon, a few strands falling across her face. I reach out, gently brushing them away with my fingertips, careful not to wake her. Even in sleep, her lips curve into a slight smile, and I find myself wondering what she's dreaming about. I hope it's about me. The sheets rustle as she shifts closer, seeking my warmth. Her hand rests against my chest, right over my heart, which beats a little faster at her touch. The simple contact grounds me, reminds me this isn't just another dream. This gorgeous, vibrant woman chose me, loves me. After all the years of keeping everyone at arm's length, she somehow slipped past every defense I'd built. My fingers trace the curve of her cheek, memorizing every detail. The scatter of tiny freckles across her nose, the way her lashes fan out against her skin, the soft curve of her lips. She's so damn beautiful it almost hurts to look at her. I've been with beautiful women before, but none of them came close to Zoe. It's not just her looks. It's the fire in her eyes when she's passionate about something, the way she throws her head back when she laughs, how she challenges me at every turn. She's everything I never knew I needed. She murmurs in her sleep, nuzzling closer. I wrap my arm tighter around her, protective, possessive. The scent of her shampoo, something tropical and sweet, fills my senses. How did I get so lucky? After everything I've been through, all the walls I built, she crashed right through them with that brilliant smile and infectious laugh. A curl springs back across her face, defiant. I brush it away again, letting my fingers linger against her warm skin. The intimacy of this moment, just watching her sleep, holding her close, feels more profound than any business deal I've ever closed. You know, I whisper, my voice barely audible in the quiet room. I had it all figured out after Monica. Told myself I was done with relationships, done with letting anyone close enough to matter. Zoe shifts slightly in her sleep, and I pause, making sure she's still deep in dreamland. Her fingers curl against my chest, sending warmth through my entire body. That night at the Garland, I walked in ready to make my appearances, shake the right hands, close a few deals. Business as usual. My thumb traces circles on her shoulder as the memory washes over me. Then you walked past in that dress, and I swear the whole room stopped. You didn't even notice me. Too busy organizing everything, making sure everyone else was having a good time. The moonlight catches on her ring finger, and my chest tightens at the sight. I watched you handle that crisis with the champagne tower like it was nothing. Cool as ice on the outside, but I saw that little crease between your eyebrows, the one you get when you're worried but refusing to show it. Her steady breathing fills the silence between my words. I tried to fight it. Christ, did I try? Told myself you were too young, that it wasn't smart. But then you looked at me. Really looked at me. And smiled. And all those walls I'd built, they didn't stand a chance. My fingers find their way into her curls again. Monica took a piece of me when she left. Made me think I'd never trust anyone with my heart again. But you... I press a kiss to her forehead. You didn't try to fix me or replace what I lost. You just created something entirely new. Something better. Pulling her closer to my body, I let out a soft sigh, savoring the way she fits perfectly against me. Her warmth seeps into my chest, melting away years of carefully constructed defenses. I never thought I'd want this again, I murmur against her hair, my voice rough with emotion. Marriage. Family. After Monica, I convinced myself the chapter of my life was closed. Sealed it up tight and threw away the key. Zoe stirs slightly, and I tighten my hold on her, afraid she might slip away like smoke through my fingers. The scent of her shampoo fills my lungs, something floral and sweet that's become as familiar as breathing. But being with you, you make me want everything. The whole damn fairy tale. My hand slides down her arm, feeling the softness of her skin, committing every inch to memory. I know we haven't been together long. I know the age gap makes people talk, but I don't care about any of that. My fingers trace idle patterns against her skin, marking her as mine. Let them talk. They don't know what we have. The words pour out of me now, unstoppable. I want to wake up to your smile every morning. Want to hear about your crazy event planning disasters over dinner. Want to argue about what color to paint the nursery someday. My throat tightens as I imagine it. Zoe with a rounded belly, glowing and beautiful. Our child growing inside her. My child. I want to build a family with you. Watch you become an amazing mother. Give you everything you've ever dreamed of, and more. My voice comes out rough with emotion, each word carrying the weight of promises I intend to keep. The moonlight catches on her peaceful face, and my chest aches with how much I love her. The silvery glow softens her features, making her look almost ethereal against the sheets. You deserve the world, baby, and I want to be the one to give it to you. Whatever you want. A house in the Garden District, a villa in Italy, the moon itself. Just name it. It's yours. My hands tighten possessively around her waist. I've got the means to make your dreams come true, and damn if I won't move heaven and earth to do it. I brush my lips against her temple, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair, committing this moment to memory. I know it's fast. Know some people might think I'm crazy, but I've never been more sure of anything in my life. You're it for me, Zoe Mitchell, the beginning and end of everything I want. The truth of those words settles deep in my bones. At 45, I've lived enough to know when something's real, and this, us, is the realest thing I've ever felt. Her lips part slightly, and my name tumbles out in a sleepy whisper. Jack. The sound hits me like a physical force. My chest tightens and everything, every doubt, every hesitation, crystallizes into absolute certainty. This woman curled against me in complete trust, dreaming my name. She's mine. Forever. The moonlight catches on her left hand again, and this time, I picture it. A ring. My ring. Not just any diamond. Something as unique as she is. Maybe that vintage Art Deco piece I spotted at the jeweler's last week, the one that made me stop dead in my tracks, because it screamed Zoe, with its bold design and brilliant stones. Jack, she murmurs again, her fingers curling tighter against my chest. My throat constricts. The raw need to make her mine, completely, officially, permanently, burns through my veins like wildfire. I want my name on her documents. Want to hear people call her Mrs. Harrison. Want everyone to know she belongs with me. The thought of introducing her as my wife sends a jolt of possessive pleasure straight through my core. She shifts closer, and I pull her tighter against me. The familiar curves of her body fit perfectly against mine, like she was made for me. And maybe she was. Maybe all the stuff with Monica, all those years of keeping people at arm's length, were just preparing me for this. For her. For the way she makes everything in my world click into place with a single smile. I press my lips to her forehead, making a silent vow. I'm going to marry this woman. Don't care if I have to move mountains or fight the whole damn world. She's going to be my wife. Nothing's going to stop me from making that happen. The ring I saw is just the beginning. I'll give her everything she's ever wanted. Shower her with every ounce of love she deserves. Because that's what you do when you finally find the missing piece of your soul.
Chapter 26. Zoe. The crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow across the DuPont's grand ballroom as I make one final sweep, tablet pressed against my chest. Red and pink roses cascade from ornate centerpieces, their petals catching the light like tiny jewels. Heart-shaped ice sculptures glisten between elaborate food stations, and delicate paper lanterns float above the dance floor in perfect formation. Everything's perfect, Miss Mitchell. Marcus, the head waiter, adjusts his bow tie with practiced precision. The champagne's properly chilled, and the staff's ready for service. We've even double-checked all the place settings and wine pairings. I nod, but my stomach's doing backflips. This is the biggest event I've coordinated since becoming a professional event coordinator, and half of New Orleans' elite will be here in less than an hour. The guest list reads like a who's who of Louisiana society, and one wrong move could tank my entire career. The sound system's good to go. Desmond, our DJ, gives me a thumbs up from his booth. Got all the requested songs loaded up, plus some backup romantic classics just in case. We'll keep these folks dancing all night long. My phone buzzes with a text from Jack. Can't wait to see you shine tonight. His simple message sends an unexpected flutter through my chest, different from my anxiety about the event. Damn that man and his perfect timing. The string quartet begins warming up in the corner, their melody floating through the space. I straighten my black cocktail dress, chosen specifically to blend in while still looking professional, and check my earpiece. Catering's arriving through the service entrance, Amy's voice crackles through, and the first few board members are pulling up to valet. I take a deep breath, watching the staff move with practiced precision. The guest list reads like a who's who of New Orleans society. Old money families, tech entrepreneurs, arts patrons. And somewhere in that mix will be Jack, probably looking devastating in whatever suit he's chosen. Time to get this show on the road. I square my shoulders and head toward the entrance, heels clicking against the marble floor. The nervous energy morphs into excitement as I hear the first cars pulling up outside. This is my element, creating perfect moments, orchestrating joy, bringing people together. And tonight's going to be magical. As the guests trickle in, Amy suddenly appears at my side with a worried look on her face. She swallows hard before speaking. Kitchen needs you. Something's going on in there. Amy's voice trembles slightly, and the look in her eyes tells me this isn't just another missing appetizer situation. Without another word, I take off. I rush through the service corridor, my heels echoing against the tile floor like rapid gunfire. The sound of raised voices and clattering metal grows louder with each step, accompanied by what sounds like a heated argument in French. I burst through the double doors to find Monica, Jack's ex-wife of all people, hunched over the appetizer station, a small glass vial in her perfectly manicured hands. Chef Antoine, his white uniform pristine except for a small sauce stain on the sleeve, has her wrist in a vice grip. His face is thunderous, and the kitchen staff have frozen in place watching the scene unfold. What the hell? I step forward, my blood running cold at the scene before me. The implications of what I'm seeing hit me like a bucket of ice water. This is definitely not how I planned for this evening to go. Monica's face twists into a sneer, her perfect red lips curling with disdain. Oh, look, if it isn't Jack's little plaything. Step away from the food. My voice comes out steady despite my racing heart hammering against my ribs. Every instinct screams at me to back down from this elegant shark in designer clothes, but I plant my feet firmly. Security's already on their way, and I've got witnesses. Please. She yanks her hand free from Chef Antoine with enough force to make him stumble. You think you can replace me, a child playing dress-up at fancy parties? Her cold laugh echoes through the kitchen. Jack will get bored of you just like all his other distractions. He always does. 2 security guards appear behind me, their heavy footsteps a welcome sound. That's enough. I gesture toward Monica, fighting to keep my professional composure. This woman was caught attempting to tamper with the food. Please escort her out. Chef Antoine can provide details. You don't know who I am. Monica's designer dress rustles as the guards take her arms, the $1,000 fabric crinkling under their grip. Her eyes lock onto mine with pure venom. I'll ruin you. By the time I'm done, you won't be able to plan a child's birthday party in this city. Actually, I know exactly who you are. A bitter ex-wife who can't move on. And everything you just did was caught on the kitchen security cameras. I hold up my phone, showing the live feed of her tampering with the food trays. My fingers tremble slightly, but my voice stays firm. I'm sure the press would love to see this footage, especially the part where you tried to sabotage a Valentine's Day event. The color drains from her face as the guards lead her toward the exit. Her threats echo down the corridor about lawsuits and connections, but they sound hollow now. Empty, just like her attempt to destroy what Jack and I have built. I watch until she disappears around the corner, my heart still pounding from the confrontation. Chef Antoine gives me a grateful nod as he inspects the dishes she touched. We caught her before she could do any damage. The appetizers are safe, though I'll have my team prepare fresh ones just to be certain. Thank you. I straighten my dress, smoothing down the silk material and taking a deep breath. My mind's already shifting back into event coordinator mode, running through tonight's timeline. Let's get these trays out to the guests. We've got 300 people waiting, and this night's just getting started. I grab my tablet, determined not to let Monica's drama derail the biggest event of my career. I make my way back to the grand ballroom, my pulse still racing from the kitchen confrontation. My phone buzzes. A text from the head of security confirming Monica's been escorted off the premises and banned from returning. They've stationed extra guards at all entrances just to be safe. Send the kitchen footage to my email, I tell Amy, who's already typing away on her tablet. I've got a few press contacts who'd love to see New Orleans society queen trying to sabotage a charity event. Already done. Amy's fingers fly across the screen. I've got 3 major outlets ready to run with it tomorrow morning. The string quartet's music washes over me as I survey the room. Couples drift across the dance floor. Champagne glasses sparkle in the chandelier light, and the roses seem to glow even brighter against the cream-colored linens. The decorations are simply magnificent. Mrs. Beaumont, one of our biggest donors, catches my arm. I've never seen the DuPont look more enchanting. Those paper lanterns, they're like stars floating above us. You've outdone yourself. Another guest chimes in, gesturing at the ice sculptures. The way they catch the light is pure magic. I smile and nod, but my eyes scan the crowd for Jack. After Monica's stunt, I need to warn him about what happened, but more than that, I just need to see his face, to ground myself in the present, rather than dwelling on his ex-wife's threats. The kitchen doors swing open as servers glide out with fresh appetizer trays. Chef Antoine's replacement dishes looking even more elegant than the originals. Guests reach for the delicate bites, completely unaware of the drama that almost derailed their evening. My earpiece crackles with updates from the team. The silent auction is exceeding expectations. The wine is flowing freely, and the dance floor stays packed. Despite Monica's best efforts, this night is turning into exactly what I envisioned. Through the sea of guests, my eyes catch every detail. The way light dances off champagne flutes, how couples sway to the quartet's melody, the soft murmur of conversation mixing with delighted laughter. My tablet forgotten at my side, I can't help but smile. This is what I do. This is my art. The double doors open and my heart skips. Jack walks in, commanding attention without even trying. His tailored black suit fits him perfectly, and that subtle smirk I've grown to love plays at the corners of his mouth. He stops to shake a few hands, ever the businessman. But his eyes scan the room until they find mine. The world narrows to just him. The chaos from earlier with Monica fades away, replaced by a warmth that spreads through my chest. He weaves through the crowd with practiced ease, and I watch his approach, admiring how the silver at his temples catches the light. There's my brilliant event planner. His voice carries that hint of gravel that makes my knees weak. My tablet finds its way onto a nearby table as he pulls me close, his hand settling at the small of my back. The subtle scent of his cologne wraps around me like a familiar embrace. The place looks incredible. His blue eyes crinkle at the corners as he takes in the decorations, though not half as incredible as you. I lean into him, soaking in his solid presence. After the kitchen drama, after proving myself again and again, this moment feels earned, perfect. The room spins with happiness and music around us. But right here, in Jack's arms, everything else melts into a soft, glowing backdrop.
Chapter 27. Jack. The DuPont ballroom sparkles under the crystal chandeliers, each detail meticulously crafted under Zoe's vision. I watch from near the bar as she glides between guests, her dress catching the light. Pride swells in my chest at how she's transformed this space into something magical. This has to be the most elegant gala I've attended in years, Margaret Beaumont, one of New Orleans' most prominent socialites, says beside me. Her diamond necklace catches the light as she sips her champagne. Who did you say organized this? Zoe Mitchell. The name rolls off my tongue with undeniable satisfaction. My fingers tighten around my whiskey glass, remembering how she transformed this space from an empty ballroom into something out of a dream. She's revolutionizing event planning in the city. Well, she's certainly made her mark tonight. Those floating gardens, inspired. Margaret gestures toward the suspended arrangements of orchids and fairy lights that seem to dance mid-air above the guests. Across the room, I spot Mrs. Dubois, the city's most discerning party hostess, cornering Zoe with animated gestures. Her reputation for hosting the most talked-about events makes her approval worth its weight in gold. Zoe's face lights up, her smile radiant as she pulls out her phone, no doubt taking down details for another event. The sight of her success makes my chest tighten with an unfamiliar feeling, something deeper than just professional pride. "Jack!" Zoe practically dances over to me, her curls bouncing with each step. The way her face lights up makes something stir in my chest. "You won't believe what just happened. Mrs. Dubois wants me to coordinate her annual summer soiree. That's just the beginning." I hand her a fresh glass of champagne, my fingers brushing against hers for a brief moment. "I've overheard at least 3 other society matrons plotting to book you before someone else does. The way they're circling, you'd think you were giving away free diamonds." "God, is this really happening?" She takes a sip, her eyes scanning the room where couples twirl on the dance floor beneath her carefully curated floral arrangements. The fairy lights catch the gold flecks in her hazel eyes, and I have to force myself to look away. "You earned this, every bit of it." A gesture to where the Fontaine sisters are hovering nearby, clearly waiting for their chance to approach. Their designer dresses rustle as they whisper behind their hands, stealing glances in our direction. "Your waiting list is about to get a lot longer. Hell, at this rate, you'll need to hire 3 more assistants just to manage your calendar." "Jack Harrison, are you actually gloating on my behalf?" Her eyebrow arches playfully. "Damn right I am." I straighten my tie, watching as another group of guests admire the ice sculpture centerpiece. Nothing better than watching you prove every person in this room right about your talent. The Fontaine sisters finally make their move, sweeping Zoe into an animated discussion about their upcoming charity auction. I step back, content to observe as she works her magic, watching her star rise in real time. After what feels like an eternity of schmoozing, she finally breaks free from the client conversations and makes her way back to me. Her shoulders drop slightly as she leans against the bar, signaling the bartender for another champagne. "Your fan club keeping you busy?" I can't help but smirk at how naturally she commands attention, even from New Orleans' most discerning social circle. God, I need this drink. She takes a long sip, letting out a small sigh of relief. Her fingers tap nervously against the crystal stem. Though that's not the craziest part of my evening. You won't believe who tried to crash the kitchen earlier. Kitchen? My brow furrows, a knot of concern forming in my gut. Something in her tone sets off warning bells. Monica. Zoe's voice drops low, her eyes darting around to make sure we're not overheard. Your ex-wife tried to mess with the food service. Caught her trying to tamper with the appetizers with some strange-looking vial. Chef Antoine caught her before she did anything drastic. Security escorted her out the back entrance to avoid making a scene. The whiskey burns in my throat as I process this information. My fingers tighten around the glass until my knuckles turn white. What the hell? The words come out as a growl. Leave it to Monica to try something this vindictive. Even for her, this is a new low. Security cameras caught everything. Zoe pulls out her phone, showing me crystal clear footage of Monica attempting to mess with the food. Her perfectly manicured hands hover over the appetizer trays, that mysterious vial positioned right above the food plates. I've got it all documented, planning to send it to the press first thing tomorrow. Channel 4 already expressed interest when I mentioned potential food tampering at a high-profile event. Jesus Christ. I run a hand through my hair, anger and embarrassment warring in my chest. The familiar ache of a tension headache starts to build behind my eyes. I can't believe she'd stoop this low. Actually, scratch that. I absolutely can't believe it. Hey. Zoe's hand finds my arm, her touch surprisingly steady and reassuring. Don't you dare feel responsible for her actions. She made her choices. This isn't on you. Not even a little bit. Still doesn't make it right. I down the rest of my whiskey, savoring the burn. The empty glass hits the bar with more force than necessary. She could have made people sick, could have ruined the whole damn event. But she didn't. We caught her, and now she'll have to deal with the consequences. Zoe's fingers squeeze my arm gently, and something about her touch cuts through the rage building in my chest. The whole city's going to see exactly who Monica Caldway really is. Trust me, after this gets out, she won't be able to show her face at another social event in New Orleans for a very long time. You're something else, you know that? I shake my head, managing a small smile. Most people would be falling apart after dealing with something like this. Please, it takes more than a bitter ex-wife to ruin my night. She raises her glass. Besides, look around. Every person in this room is having the time of their life. That's what matters. I take in the sight of her, confident, capable, and somehow still humble despite everything she's achieved tonight. The words I've been holding back all evening finally break free. You know, I need to tell you something. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I'm proud of you, Zoe. Not just for handling this crisis like a pro, but for everything. The way you've built your business, how you command a room, how you make everyone feel special. You're extraordinary. Her lips part slightly, and I notice her eyes getting glassy. She blinks rapidly, looking down at her champagne glass. God, don't say things like that. Her voice wavers. No one ever... my family's idea of praise is... well, at least you're not waiting tables anymore. She lets out a small laugh that sounds more like a sob. They wanted me to be a lawyer or doctor, something respectable. Even now, with all this success, the most I get is... That's nice, dear. Then they're blind. My hand finds hers on the bar, covering it completely. Look what you've created here. Every detail, every moment. It's all you. And it's brilliant. A tear escapes down her cheek and she quickly wipes it away. My makeup. Leave it. I reach up, catching another tear with my thumb. Anyone who can't see how amazing you are doesn't deserve your tears, even if they're happy ones. Thank you. She squeezes my hand, her voice barely above a whisper. That means more than you know. The vulnerability in her eyes hits me like a physical force. I've seen Zoe confident, playful, determined. But this raw honesty, this glimpse beneath her polished exterior, steals the breath from my lungs. The music shifts to something slower, more intimate. Zoe's hand remains in mine, and I find myself pulling her closer, away from the bar and into a quieter corner. Dance with me? The words escape before I can stop them. Her eyes widen slightly, but she nods, stepping into my arms like she belongs there. The subtle scent of her perfume fills my senses as we sway to the music. Her hand feels small in mine, yet there's strength in the way she moves, matching my rhythm perfectly. You know everyone's watching, she whispers, her breath warm against my neck. Let them. My hand slides to the small of her back, drawing her closer. The silk of her dress whispers beneath my fingers. I've been wanting to do this all night. She pulls back just enough to meet my gaze, and something electric passes between us. Before I can overthink it, I lean down and capture her lips with mine. She tastes like champagne and possibility, her fingers curling into my lapel as she kisses me back. Oh, how absolutely divine! Mrs. Dubois' delighted exclamation breaks through our moment. She stands nearby, clutching her pearls with genuine joy. You two make such a striking couple. The way you look at each other, it's like something out of a classic romance. Zoe starts to pull away, but I keep her close, my arm steady around her waist. The pride in my chest swells as I look down at her flushed face. Thank you, Mrs. Dubois. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Age is just a number when there's real connection, Mrs. Dubois continues, beaming at us. And my dears, what you have is genuine. I've been watching you all evening. The way you orbit each other, how your faces light up. It's beautiful to witness. Zoe relaxes against me, and I feel her smile against my shoulder. The validation from someone as respected as the Mrs. Dubois feels like a gift. Not that we needed it, but it's sweet all the same.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 28. Zoe. The February sun bathes Jackson Square in a warm glow as I weave through the Valentine's Day festival crowd, my fingers intertwined with Jack's. Red and pink decorations flutter in the breeze, and the aroma of pralines and beignets fills the air. I can't believe I've never been to one of these before. My freehand gestures at the festive booths lining the square, each one more eye-catching than the last, with their heart-themed displays and local crafts. Street musicians play jazz renditions of love songs, their melodies floating through the crowd, the saxophone player adding a sultry twist to What a Wonderful World. First time for everything. Jack's grip tightens on my hand as he guides me through the throng, his thumb brushing over my knuckles in a way that makes my stomach flip. You're gonna love this. They've got the best local vendors setting up shop today. Wait till you try Miss Marie's chocolate-covered strawberries. A group of people wave at Jack, clearly business associates from his real estate empire, and his chest puffs up as he introduces me. The way he keeps his arm around my waist, proud and possessive, sends tingles down my spine. His hand splays across my hip, warm and secure, marking me as his in front of everyone. Jack Harrison, you old dog. A man in a seersucker suit approaches, his bow tie as crisp as his southern accent. Who's this lovely lady? His eyes dance between us, taking in how closely Jack holds me against him. This is Zoe Mitchell. Jack's voice carries a note of pride that makes my heart skip. Best damn event planner in the city. I extend my hand, but the man opts for a traditional New Orleans cheek kiss, his cologne heavy with notes of cypress. Charmed. Jack here never brings dates to these things. You must be special. His knowing look makes me feel like I'm under a spotlight. Heat explodes across my body. Jack's thumb traces circles on my hip as he speaks, his touch sending electricity through my dress. She absolutely is. The possessive edge in his voice does things to me I can't explain. We continue our stroll, stopping at various booths. Jack insists on buying me a handmade bracelet from a local artisan, despite my protests. The silver piece catches the light as he fastens it around my wrist, his fingers lingering longer than necessary. The way he shows me off to everyone we meet, from city officials to old friends, makes me feel like I'm floating. Each introduction comes with a subtle squeeze of my waist, a silent reminder that I'm here with him. And damn if that doesn't make me feel invincible. You're enjoying this way too much? I tease, bumping his shoulder with mine as we pass a jazz quartet. Damn right I am. He pulls me closer, his breath warm against my ear. Got the most beautiful woman at the festival on my arm. Why wouldn't I want to show you off? His words send a shiver through me. and I lean into his embrace as we navigate the festival grounds. The excitement of being here with him, of being the woman he wants to flaunt, fills me with a giddy joy I've never experienced before. The scent of chocolate draws us to a quaint booth draped in red velvet. An elderly woman with silver hair tied back in a neat bun arranges elaborate displays of chocolate-covered strawberries, each one decorated with delicate white chocolate swirls. Miss Marie. Jack greets her with the warmth of an old friend, his deep voice carrying that hint of Southern charm that makes my knees weak. Your setup looks amazing as always. Jack Harrison, you charmer. She beams at us, her weathered hands pausing their work with the chocolates. And who's this lovely young lady? Before I can answer, Jack's hand slides to the small of my back, his touch both possessive and gentle through the thin fabric of my dress. This is Zoe. She's special. My heart flutters at the way he says it, like a declaration, like he's staking his claim right here in front of everyone. The confidence in his voice makes my skin tingle. Miss Marie's eyes sparkle with knowing wisdom as she selects the largest, most perfect strawberries and places them in a red paper box, arranging them with the care of an artist. On the house, darling. Anyone who puts that look in Jack's eyes deserves a treat. She winks at me, and I can tell she's seen plenty of couples come and go at this festival. But something about the way she's looking at us feels different. I can't, I start to protest, but Jack's already picking up one of the strawberries, his long fingers handling the delicate treat with surprising grace. Open up. He holds it to my lips, his blue eyes intense, darkening with an emotion that makes my heart stutter. The gesture is so intimate it steals my breath, especially with all these people milling around us at the festival, pretending not to watch. I part my lips, and he feeds me the strawberry. The chocolate shell cracks perfectly, revealing the sweet fruit beneath. A drop of juice threatens to escape, but Jack catches it with his thumb. His touch electric against my bottom lip. The pad of his thumb lingers there a fraction too long, and I swear the temperature spikes 10 degrees. Good? His voice is rough, deeper than usual. And something about the way he asks makes me think he's not just talking about the strawberry. My knees go weak, and I have to resist the urge to grab onto his arm for support. I can only nod, overwhelmed by the tenderness of the moment. None of my exes ever did anything like this. They were all about grand gestures that looked good on Instagram. But Jack makes me feel cherished in the smallest ways. The way his eyes follow my movements, how he anticipates my needs before I voice them. It's intoxicating. You're thinking too hard. He feeds me another strawberry, his fingers brushing my lips. I see those wheels turning. His thumb traces the corner of my mouth, and I fight back a shiver. It's just different. You're different. The words come out barely above a whisper, but they carry the weight of every disappointing relationship I've ever had. Different good? His voice holds a note of vulnerability I've never heard before. Different perfect. I look down at our joined hands, marveling at how naturally they fit together. I'm not used to being treated like this. The admission cost me something, but with Jack, I want to be honest. Jack tilts my chin up, his expression serious. His eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Then everyone before me was an idiot. You deserve to be treasured, Zoe. Every single day. The conviction in his voice makes my heart stutter, and I know with absolute certainty that he means every word. A glint of sunlight catches my eye, drawing my attention to an ornate jewelry display. Delicate rings and necklaces sparkle under the sun, each piece more beautiful than the last. The antique-looking pieces remind me of the ones my grandmother used to collect, making my heart squeeze with nostalgia. See something you like? Jack's hand remains firm on my waist as we pause at the booth. His thumb traces small circles against my side, sending tingles down my spine. My fingers hover over a vintage-style engagement ring, its diamond catching the light. It's gorgeous. The intricate metalwork frames the stone perfectly, creating a delicate pattern that seems to dance in the sunlight. You'd look stunning in something like that. Jack's voice drops lower, intimate despite the crowd around us. When I propose, I want it to be perfect. The possessive edge in his tone makes my stomach flip, and I can't help but lean into his solid warmth. The way he says when, not if, sends my heart racing. I turn to face him, searching his expression. When you propose? You heard me right. His blue eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. I know what I want, Zoe, and I want you as my wife someday. His fingers tighten possessively at my waist, drawing me closer. The world narrows to just us, the festival fading into background noise. My pulse thunders in my ears, and I can barely hear the jazz music floating over from the nearby street performers. You've thought about marrying me? Every damn day. His thumb traces my jawline, sending electricity dancing across my skin. The thought of putting a ring on your finger, making you officially mine, it consumes me. I've imagined it 1,000 different ways. Jack. His name comes out breathless. Marriage. To Jack. The idea fills my chest with a warmth I've never experienced. The same warmth I feel every time he looks at me like this, like I'm the only woman in the world. Tell me you haven't thought about it. His fingers thread through my hair, tugging gently to tilt my face up to his. Tell me you haven't imagined being Mrs. Harrison. The deep rumble of his voice makes my knees weak, and I'm grateful for his strong arm keeping me steady against him. I can't lie. Not to him, not about this. I have. God, I have. The admission feels like jumping off a cliff, but his answering smile is worth it. Good. He pulls me closer, his forehead resting against mine. Because I'm going to marry you one day, Zoe Mitchell, that's a promise. The certainty in his voice makes my knees weak. This man, this incredible, passionate man, wants to make me his wife. The thought sends electricity through my veins, makes my heart race with possibilities.
Chapter 29. Jack. The velvet box in my pocket weighs heavy against my thigh as I guide Zoe through the hidden entrance of Le Jardin Secret. The familiar stone archway opens to reveal the enchanted garden courtyard, strings of twinkling lights casting a golden glow across the intimate tables. I can't believe you brought us back here. Zoe's fingers intertwine with mine, her smile radiant in the soft lighting. The warmth of her hand sends electricity through my body, just like it did that first night. It feels like yesterday when you first showed me this place. 6 months. I squeeze her hand, remembering every damn perfect moment since then. Best 6 months of my life. And I mean every word of it. The maitre d' leads us to the same secluded corner table where we first sat, surrounded by climbing jasmine and fragrant herbs. The scent reminds me of how antsy I was that first night, wondering if she'd think this place was too much. Now it's our spot. Zoe's curls catch the candlelight as she settles into her chair, her hazel eyes sparkling with joy. Damn, she's beautiful. You're giving me that look again! She leans forward, chin propped on her hand, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The candlelight dances across her features, making her even more irresistible. What look? I try to play innocent, but we both know I'm caught. I can never hide how I feel when I look at her. Hell, everyone in this restaurant probably knows exactly how gone I am for this woman. Like you're seeing me for the first time. Every time feels like the first time with you. The words come naturally now, my old fears of vulnerability long forgotten in the warmth of her presence. After years of keeping everyone at arm's length, it still amazes me how easy it is to be real with her. We order wine, share appetizers, and fall into our usual rhythm of playful banter and meaningful glances. She steals a bite from my plate, and I pretend to be offended, though secretly I love how comfortable we are together. But my heart pounds harder with each passing moment, knowing what waits in my pocket. The small velvet box feels like it weighs a ton, and my fingers itch to reach for it. Remember how nervous I was that first night? Zoe laughs, taking a sip of wine. Her fingers dance along the stem of her glass, a habit I've grown to love. I didn't know how to eat an oyster. You were adorable. Still are. I lean forward, drinking in the way her eyes catch the candlelight. Though, watching you fumble with the oyster was pretty entertaining. And you were trying so hard to impress me with your wine knowledge. She tilts her head, a teasing smile playing at her lips, going on about tannins and oak barrels. Did it work? I reach across the table, brushing my thumb across her knuckles. Maybe a little. She winks, sending my heart into overdrive. Though I was more impressed by how you listened, really listened. Not many guys would have remembered my coffee order after only mentioning it once. The dessert arrives, a chocolate souffle dusted with gold leaf, just like that first evening. Zoe's face lights up at the sight, and I know this is the moment. My fingers brush against the velvet box as I shift in my seat, my pulse thundering in my ears. Everything I've planned to say suddenly feels inadequate compared to the way she's looking at me right now. Zoe. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with emotion. I've rehearsed this 100 times, but nothing could prepare me for this moment. She looks up from her dessert, her expression softening as she reads something in my face. Yes. Her voice holds a hint of breathlessness that makes my pulse race faster. I push my chair back, my heart thundering in my chest. The other diners fade away until it's just us. Just this moment that's about to change everything. My fingers move confidently and swiftly as I pull out the velvet box, dropping to one knee beside her chair. The movement is smooth, practiced. I've been carrying this ring for weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. Zoe's eyes go wide, her hand flying to her mouth. The tiny gasp that escapes her sends electricity down my spine, and I know with absolute certainty that this is exactly where I'm meant to be. From the moment you walked into my life, everything changed. That night at the Garland Hotel wasn't just another business meeting. It was the beginning of us. Valentine's Day was around the time our romance kicked off, so I wanted to have this ring remind you of that each time you look at it. I open the box, revealing the platinum ring with its delicate pattern of intertwined hearts etched around the band, leading to the center diamond. I had this made special to remember that day, the day my heart started beating again. Tears well up in Zoe's eyes, spilling onto her cheeks as she stares at the ring, then back at me. The sight of her emotional response makes my own chest tighten with anticipation. You walked into that ballroom gala with your tablet and your pretty dress. You glanced at me once and I knew. I just knew. My voice catches, thick with emotion. That confident stride, the way you commanded attention without even trying. From that moment on, I couldn't imagine my life without you in it. Will you marry me, Zoe Mitchell? Yes, she whispers through her tears, nodding frantically. God, yes, Jack. Her hands shake as I slide the ring onto her finger. The candlelight catches the etched hearts, making them dance against the platinum band. It's a perfect fit, just like us. Zoe pulls me up, throwing her arms around my neck. Her tears dampen my collar, but I don't care. I hold her tight, breathing in the scent of her hair, feeling her heart race against my chest. The warmth of her body against mine feels like coming home. I love you, she murmurs against my neck. I love you so much. Her voice trembles with emotion, and I swear my heart doubles in size. I help steady her as she wobbles slightly from the emotion of the moment, my arm wrapping protectively around her waist. Her hand finds mine, our fingers interlocking naturally, like they were made to fit together. The ring catches the light, sending tiny sparkles across her skin. Damn, I couldn't have picked a better symbol of our love if I'd tried. Ready to get out of here? I brush a stray curl from her face, still amazed that this incredible woman said yes. My thumb lingers on her cheek, and I fight the urge to kiss her again, right here in front of everyone. I don't think my legs are working properly. She laughs, pressing closer to my side as we weave between the tables. I keep looking at the ring to make sure this is real. Her fingers tighten around mine and I squeeze back, grounding us both in this perfect moment. The night air hits us as we step out of Le Jardin's secret, carrying the scent of magnolias from the nearby gardens. Zoe stops under the archway, turning to face me with wonder in her eyes. I can't believe you planned all this. The same restaurant, the same table. Baby, I've been planning to make you my wife since that first night. I pull her closer, my thumb tracing circles on her hip as the moonlight catches the diamond on her finger. The moment I saw you work in that event like the amazing woman you are, I knew you were it for me. Watching you command that room, handling every crisis with that gorgeous smile, I was done for. Is that right? Her eyebrow arches, challenge dancing in her eyes as she presses her palm against my chest. So you just decided I was going to marry you? Damn straight. I lean down, my lips brushing her ear, breathing in the intoxicating scent of her perfume. You were always going to be mine. I just had to convince you to see it my way. And I always get what I want, sweetheart. She shivers against me, her fingers tightening around mine as she melts into my touch. Pretty sure of yourself there, Mr. Harrison. When it comes to you. I capture her lips in a quick, fierce kiss, savoring the soft gasp that escapes her. Always. There was never any doubt in my mind that we'd end up right here. The French Quarter comes alive around us as we stroll down the lamplit streets, Zoe's hand warm in mine. Music spills from every doorway, jazz, blues, zydeco, creating a symphony that matches the rhythm of our steps. Her ring catches the glow of streetlights, sending tiny sparkles dancing across the historic buildings. Listen to that saxophone. Zoe closes her eyes for a moment, swaying to the melody floating from Preservation Hall. God, I love this city at night. Almost as much as I love you. I pull her closer, wrapping my arm around her waist. The familiar cobblestones pass beneath our feet as we wind our way through streets I've walked 1,000 times, but never felt more alive on than tonight. The sweet scent of pralines wafts from a nearby candy shop, mixing with the jasmine climbing up wrought iron balconies. Everything feels heightened tonight. The sounds, the smells, the warmth of Zoe pressed against my side. Remember our first walk through here? She bumps her hip against mine playfully. You tried to convince me you knew all the ghost stories. Hey, some of those were true. I guide her around a group of tourists gathered around a street performer. That one about the LaLaurie mansion was completely made up. Her laughter echoes off the old brick walls. You just wanted an excuse to hold me closer when I got scared. Hips. Worked, didn't it? The streetlights cast long shadows as we turn onto her street, lined with its mix of Creole townhouses and hidden courtyards. Every step feels charged with electricity, like the air before a storm. Zoe's fingers trace patterns on my palm, sending shivers up my arm despite the warm night air. I still can't believe this is real. She holds up her hand, admiring how the ring catches the light. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up. I stop us under a flowering magnolia tree, pulling her into my arms. Trust me, baby, this is just the beginning.
Chapter 30. Zoe. Jack's hands find mine. As soon as we step through the grand entryway of his home, he pulls me close, his lips on mine before I can even catch my breath. The door slams shut behind us, the sound echoing through the expansive space. It's a familiar place, But tonight it feels different, electric with anticipation. Do you have any idea how much I've been wanting to do this all night? Jack murmurs against my lips, not waiting for a response before kissing me deeply again. His arms wrap around my waist, lifting me slightly off the ground. My hands find their way to his hair, gripping the neatly trimmed salt and pepper strands as I kiss him back with equal fervor. He breaks away just long enough to whisper, "Mrs. Harrison," his voice low and husky. "You're going to be mine, Zoe." The words send a thrill down my spine. I feel his lips curve into a smirk against mine as he walks us backward, never breaking the kiss. We stumble through the hallway, laughter bubbling up between us. His hand reaches out, pushing open the bedroom door with a smooth, confident motion. Inside, the room is dimly lit, the large windows casting shadows that dance across the walls. Jack's hands roam over my body, tracing lines that make me shiver. He kisses the curve of my neck, his breath hot against my skin. "I can't wait to see you in a white dress," he says, his voice a rough whisper that sends heat rushing through me. "To call you my wife." I pull him closer, my fingers tracing the muscles of his back. "Jack," I breathe out, his name a promise on my lips. He lifts me up, carrying me to the bed with ease. He lays me down gently, his eyes never leaving mine. Leaning over me, he kisses me again, his hands caressing my face. "You're mine, Zoe. Forever." And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. "You're beautiful, Zoe," he murmurs, his voice a soft rumble beneath my ear. "So beautiful." I smile, nuzzling into the crook of his neck, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. There's something so intimate about this moment, something that transcends the physical act we just shared. It's a connection, a bond that feels unbreakable. His hand continues to trail patterns across my back, his touch feather-light yet grounding. I can feel the steady rise and fall of his chest, the rhythm of his heartbeat a soothing lullaby. In this moment, everything else fades away. It's just the two of us, lost in each other, lost in this feeling of completeness. "I could stay like this forever," I whisper, my voice barely audible. His arms tighten around me, a silent agreement that speaks volumes. Jack's fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare shoulder as we lay entwined. The sheets a tangled mess around us. The room is quiet, save for the soft hum of the city outside and the steady rhythm of our breaths. I prop myself up on one elbow, looking down at him. His eyes, those deep blue pools, meet mine with a softness that makes my heart flutter. "You know," he starts, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through me. "I've been thinking about what comes next, after the wedding, I mean." I raise an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth. "Next? You mean besides the honeymoon?" Jack chuckles, his chest shaking beneath me. "Well, yeah, besides that." He pauses, his gaze drifting off for a moment, before snapping back to me. "I've been thinking about kids, Zoe. Our kids." The words send a jolt through me. I search his face, looking for any hint of uncertainty, but all I see is sincerity. "Kids, huh?" I say, trying to keep my voice light despite the turmoil inside me. Jack nods, his hand moving from my shoulder to cup my cheek. Yeah, kids. A little girl with your curls and your spirit. A boy with your determination and your smile. His thumb brushes gently against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. They'd be beautiful, Zoe. Just like you. I can't help but smile at the image he paints. The idea of having a family with Jack, of seeing bits of us reflected in our children, fills me with a warmth I can't quite describe. You really think so? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. I know so, he replies, his voice filled with conviction. And I know you'd be an amazing mother, Zoe. You're passionate, caring, and you have this way of making people feel seen and heard. Our kids would be lucky to have you. His words fill me with a confidence I didn't know I needed. The thought of being a mother used to terrify me, the weight of responsibility and the fear of not being enough always lingering in the back of my mind. But with Jack by my side, it feels different. It feels right.